Good morning, Dogecoin community. Super excited for our transition to the Polygon blockchain. All right, guys, we're going to Polygon. Although we may have barked in a lot of yards and run around and pooped where we shouldn't have, this ambiguously named shape of a blockchain is going to revolutionize everything. And we can't be more excited to get our favorite Shiba over to Polygon. So yeah, we're going to be covering the whole Polygon transition. We're going to, from woof to bark, we're going to be doing the whole thing. Sorry, this isn't. I'm so sorry, guys. Wrong stream. That's tomorrow. That's something totally different. Good morning, Helium community. We are so excited to transition to the Solana blockchain, something that has been a really long time in the making. We voted on HIP 70 nearly a year ago, and look where we are today. It's finally going to happen. Taking all of our hotspots, all of our users, everything over to a new, faster blockchain with a lot more opportunities to compose with the rest of the DeFi ecosystem. See, look at me. I didn't even need a script. I got it. It's all built in. Yeah, guys, Solana transition today. Just for a quick overview, there's a few things that are going to be happening today. So first of all, we are going to halt the Helium L1 blockchain. So there will be no more blocks on the Helium L1. There will be a last block, and I'm going to try to track down what will be the last block on the Helium L1 blockchain. I want to see, who got in that last transaction. It'll be pretty fun to check that. And then we have a few steps. So we're not going necessarily straight to Helium L1 halted, and then an hour later we're going to be on Solana transacting. It's more of the Helium L1 is going to halt. There's going to be a series of program deploys, which we're going to track. And after those programs are deployed, certain functionality will be live on Solana mainnet, but we're not going to be immediately transacting there yet. We're going to wait for the first epoch to happen. So that will probably happen after the stream is over. So epoch 0 will pass into epoch 1. And the reason we're having that delay is to essentially just check that everything went well with the first epoch passing. There's a lot at stake there, the HNT going to treasuries, Oracle prices. There's just a lot of things that need to happen. And we want to monitor and make sure that everything happened right before we go directly to letting everyone deflate their accounts on Solana, or inflate their accounts on Solana and start transacting and setting up the liquidity pools and everything. So before we get started, we're coming up on it here. So the Helium L1 blockchain is supposed to be halted in about 15 minutes. That's not a lot of time. So I was just looking at the Helium Explorer over here. Please drop your questions in chat. I want to answer some questions before we get started here. So let's go look at the browser. Look at all these validators who have stayed with us. 2,993 validators still processing until the very last block. Thank you, everyone who's run a validator. Our current block height is 1,840,527. So I don't see that getting to 1,840,600 if everything goes to schedule. But I think at the very latest we'll get into 1,840,6 something. That will be the very last block. I don't even think we get to 600 though. We didn't manage to quite onboard 1 million hotspots before the Helium L1 will pass on, but we got damn close, and we've got currently 8,600 mobile 5G radios. Looking at a market price of $1.88 and a market cap of 270 million. So that's what we're working with right now. These are some of the last stats that will ever be seen on the Helium blockchain. So exciting stuff. Let's see. Hello, chat. I'm not staying awake for 24 hours. I thought of it though, but I don't know. It's not for me. I'll try to stream for as long as I possibly can and as long as people aren't getting bored. Impressed with the Helium devs. Very few teams could pull this off. This is a pretty crazy thing to do. I don't know of anything quite like it that has been done. I think it's just basically a first to take a blockchain that has this many active users, this many like NFTs essentially, like hotspots are NFTs, right? Each hotspot is like a non-fungible asset. To have this many assets on one chain, and then to basically roll up, take all that state. I don't want to say roll up because I don't want anyone to get confused like this is an Ethereum L2 situation. It's not. But we're going to take all the state from the Helium L1 blockchain. We're going to make sure it's copied into a safe place accurately, and then we're going to lift and put that all onto a new blockchain, which already like is totally active, has tons of stuff going on. Speaking of which, let's take a quick look at how Solana is doing today. So, I just realized that y'all probably couldn't see my browser. Let me fix that. There we go. Now you should be able to see my browser. I've got a bit of an echo here going on. Hold on. There we go. So let's just take a look at, Solana Explorer, simple. So if you scroll down here, let's see, my face is probably in the way. So we've got a few things to look at. So we've got transactions per second, which is currently at 4,045. And we've got average ping time, which actually is kind of spiking right now. So just to explain what these are, the Solana blockchain, at its resting state processes around 4,000 transactions per second as of now. So we can go to the 6-hour view here. Like you can see that's roughly the average. Now, most of those transactions are what's called vote transactions, right? So those are essentially just the validators sending messages in between each other to vote on blocks. But that's what makes up the 4,000 number. And you see a lot of people like try to call out Solana for having like fake TPS or whatever. But in reality, like, yes, the total TPS with votes is 4,000, and most blockchains don't even count votes in their TPS. But if you look at the actual user transactions, the non-vote transactions, like, things actually happening on chain, it's still in the hundreds of TPS. So it makes up a decent percentage of that 4,000. And in fact, we can go to, let's see if this website still works. Solana.fm, right? It'll show you, they call it true TPS, but this is transactions without votes. So 349 TPS. That's like more than all other blockchains combined. And if we go back here to the Solana Explorer, you'll see average ping time. So basically, since the blockchain is so fast and cheap to use, there's like a program running all the time that's just pinging. That's just like sending transactions just to see how fast will it confirm. So we can see that average transaction as of this morning, today's block weather on Solana, if you want to call it that, it's about 1.5 to 2 seconds for a confirmation, which is awesome. I mean, that's pretty much what you want for a real-time user experience. So nothing unexpected here. We haven't seen any major congestion on Solana. The last outage was due to an upgrade that was botched. Didn't really go as planned, and there were some edge cases there that caused the chain to halt. So, I mean, other than like the botched upgrade, there haven't essentially been any major slowdowns, outages, anything like that. And I don't expect to see that today. We're going to be putting a lot of transactions through the chain, like hundreds of thousands within 24 hours. But again, if you just do the math, right? 402 transactions per second. Like, let's see, how many is that per hour? So 402 times 60 times 60. Yeah, that's about 1.5 million transactions per hour for the whole chain. And we're only going to be doing a few 100,000 in 24 hours. So you can kind of just do the math and see that this is not going to cause much of a problem or like a problem at all when it comes to Solana's performance. So let's see, let me look at chat. I got into a ramble there. Let's look at chat. Wow, y'all are going crazy in here. Last transaction wins a car. When will wallets be visible on Solana chain? That's going to start tomorrow. Live footage from the control center. I don't want to promise anything right now. I have invited the core devs on, but they really need I think there's a decent chance that the core devs like need to focus in. They need to lock in and do their thing. They probably should not waste their time being here on stream, even though it would be fun to watch. Hey, if they decide to come on, that's awesome. But I'm not going to, you're like, hey guys, drop what you're doing. I want them to be able to focus. I want them to be able to, pay attention to the minute details and make sure that every aspect of the transition goes flawlessly. That's the most important thing. I'm using the latest Helium app. Do I need to take any action? No. You will need to inflate your wallet once we're on the other side, but that's going to be taken care of for you in the UI. So anything you need to do, the wallet will tell you, this is what you need to do. And there's no time frame by which, if you don't do it by a certain time, you're going to cause yourself problems. That's not a thing. You can do your wallet inflation at any point after the Solana transition. You could do it in 3 years if you wanted to. But obviously you probably want to use your wallet sooner than that. How is the foundation funding the 30-day free trials for Saga users? I don't know. I don't have any information on that, actually. I don't know if the foundation is funding it. Yeah. That is a partnership between Helium Mobile and Solana Mobile, which often gets confused. There's a lot of confusion. Okay, let's just to clear up real quick. There are multiple organizations here on either side, on the Helium side and the Solana side, right? So we have the Helium Foundation, which I'm a part of. I'm on the board of the Helium Foundation, although I'm not an employee. So that's an important distinction, right? I'm not part of the day-to-day operations of the Helium Foundation, but I sit on the board, so I have oversight. Helium Foundation deals with the open source aspects, right? It's a nonprofit. We deal with governance. We deal with the Solana transition, right? The core blockchain development is what we deal with, and community stuff, right? Running the Discord. And we have a lot of awesome people who do all that stuff. And then the next organization on the Helium side of things is Nova Labs. So Nova Labs is a commercial for-profit business that runs another brand, which is Helium Mobile, in addition to doing other stuff. So they're mostly focused on consumer facing, B2B, more businessy stuff. They're technically a company that is building on the Helium network, right? And so they own the Helium Mobile brand. When it comes to the Helium Foundation, we have nothing to do with the Helium Mobile brand. We don't spend our day-to-day working on, the branding, the website. We don't even have access to that stuff. Obviously we talk to Nova Labs and we're coordinate with them because it would be crazy not to, but we're not building Helium Mobile. That is fully a Nova Labs project. And so that Nova Labs project is what's partnering with Solana Mobile, which is also its own independent venture. I believe separate from Solana Labs, though don't quote me on that. It might be under Solana Labs, but yes, certainly different from the Solana Foundation. So we have a very similar setup between our two orgs, our two projects, I guess you would say. Solana has the Solana Foundation and Solana Labs, which is equivalent to the Helium Foundation and Nova Labs, if you want to think about it that way. And then Helium Mobile is a project of Nova Labs. Solana Mobile, which is their phone, Saga, which launched a few days ago, that is a completely separate project run by a separate team. So yes, lots of confusion often with that type of stuff. We are sharing brands here, but I just want to get that confusion out of the way. What do you think about the disadvantaged hotspots due to the relief? There are many depressions where no matter how high you are, you cannot pass the relief. I don't know what you're talking about at all. I really don't. Let's see. Okay, cleared that up already. When is the migration finished? You'll be able to interact with the Helium contracts on the Solana blockchain tomorrow. So we're going to be tracking the technical parts of the migration today, but yeah, it's not, you're not going to be able to do stuff really till tomorrow. Do we get a 5K IoT airdrop for each hotspot? The IoT airdrop is, you'll have to await more details on that. But yes, there will be the IoT airdrop is for all IoT hotspot owners. Yes, if you have an active IoT hotspot, you should be getting the airdrop. We'll be able to transfer coins to Phantom Wallet tomorrow. Yeah. Nova moving to mobile means IoT will be forgotten. No way. No way. Not with the way that the DAO utility score is set up. So the way the Helium DAO works at a very basic level is all the HNT that's currently being minted now, it's no longer going to go directly to hotspot hosts, but it's going to go into the two sub-DAO treasuries, right? So you have the IoT treasury and you have the mobile treasury. IoT, obviously, the network that started it all. IoT is going to be getting the vast majority of HNT as per HIP 51. Now, we had a couple of HIPs recently that failed to pass, but were proposed by the community to sort of alter the way that HNT goes into the treasuries. But suffice to say that even in those proposals, the IoT network is going to be getting a vast majority of the HNT going into its treasury. So what does that mean? What does it mean that the HNT is going into the sub-DAO treasury? What that means is that it is essentially backing those other tokens. So the IoT network has the IoT token, mobile network has the mobile token, and the HNT that's going into each of these sub-DAO treasuries is going to be essentially a treasury against which you can redeem IoT or mobile. So it sets a floor price for those tokens. So no matter what, like if let's say there's not a lot of interest in the IoT token or the mobile token in the markets or whatever, you can always redeem those for HNT in the treasury. Now, whichever sub-DAO gets the most HNT into its treasury will have the most backing, right? And the best redeemability for HNT. So that will be IoT for a long time, considering how HIP 51 works. And mobile will only start to get more backing if we pass another HIP that changes the score, or there is substantial data going over the mobile network. So that's how that's going to work. Are we going to want to keep IoT? Are you guys swapping it for HNT? That's up to you. There are multiple reasons why you might want both. So IoT, right? IoT is essentially going to be used for various utilities within the IoT sub-DAO, including voting on any IoT specific proposals, right? So now we have HNT as like the sort of voting token for everything. Eventually, IoT will vote on IoT sub-DAO things. Mobile token holders will vote on mobile sub-DAO things. We're not going to have everyone voting through just using HNT, right? Because it's too much, right? You want each sub-DAO to be able to have its own governance. You want each sub-DAO to be able to vote on the things that are important to it, with its participants participating. Kind of redundant. And yeah, there are also other utilities, like in the mobile sub-DAO, for example, service providers need to hold mobile tokens in order to participate. And there's also ways that service providers can like drop mobile tokens on the community. So yeah. Let me take my eyes off chat here for a second. I'm not seeing any announcements yet on the chain halt, so we're just gonna hang out for now. And guys, I've got some guests lined up today, so stick around, check in, right? Why have my earnings stopped? Yeah, we got some awesome guests today, people you will know. So if you have things to do, if you want to hop in, hop out. All right. I'm getting word that we're starting to turn off the oracles and prepping for the chain halt. So all right, so I'm gonna be keeping track of that. I got a lot of people sending me messages right now, guys. Excuse me if I'm a little distracted. I'm trying to bring you all the latest, the latest and greatest. So let's switch over here. Let's take a look. What is our current block height? $1,840,543. Let's check out the status website here. All right, scheduled maintenance. Yep, the Helium native blockchain is being stopped and migrating to Solana. The migration should take 24 hours to complete. Not doing a 24-hour live stream, but we're gonna get some of the most important events in here. During this time, data transfer and proof of coverage will continue to operate, but rewards will be delayed until the migration is complete. So 24 hours, no rewards, guys. Sorry, you're just gonna have to wait. It doesn't mean that your rewards aren't going to be given. It's just that you're not gonna receive them in real time. until after the transition. So let's see. Fire fresh block height here. I swear there was a view where you could view the latest block. Here we go. I typed in /blocks and it worked. I'm not sure how to get to that otherwise. I didn't see an obvious link. I'm just gonna wait for that to load. All right, let me catch up on chat here. At what point can liquidity pools be created on Radium tomorrow? Is an IoT hotspot the same as a Helium hotspot? I'm gonna direct you to your own research there, buddy. Let's see. Pros and cons of different staking options. There's only one staking option right now. So you'll be able to stake HNT to VEHNT. You'll want to do it within the first 10 days because you get a 3x bonus. That affects your voting power and your staking. So you'll definitely want to look into that within the next few days if you are interested in staking. But yeah, staking HNT to VEHNT is the only type of staking now for now. And that is going to be something I think a lot of people are interested in. It allows you to delegate to sub-DAOs and earn IoT or mobile token just passively. And it also allows you to vote. And the longer you lock up, the more voting power you have. So definitely encourage people to look into that. There's also, unlike the previous validator system, there's no limit, right? You don't have to have 10,000 HNT to lock up, essentially. You can lock up as little, I think, as 1 HNT. Exposure is too high. Thank you, friend. I think I fixed that a few minutes ago. The DAO score is totally being debated on Discord. Yes. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of debate over, what's the distribution of how HNT should go into treasuries. Will mobile get burned for usage? No. That's something I forgot to mention earlier. Why would you want to hold HNT? You want to use data credits, right? For every single sub DAO, in order to use the data, you're going to need to hold HNT and burn into data credits. Now, that's not an absolute truth. Like, that's one way you can use data credits. You can also purchase through various vendors who have credit card options and whatnot, but that is the main utility of HNT. It's the only token within the ecosystem that is burned, right, in order to get data credits. And those data credits will work on any of the sub DAO networks for like physically using the network in the real world. Solana is so unreliable and centralized. What if they stop the blockchain? Yeah, guys, didn't you all know that there's a big, just like a server room where there's like a huge on-off switch and they just go, all right, guys, shut her down. Jesus Christ. No, but for real, I can't tell if that's a troll or not, but yeah, definitely do some more research if you think that that's how Solana works. It is quite literally one of the most decentralized blockchains. There is no on-off switch, right? Every time there's a downtime, if you go in the Discord, there's like hundreds of people coordinating to, essentially, sorry, I'm getting distracted here. There's like hundreds of people coordinating to restart this thing. Like you literally need hundreds of people to bring the chain back online. API is so slow. I hope it gets better after the transition. Yeah, agreed. I think it will. But the API has definitely been a point of pain for a while. And remember, like a lot of the things that are currently like Helium API are just going to become like Solana RPCs. So you're going to have a lot more freedom to essentially choose your RPC provider, especially if you're a developer. And there will be a lot more variety, hopefully in the coming weeks and months, of providers for things like the Explorer, mobile apps. Just, it's going to be much more flexible of a system where there will actually be a lot more competition, I think, right, between software vendors based on who can offer the best performance and like the best overall Helium experience. I think that's going to be key. What's the expected floor price for IoT and mobile? That's a great question. So, I mean, the floor price is literally, you can think of it as the amount of circulating IoT or mobile divided by how much HNT is in that sub-DAO treasury. And we're currently minting around, I think, 90,000 HNT a day, roughly in that range. I might be off by 10,000 or something like that. So if you think about it that way, like that 90,000 now, instead of going to hotspot owners, is going to go directly into the sub-DAO treasuries, and the hotspot owners will receive mobile or IoT, right? So that 90,000, whatever percentage, let's say like 80,000 is going to go into the IoT treasury on the first day. So then it will be like all the IoT divided by 80,000 HNT. That will be the floor price. And the next day it'll be 160,000, then 240,000. So the floor price, to be perfectly clear, will be extremely low to start, super low. Like I can't imagine why anyone would redeem. Like I don't give financial advice or anything like that. So, you know, you have to decide what's right for you, but I can't imagine why anyone would redeem for the floor price in the first like few days, weeks, maybe even months, because it's just going to be like a build up time where the sub-DAO treasuries are going to need to build up from zero. And you're not going to essentially get a very good deal, most likely, if you redeem that way. All right, so I have been informed that the kill transaction block has been signed. So what that means is there will be no more hotspot transfers, no more payments, no more pending transactions. So you can no longer submit a transaction to the Helium blockchain. That's it. We're done. I don't think we're officially halted yet, but yeah. Let's take a look here. Let me move my face out of the way once more. All right, so yeah, so the latest blocking consensus is 1840557. So depending on when the Halt transactions lands, right? Because when you submit a transaction, those of you who've used the Helium blockchain know it doesn't always go through in the first minute. One of many reasons we're switching. Blocks happen each minute, right? But it could take a few minutes for your transaction to actually be included. So very ironically, the team that is currently halting the blockchain is experiencing the same thing, right? It's not necessarily going to get into the next block. You might have to wait a few minutes. So this is a transaction that sets a chain variable on the chain that says we're no longer accepting transactions, right? And this is signed by the basically the master keys for the blockchain, which are controlled by the foundation. So what you should see here is like, right, the most recent block as of 2 minutes ago has 838 transactions. That number may not go down a whole lot to start because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, whoever's, you know, filling me in here, but I believe that we are still going to have proof of coverage activity, but we're not going to have any other type of activity. I'm literally staring at this. Staring at it and refreshing. All right, let's see. 558, this block had a lot of POC receipts. I'm just trying to see if I can see any other types of transactions, but it's going to take forever to scroll through this list, so I'm not gonna bother there. We have another block in consensus. Look at these validators right here. Some of the last validators that will ever do consensus on the Helium blockchain. If your validator is in this list, you will have participated in the last block on the Helium blockchain. Take a look at this though for a second. I mean, aside from the amazing global distribution of the network, right? The portion in green here. Look at the distribution, the global distribution of validators. So we have all over the United States, and this is just the validators in this last consensus group, right? This isn't all the validators. This is just like the 43 that are currently elected to produce blocks. Pretty good distribution in the United States. We got some in Europe. Then Asia went way over here. Not bad. And of course, that actual distribution that's pretty representative of the actual distribution of all the validators too. So let's go back. All right, we've got another block, 1840560. Let's see. Also, hello to everyone who's watching on Twitter. This is the first time I've tried streaming on Twitter. I'm just gonna go take a peek and see if anyone's actually watching it, because I can see we've got 200 viewers on YouTube, which is awesome. Let me look at my Twitter here. 5! Wow, we've got 5 people watching on Twitter. What's up, Twitter gang? Just talking to some guests here. Please discuss an exciting use case that would support the idea of IoT to moon or have any staying power. Well, IoT network has a ton of use cases, right? And a lot of them are, the most exciting ones are like industrial use cases in my mind. Smart cities, smart agriculture, asset tracking. Just like honestly, the most exciting things for the IoT network, in my opinion, are just like really boring infrastructure things. But the thing that's exciting about them is just that they're made more efficient, right? So this can help cities save costs. It can help industry save costs. It can help businesses save costs, because typically these things, these like solutions, right? So you're talking about like tracking a package across the country. You could be talking about like smart water meters for cities, right? Like they go on every house. Smart parking meters, tracking scooters, tracking like soil levels on farms. All these things are applications that need like very little data and low cost. And right now they can only be implemented with essentially like custom LoRa deployments, Wi-Fi deployments, or most often I think cellular radios, which are very power hungry and very expensive. So there isn't going to be one use case, sorry to tell you, that's going to cause IoT to moon. I don't think it's going to be a long process of slowly deploying thousands and thousands, and then tens of thousands, and then hundreds of thousands. I think we're getting to the hundreds of thousands of phase, and then millions, then tens of millions of sensors in these like very high utility applications. And that's going to take many years. It just is. Like, this is how long it takes to build, deploy, test, and scale hardware and sell it, right? Especially in the case of commercial applications. So yeah, there's a lot that needs to be done. It's going to take a long time. And fortunately, we've got provisions in HIP 51 which are going to protect the IoT network, make sure it continues to get backed by HNT. It was the first network. It's going to have staying power. And we're going to make sure that IoT, I don't mean like the Helium Foundation or me, I mean the community. Like, this is what the community has voted for as part of this transition, right? Is we're going to continue to protect IoT because we have the largest, greatest LoRaWAN network in the world. Yeah, so the Helium IoT network is essentially going to be protected by continuing to be backed by HNT, and its usage will ramp up. Another thing is, part of this transition is switching to data oracles, right? Oracles for data transfer, and a new, much more scalable Helium Helium packet router architecture. Basically, the usage of the network was very poorly tracked before just because of its architecture. And now there's a much more scalable architecture for distributing packets to where they need to go, and also for tracking that. So I think we're going to get a much more accurate picture of what the current usage is, and we'll be able to watch it scale up. I mean, ideally, it should be a very slow but steady curve up and to the right. And that's how the IoT network is going to grow. And anyone who's expecting overnight growth is going to be very disappointed. Also, as Hans just said, yes, proof of location. This is, I think, if you're looking for like a killer use case, the fact that we have hotspots in the real world that are verifying each other's location, you now have an opportunity. You now have a alternative to GPS one that can be cryptographically signed, right? We're not there yet, but we can get to the point where it's cryptographically signed and essentially proven that something was in some location at some time and at a very low cost. And yes, just to repeat again what Hans said, you can't spoof GPS, you can spoof GPS, you can't spoof IoT. That's exactly right. And yes, Chris, HiveMapper is currently using Helium lore for this exact reason. Yep, for this exact use case. Basically anti-spoofing for their dash cams, right? If you're connected to a certain amount of IoT hotspots in a certain location, they can cross-check that with GPS and basically be assured that you're not saying that you're in some very high earning place, but you're not. Oh my gosh, Sean, yes, I love this. You still have your Helium hotspot. Hold up. Yes, there was a project called Helium Hotspot Art that essentially would paint like or make drawings of hotspot names, right? So check this out. This has been in my background, hasn't been in my background in a minute because I was reworking things, but let me. Pretty cool, right? Wonderful ceramic wren. Yeah, that's a really cool piece of art. That's one of our fair spot hotspots. I picked a random one, and they painted it, or they made that beautiful illustration of it. I really liked that. And I'll show you something else. This also should have been in my background this whole time, frankly, but this is a painting by my good friend Alina Abstract. She's Abstract Hikes on Instagram. She mostly paints hiker art, but this time she decided to paint, I guess, hotspot art. So this is just me going, just being myself, really. I mean, look at me. It's pretty accurate, right? All right, let's check the channels here. All right. Let's take a look. So looking back at the Helium IoT, the Helium blockchain, the L1, our existing blockchain, who knows when the last block will be, but we're damn close. The latest word I have is that we're still processing the proof of coverage backlog. So there are a lot of proof of coverage transactions that still need to happen. There's like 750 plus transactions per block that are just proof of coverage. And so although you can't submit new transactions yet, or at least the transaction to halt new transaction submission is in the works, still a lot of proof of coverage activity. So we need to wait for that queue to clear. I'll see if we can get an ETA on that. That'd be interesting. Now let me see if I can do something here. Move myself up a bit. There, a bit there. Okay. Now I can go down here. There we go. Now we can have the ticker without blocking my face. Perfect. Is that a sidewalk device back there? No, I do not mess with Amazon devices. Don't trust that stuff. When should we transfer our hotspots on our Ledger devices to the Helium blockchain? Tomorrow or later, anytime. There's no rush. All right, so the proof of coverage rate is winding down. So, okay, this is what's gonna happen. Proof of coverage is currently winding down. We're gonna wait for that to finish. We should see fewer and fewer transactions per block. Let me refresh here. Okay, look at that. It's happening. It's happening. So 44 transactions, then 21 transactions. That's a small block. Let's see. Oh, we just got validator heartbeats, y'all, and one price oracle. One of the last price oracle transactions that will ever happen. And then they're gonna fire the kill shot. They're gonna fire the variable, the chain variable to kill the Helium blockchain once and for all. If you have any last words, drop it in chat. Any last words for the Helium blockchain? What does it mean to you? What are your first memories of it? When did it hurt you? I need to know. For me personally, I think the Helium blockchain it's been an exciting piece of technology to use. I mean, aside from what it represents in terms of building this amazing network, it's just like, it's a really good blockchain. Like, this is a ragtag blockchain built by a small team. Never had anywhere near the attention in terms of development as something like Ethereum or even Solana. And aside from some hiccups, like, it is for the most part worked pretty well. It's generated a lot of fees. The transaction speed, while not amazing, is still, you know, it's fine. It's good. It has a lot of functionality and a lot of custom functionality. And like, only now, I think in the last year or so, could we have even fathomed transitioning something like this with all this custom functionality to another chain. Like, I don't think there was enough. I don't think Solana was mature enough yet until recently to be able to support a lot of the things that we needed. But it definitely is now. People are trying to be the last assert. I know. Goodbye and thanks for all the fish. I know that's a reference to something. I see it all the time. Some of these are not comments on the blockchain. Sean says, started the DPIN revolution in my career. LFG, onwards and upwards. If anyone doesn't know this new acronym, DPIN, right? Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Networks, of which Helium was the first, obviously. Then can we start staking? There's no guide on staking yet. You're gonna have to wait on that, but tomorrow. Wow, someone has the 13th device on the network. That's impressive. My first hotspot was before the coin had any value. I got one of the OGs and did some DIYs. Got me out of some debt initially and then started an LLC to deploy dozens of hotspots. Good for you. That's awesome. Are the rewards going to be better on Solana now or not? No. This isn't about changing the rewards. Other than the fact that instead of HNT, you will get IoT or mobile. This transition has nothing to do with rewards go up. Ah, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Geez, I started that book like years ago and I don't think I got far enough, clearly. I think I gave that copy back to a friend long ago. Why would it remain valuable if the chain is done? Because just the chain is done. We're just moving all of our activity over to a new chain. The token, the ecosystem, all the functionality continues to exist. The blockchain, the Helium blockchain, was an implementation detail, right? It is not the ecosystem. All right, let's refresh. So it looks like we've got a few more blocks here. Just validator, heartbeats, and price oracles. I'm not seeing any proof of coverage, so we're long past the last proof of coverage transaction. If your hotspot was in block, let's see, does this one have any? Yeah. Oh, these are some asserts, some POC receipts. So yeah, The last hotspots to ever POC on the Helium L1. Salty Sand Badger, Vast Jade Mink, Keen Gunmetal Finch, Joyful Beige Swift, Tangy Tangelo Condor, Muscular Cloud Carp, Curved Mandarin Carp, Fresh Iron Rook, Savory Cinnabar Jellyfish, Joyful Mango Raccoon, Urban Gunmetal Elk, Bald Beige Boar, nice, Curved Grape Rooster, Hollow Cyan Penguin, Hollow Mahogany Zebra, Rare Pickle Dachshund, and Happy Marigold Dog. If one of those hotspots is yours, you were in the very last group of hotspots to ever have POC activity on the Helium L1 blockchain. It will never happen again. So congratulations. I see Montarctica, you're asking a lot of questions. You do not need to do anything. You'll be guided in the Helium Wallet app and in your Hotspots Maker apps if you need to do anything, but generally you don't need to do anything. Nothing will really change. You'll follow some instructions to migrate your wallet. That's about it. Most things will stay the same and you won't have to do anything. Just the assert isn't enough to earn the airdrop. I believe it counts rewards. Yeah, you have to have an active hotspot as of now for IoT airdrop. Am I monetizing this stream? No. I don't like to monetize my content here. I like to create just like pure ad-free content for the Helium community. All right, we've got a block that's been in consensus for a while. Could just be API lag though. All right, I've gotten word that we're releasing the doves. I need to change this ticker here. All right, there you have it. Helium L1 blockchain takes its last breaths. We're just waiting, guys. We're waiting. Will our current HNT be converted to IoT, or only new activity will get paid out in IoT? Nothing will get converted, no. No conversions. You will keep your HNT. All of your new activity will get paid out in IoT. This block is still in consensus. Is this Schrodinger's transaction? It's the Halt transaction, right? So it kills the blockchain, stops transaction processing, but then does it stop itself from getting processed? And we never get the block? I'm only joking. I'm assuming that was engineered much better than I just described. That's not going to happen. Thank you, Helium L1. Yes, it was it was pretty hard for outside contributors to contribute to the development of this chain. I mean, this is one of the major problems that we're solving, right? By transitioning to Solana. This blockchain, this custom blockchain is written in Erlang, not really compatible with any other chains as far as like following standards. And Erlang is just not a popular language. Not that many people know it. And the Erlang experts out there are very expensive, and they're probably not in the crypto space. So not the easiest thing to do to get contributors. I'm so like, when is it gonna happen? Can't stop refreshing. Let's drop some more questions in the chat while we're waiting. I'm trying not to talk too much because I feel like it's gonna happen any moment, you know? Just spamming refresh. What will be the best platform to monitor activities of the mobile and IoT network? There's going to be a transition in the Explorer and whatnot, so I think that's yet to be determined. Like, as you'll see, this is going to be a gradual process where all the activity and transactions as far as tokens, trading, etc. will, you know, sub-DAOs, earnings, all that stuff will go to Solana. And then I think it will become evident in the coming days, you know, what are the best places to go for all the previous things you used to do. But for now, we need to focus on the more technical aspects of the transition, right? The stuff that's happening in the background. And then more guidance will come after that stuff is done. Because it would make no sense to right now to be like, hey guys, go check out this website. You know, this is where we're going to be able to see everything. We need to make sure the transition happens first, right? We need to make sure it goes well. Oh, we got a block with just 2 transactions here. It's kind of crazy it worked as well as it did. I totally agree. So many people are already asking what's Solana, but no one stops to ask how's Solana. All right, this isn't loading. I wonder if it's an API issue or... Interesting. The transaction is literally called Halt chain. All right. Let's see if I can get this. Let's see if I can get this on screen here. One second, y'all. Trying to. All right. So this is my custom ETL instance here. And as we can see, we're looking directly in the database. If we look in the last 3 blocks, here we go. At block 1840583, chain variables were issued and the variable halt chain set to true. There you have it, folks. That should be it. The very last transaction. 1840583. Just as I predicted, we didn't even make it to 1840600. Now let's see the last 100 transactions. Who got in the last assert location? The last assert and the last transfer. So there was 4 asserts in the second to last block. And there was a bunch of asserts and 1 transfer. Let's see who did the last transfer, the very last transfer. Gateway. Oh, did I copy that wrong? I did. This person transferred a gateway to its own address? Wait, what? Am I dumb? It's an account. Account is exactly this. Okay, so the owner would be that. Oh, I guess it's not indexed. Oh, here we go. Skinny Crimson Panther. There you go. And yes, indeed, it did. The very last transfer, someone transferred a gateway to itself. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. I sure hope it was. Oh, man. Well, there you have it, folks. So let's see if the Explorer updated. There you go. Now you can see the very last. Yep. Now you can see it. Halt chain in the Explorer. All right. All right, that's it. So from this point onwards, the future of all interaction on Helium will occur on the Solana blockchain and through the Oracle infrastructure that has been built. No more Helium L1. I'm not gonna cry, you're gonna cry. So let's see. Official obituary, it launched, I believe, July 29th, 2019. Died April 18th, 2023. So almost 4 years. That is quite an impressive run. All right, so you're probably all wondering what happens next. So now that the Helium L1 has been halted, there is a lot of stuff that needs to happen. Okay, we're not done. We're not even close to done. That was the first step. The first step was halting the Helium blockchain. So now a bunch of things need to happen. The most important thing that's going to be happening in the next hour or two is that all that state in the Helium L1 is going to be essentially snapshotted, right? So all the final account balances, all the final hotspots, who owns them, who owns mobile tokens, HNT balances, everything. Every bit of state that is relevant on the Helium L1 blockchain is going to be snapshotted, right? So there's a final state at which things existed. So this is the lift part of lift and replace, right? So we're gonna lift all that data from the Helium L1 blockchain and we're gonna move it over to Solana. That's gonna happen in a bunch of steps. So let's see, I have an official list of steps here that I'm not gonna put on screen for now because I said official, but it's very ad hoc. So, okay. While that state is being snapshotted, the first steps of deploying on Solana will be prepared. So that means the programs are going to be deployed, right? So Helium on Solana is going to be a whole web of smart contracts that replace a lot of the functionality that existed on the Helium L1 blockchain. Anything that doesn't exist in that web of smart contracts, anything that's not part of that is going to be an oracle, right? And all those oracles are already running. So first, the programs will be deployed, right? Then all the DAOs and the sub DAOs are going to be deployed. And then the price oracles are going to be deployed. Yes, we still have price oracles. We won't have them forever, but we have them for now. And then the makers are going to be created. The routers are going to be migrated. And then after all that, we have the state migration. That state migration is probably going to happen after this stream. But regardless, it won't matter because tonight is just about watching the contracts move forward and not about having any user interaction. So you're probably asking, when will I get to use this? What is this next step for me? Await your next instructions. Tomorrow is going to be the day for users to actually interact with all this stuff. For now, nope, not yet. We're deploying things, we're debugging things, hopefully no bugs, but the code is well tested and well audited, but we're making sure that everything deployed correctly. A lot of these steps are like irreversible, so they need to be done with lots of caution and care. Once it's fully certain that everything is deployed and working as intended, then we can move on to allowing users to use it. So one of the biggest parts of that is allowing the first epoch to pass. So in the previous blockchain, epochs were 30 minutes, right? In this new configuration on Solana, epochs will be 1 day. So basically rewards will be generated on a daily basis is what that mostly means. Will the app now or in the future have the functionality to automatically convert IoT to HNT? Automatically, no, not planned as far as I know. Will it be able to convert though? Yes, you will be able to do conversions in app. It's unlikely that you'll want to convert at the treasury rate, but we're looking at ways to get swaps with liquidity pools into the app as well. So we're hoping we can have that in there in some form. If not, you'll be able to use the wallet as basically a dApp browser to go to like Jupyter aggregator on Solana and do your trading there. So I think to answer the core of your question, you'll be able to do trading. You'll be able to swap your tokens in the app some way or another because it's just a standard Solana wallet, right? It can use any website that supports the Solana wallet standard, which is like most dApp websites and most places you want to swap. As far as automatic conversion though, people will definitely make smart contracts for that. It's not going to be a day one feature though. It's not something that needs to exist in app per se, if you want it to be actually automated. I'm setting up a liquidity pool. I'll beat you all to it. I mean, yeah, someone definitely could set up like a Radium pool or some permissionless pool. This is a good question. What is used as an ETL replacement now? Let me see. Let me organize my latest memories. There's so many moving parts to this whole thing. ETL, I believe there will be some form of ETL that will continue to run that will read the new Oracle data. However, I don't think it's like a drop-in replacement. I probably shouldn't speak on this because I'm not 100% sure. But what I do know is that all the POC data stuff that currently lives in the blockchain, right? The ETL, for those who don't know what it is, it's kind of like the thing that takes all the it's a piece of software that takes all the blockchain data and moves it into a Postgres, a queryable SQL database, right? And this is what underpins all the Helium APIs right now. Essentially, you just want a queryable version of the blockchain, and that's what the ETL gives you. Now the data sources are not all in one place. So you have stuff that lives on the blockchain, right? Solana stuff. So that's like your accounts, your HNT balances, compressed NFTs. Although those don't fully live on chain, there's state that exists outside of the blockchain itself. So those are like the compressed NFT state is stored off chain, but all the transacting is done on chain, and that's kind of, if you don't know how that works, it's quite a bit to explain. But it basically just means that we don't have to waste the Solana blockchain space storing all of our like million compressed NFTs. I think we do have just about a million too, if you add up IoT and mobile. And the rest of the data, like proof of coverage, rewards, like pending rewards, earnings, stuff like that, that's all going to exist. It already exists, most of it, in the oracles. And the oracles are literally just pieces of software running in the cloud that are posting data verifiably, right? So you can go look at the source code and say, hey, like this oracle basically produced the data that it should have, taking that data, producing it in a verifiable way, and putting it in Amazon S3 buckets. Not very queryable, right? So I think what this person is getting at is that you need something in between the oracles and the end user to basically make it into a queryable version or an API or something like that. You can't just like be querying S3 buckets for your pending rewards. I don't think it's set up in a way that would make sense. So yes, there's intermediate software. I haven't dug completely into how all of that is set up, but it's 100% it's set up in a way that any wannabe provider could come through, build their own version, and essentially present a view of all that data, right? As Jamie's saying in the chat, yeah, Dune supports Solana, although a lot of the stuff like proof of coverage, pending rewards, etc., will exist off-chain, packet transfer stats. I'm personally am digging into like some ways to visualize some of that stuff. I think it's going to be a community effort to get all of it in a like nicely queryable, visualizable format. But I think you're going to see a lot of rapid development. You're going to have a lot of insight into what the data is. And just like another note on verifiability, I know I mentioned that, it's all going to be verifiable, and you have to think about like what that means. Essentially, in the old system with the Helium L1 blockchain, you had one set of actors developing almost all the code, right? And that was previous Helium Inc., then Nova Lab plus Helium Foundation, right? That the validators would run. And essentially the validators are all just going to take this code and run it because there's no alternative. It gets into like, what does it mean to be decentralized? Like, how decentralized? I think decentralization is a spectrum with many axioms, right? And many variables, but you have to think about like, is it maximally decentralized if there's only one version of the software that all validators are running? Like, yes, they're agreeing to consensus, but like, also it's not like some of them are going to split off and run a different version of the software that agrees to different rules. Like, I don't think we ever had that happen in a major way. So the oracles are basically just an acknowledgement of that reality and saying, look, data exists at a certain scale. It's processed in a certain way. And we can build the same amount of decentralization, the same amount of reliability and verifiability by running these things on individual servers in the cloud, as we did when coming to consensus on our blockchain. At the same time, we get rid of all of the downsides of consensus, which include major performance issues, reliability issues, speed, latency, just like all these issues for especially that affect especially certain things like proof of coverage and packet routing, right? Like, you want your proof of coverage to happen every 6 hours like it does now. You want your packets to go through immediately. You don't want to have to consult the blockchain or consult data on chain every time you're sending a packet to a device. At the same time, because this is a decentralized network, you want all the data about all the packets that are going through the packet routers and all the proof of coverage activity to be as public and as verifiable as possible. So that is the arrangement we have today. Like that, the Oracle infrastructure is already in place, and it replaces most of what was happening on the Helium L1. I just say most of because there are some like tiny edge cases and like details of like what is and isn't replaced. But largely it's not something that anyone here will have to worry about. It's like more just like developer details that aren't very interesting. Insights into when/where DEX options will be live. Yes, so I would expect DEX swaps to be live by tomorrow, and people will be able to add liquidity and swap, but I don't have an exact time for you. What happens to the hotspots in the deny list? Some people have been sat in the deny list for months and despite sending evidence have not received any acknowledgement or removal. This transition is completely unrelated to the deny list. Like it's a separate concern. It exists entirely outside of the realm of, are we on Helium L1 or are we on Solana? Yeah. I was staking with StakeJoy. Now my wallet's showing 0 HNT. Where those tokens going now that the Helium L1 blockchain has gone away? You will be able to use your tokens on Solana. Just hang tight. Wait till tomorrow. Your tokens will be just there. They'll be right there. They haven't gone anywhere. Remember, staking. If you were staking, right, you're gonna be subject to the 6-month lockup on the other side. But yeah, your staked balance you're good. Worry not. It's probably a display issue if it's showing 0 HNT. All right, everybody, I'm gonna take a short break. Probably in like the 10-ish minute range, 10, 15. We're gonna have a guest when I come back. So stay tuned. See y'all soon. Alrighty, y'all. Welcome back. Anyone know what to look for in SoulScan for Helium migration hints? We'll be getting into that a little later. I think I'm going to do a little bit of live coding in between guests. We're going to use some magical tools to build a tracker. So for those of you who are interested in some live coding, yeah, stay tuned in the next hour or so. We're going to build a little migration tracker live together. And excuse me. For that, I'd love to welcome our first guest. I'm going to bring him on in just a second. Let me just take this thing off the bottom here. All right. And we've got Austin from the Helium Foundation. Excuse me, the Solana Foundation. Welcome, Austin.
Hey, how are you?
Armand from the Helium Foundation. I'm not even used to that title yet, but
I know, right? How great is that?
Yeah. Wow, lovely view you got. Is that Brooklyn?
This is Manhattan. These are the Solana offices in New York City now. We actually have a few folks from the Helium Foundation working out of here too.
Yeah, well, you were a early Helium community member, if I remember correctly.
I was. I got my first. Well, I ordered my first hotspot in I think July of 2019. I think I got it in like September, October, right? As we all were back in those days. Huge wait list for the hotspots.
Where's the boat? Where's the boat?
I know, right? Yeah, I ran a total of 4 across largely Williamsburg, Brooklyn, for a few years. I still run them as well. So I also I built one of those first cloud nodes where the actual mining software was not running on the Raspberry Pi inside the miner, was running on AWS, and it was just sending packets up.
Oh wow!
Which was super cool for a little while. I was just like really curious about how we could make that stuff work. Because I was tired of the SD cards failing. Because I was in the early batch when they were just, so it was fun. It was great. I really have loved the community. I've met Mark and Scott and Amir there's a meetup in late 2019 in one of the hotels in New York City. There's like, I don't know, 40 people there. And it was like, oh, this is the beginning of like the Helium network in New York. It was awesome.
Oh, wow. That's about, yeah. You're making me feel not even very OG.
There we go. Yeah.
That's awesome. Great. Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned the SD cards dying. I feel like that issue is emblematic of the entire road or process that led us to where we are today, right?
Yeah.
Just the realization that the network is reaching such a scale that certain things that we did that we thought were okay are really not going to work if we want to go to the next 10x.
Yeah. And that's great, right? I mean, this is the process of growing and maturing as every ecosystem goes through, is figuring out like, I forget who said that original quote. But that sort of idea of like, if it doesn't make your beer better, you should probably stop doing it. Right? Like if you make beer, you shouldn't also be running, a logistics delivery network for that beer. Right. This is sort of like the idea of like focus on what your core competency is. In this case, in Helium, it's globally distributed, real-time, decentralized physical infrastructure networks, which is amazing and awesome. And it's like, maybe we don't need to maintain an Erlang blockchain at the same time. Maybe there's a way we can actually take the resources that the Helium Foundation has and put that into things that are not competing with other things out there that Helium doesn't need to win. Like Helium doesn't need to be the best layer 1 out there in order to be incredibly successful and accomplish all of its goals. So why not choose a super fast L1 and spend more resources on things like adding more network support, adding different types of networks, figuring out 5G. And, each country has all these like crazy weird requirements for 5G. Like there's a ton of work for like the foundation and the community to do that isn't running a layer 1 blockchain.
Yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. And even more impressive than what Helium has accomplished is the fact that you pronounce that whole sentence without stuttering. Globally distributed, decentralized physical infrastructure networks, was it?
I don't know. 100%.
Something like that.
I mean, this is the fun thing about Helium is like, for me, it's always been less about the networking technology level and more sort of like a flow-based economic model system. Like Helium's the first blockchain that's figured out how to meter for capacity and coverage as opposed to metering for transactions. And that's a super interesting economic model, I think, that can apply to all sorts of things.
Yeah, no doubt. And we have seen other projects adopt the model. And I think you're
Yeah.
completely right. Helium's main innovation is the economics, and the technology is what glues together the economic model. And we don't need to be reinventing the wheel. And I think
Yeah.
Helium started out reinventing the wheel out of pure necessity. There was no place to go build on a high speed blockchain. There simply was not. Ethereum
Yeah.
definitely wasn't and still isn't. Layer twos still aren't. And, you know, as you said very eloquently, pouring resources into building this layer one blockchain, it was taking such a large percentage, double digit, probably like over 60, over 70% of all the organization's time and resources. Now we've made a set of decisions that will allow us to outsource that to another set of community members and teams and projects. Uh, that is the Solana ecosystem, right? And
Yeah.
that's going to enable massive scalability on the things that we are actually basically doing uniquely, right? Our unique value proposition, which is let's build some wireless networks to start. Let's build an awesome economic model, and let's build all the things around it that will allow participation and usage of those networks to be as seamless as possible.
Yes, exactly. And that's kind of the whole thing here, right? It's like it's the same reason that the Solana Foundation is not trying to build a globally distributed wireless network, right? Different things in different places have different advantages. And like that's the great part about like blockchain is that you get the full deconstructed Caesar salad, right? You can pick the parts you want from this sort of architecture system, and that can exist in multiple places. And that's the really cool part about it. Like Helium users on Solana, once this migration is completed tomorrow, they're going to have access to DeFi. They're going to have access to smart contracts for the first time. They can build contracts that would automatically split rewards. So if like I'm running a hotspot in your house, like that payment doesn't have to be you bugging me once a month being like, hey Austin, can you send me my HNT? Like it's all just going to be automatically distributed based on whatever contracts you guys set up. And so this is the part that I am like super excited to see is like when games can tap into the Helium network both for location confirmations or other sorts of things like that. Are we going to see Pokemon Go on chain or something
Yeah.
that's competing with that? Are we going to see weird stuff like betting markets on chain that are powered by real world sensor data? Like that gets super interesting. Or just like you can suddenly issue something like flood insurance on chain or crop insurance on chain. Like all of this stuff that requires real world observation and is not just pulled in via a data oracle that actually needs like custom sensor networks built out. Super cool.
Yeah, that's exactly something we were talking about earlier is the ability to sort of reference this physical location infrastructure network in order to verify, where something is. That this is one of the hardest things, as you know very well in
Yeah.
blockchain, is like, what are the things that can actually be verified? The list of things is extremely short, right? A great
Yeah.
example of what can't be verified is this a real person using this wallet? Right? Like that's like a 10-year, like
Totally.
$10 billion problem minimum to solve. And I don't know if it'll ever be solved. But the fact that we can even have a shot at solving something like, is this permissionless device that exists in the real world actually where it says it is without relying on GPS and in an encrypted verifiable like way, that's like a total game changer.
Yeah. It's super interesting to see. And like I'm still just so excited for like the whole subnets slash subDAO slash I'm not sure exactly what terminology like the community settled on, but
SubDAO, yeah.
yeah, that whole structure we're gonna start to see where um like Europe has all this dark fiber, right? Fiber run all over the place because they have a functional government that like actually supports broadband. But like anyone can rent that fiber and they can turn it on, and that can be like an ISP. And like you could have an ISP built on Helium that is running wires to people's houses that like you have no contracts for, that isn't owned by a single person. It's like a whole amalgamation of lots of other stuff coming together. This stuff is just incredibly interesting, and there's no projects in the world that have attempted anything like this before. This sort of economic system tied into blockchain of flowing and metering resources in this way, it's pretty groundbreaking, and it's pretty crazy to see it actually works. I mean, like a bunch of my sort of like work in previous lives was like dealing with things like Eleanor Ostrom's theories of common pool resource management.
Mm,
And like she won the Nobel Prize a few years ago for this work. But basically, how do you create a system where the people within the system manage the resource for its long-term sustainability? Not like sustainability necessarily from an environmental standpoint, but like no matter what resource it is, you don't want to exhaust that resource, right? You want it to be able to persist for the future and be available for all, because even just from your own self-interest perspective, you make more money.
right.
And like Helium is such a cool example of saying like it's in no one's economic interest to build a point to point wireless network in New York City.
Hmm.
It's in everyone in the community's interest in if everyone sets one up in their house and suddenly like I have a Helium eSIM on my iPhone and I get service on it in a bunch of places all around New York because there's 8,000 of these 5G hotspots in the United States, and it's not perfect coverage yet, but like that thing launched not very long ago. Like even just when you could buy them and put them up, like not even like the reward structure system, it's incredible to see how much coverage there already is in a place like New York.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the angle. First of all, you'll have to send me that academia or research or what it was you were referencing earlier. I find the common good stuff. I find that quite interesting. But I like the way you're framing this. You know, we are building essentially the base layer here, and we're very, very early. I was just indicating earlier that it had been almost 4 years of the Helium blockchain being alive. Well,
Yeah.
Helium as a project goes back to 2013. I mean, there is a long road, right? Or 10
Oh
years
yeah.
in, 10 years in, but we're just barely getting started here. We're building the base layer upon which all of the things that you're saying can be built. And I think what you're getting at is the exact same reason that in my mind Helium is the most exciting is we have an opportunity to build an open source distributed collective base layer that only improves over time, only
Yeah.
gets more cost efficient over time, only gets more user friendly over time, that can be essentially an economic hub globally, but also locally at any place in the world where people want to come together and deploy a cellular network, deploy an IoT network, deploy a Wi-Fi network. Now they have the building blocks to create that sort of um, that sort of common good that you were talking about, that public infrastructure, public goods, right?
Yes.
And right now, that's very hard to accomplish. You can't really accomplish it in a fiat system, at least not without significant red tape and hurdles. And the permissionless nature of blockchains really enables this whole thing to exist.
Yeah. It's very, very, very cool, I will say. So yeah, I'm really excited this happened. I mean, the uh the idea that Solana is becoming home for decentralized physical infrastructure networks is super exciting to me, and I think it's something that we really are seeing. One of the really interesting parts of this, just to start out with, is like HiveMapper, right? So
Yep.
HiveMapper is built on a combination of Helium and Solana. HiveMapper has dash cams that go in people's cars. They build a globally decentralized version of Google Street View. But it's not just Google Street View, because Google Street View is like, oh, one car drove down on one day in the middle of the summer 4 years ago, and that's the photo I get forever. Like it's time scale imagery. And if you've looked at anything about um, where this technology goes, right? Like the ability to have time disparate interpretations of what's going on in an area, like the Google Street View API is the most expensive consumer facing API in the world. It's like almost like I think it's like 25 cents like to pull in like a street view for like a real estate listing when someone
It's
actually clicks around
insane.
and
It is
interact with
insane.
it.
I've used
To,
it. It's insane.
yeah, it's so expensive. And this is like one of those amazing examples of where decentralized physical infrastructure is actually going to provide a better quality of service than centralized infrastructure. I think if you ever like I'm a huge fan of like open street maps and projects like that, but like they're always kind of worse data sets than like Google Maps has. And this is going to have objectively much better data sets than Google Maps has. And this is
Right.
like the whole idea of like this is built on Helium, this is built on Solana. Like of course, now that they're going to be on the same like global base layer here on Solana, like it's very exciting to see what more types of things like that can be built that doesn't take all of the work that the HiveMapper engineers had to do of integrating two independent blockchains into one product. Now it's all going to be one globally composable ecosystem.
Yeah, in essence, we're building like the roadmap or the blueprint for any projects that want to come do stuff like this in the future. And to your point, I think a lot of the nature of these projects is going to be, first of all, equality focused, right? One of the things that HiveMapper does best is it incentivizes the mapping of areas that are just not economically feasible for these giants like Google to map,
Yeah.
right? It really improves the unit economics and creates the incentive in a very sustainable way. Um, and secondly, just like the niche of supporting, like you're going to be able to create value in places that are the most underserved first, right? Like, what's the best Helium 5G
Yeah.
town going to be to start? Not in terms of like how much usage is there, but like pure impact. What's the
Yeah.
town where what's the place where we're going to take people, like 5,000 people, from zero connectivity to full connectivity? That's going to be hundreds of small towns across America, right? That's going to be hundreds of small towns in Europe and then Asia and then so on and so forth.
Yeah, and it's even more like just blatantly self-interested than that. Like my parents live out in Montana now. They have these like the classic Helium example that like unfortunately still isn't shipped yet, but these like RF, these like cell phone GPS based dog collars, right? Because like
Mhm.
they don't want to put fencing up all around the property, but like they also don't want the dogs like going off and like chasing a bison into someone else's yard or whatever happens in Montana these days. And those things, they have a monthly connectivity subscription fee, and like they're looking right now. I mean, they have a Helium 5G antenna up on the house, but it's like, could we just switch it over to this? Like, could we use that to provide that connectivity service? And it'll cost probably about 10 cents a month as opposed to the sort of $10 it costs right now. And there's a double effect of that, right? Not only are they saving themselves cost for wireless infrastructure, but now suddenly that is a layer that's going to be available to anyone who wants to use like something built on Helium. And so it's this whole idea that like you can solve your own problems in your own community on your own property, and you can also help build this global network at the same time. And like me putting up a Wi-Fi router in my house doesn't do anything like that. Me trying to build like my own version of a private LTE network just for these dog collars, there's no community benefit to that. And so like this is the piece I love about this, the way this technology is built, is everyone can just be very self-interested capitalists, and we can still create an amazing public good that actually helps solve real problems for people everywhere in the world.
Yeah, and I want to build off of that. I think a really subtle, often unacknowledged point that kind of makes this whole thing work and makes all the incentives align is the first principles physical nature of wireless networks. There is only so much spectrum that can be occupied at one time. And so if you have multiple businesses, if you have multiple telcos, if you have multiple governments building competing wireless networks in the same space, you're essentially going to have the least efficient system possible. Whereas if you have one unified wireless network, you're going to be able to share whatever hunk of spectrum you're either using for Wi-Fi, for CBRS, for any sort of cell signal. You're going to be able to share that amongst all the radios in the area in a dynamic way. So you don't have these situations where in a suburb, all three carriers exist, right? T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon. They each have their own chunk of spectrum they're broadcasting on. But let's say in that suburb, 80% of people subscribe to AT&T, and the other two are just broadcasting essentially unused spectrum. In a unified system like Helium, you're going to be able to solve this and have everyone in the end state, right? In the ultimate end state of this network, everyone is going to be sharing the same access to the same spectrum, and you're going to have the most efficient utilization of that resource possible.
Yeah, which is super cool, right? It's like a municipality that decides to switch their parking meters to running on LoRa systems. Anyone can now use that system. It's very cool.
Exactly. And so just in our last few minutes here, I want to shift over to, what are some of the benefits that people are going to start seeing immediately from this transition? Like what is Solana bringing to the table that people are going to be pleasantly surprised about once they start interacting with their new Helium wallet?
Uh, I am still amazed how expensive and slow the Erlang blockchain is.
Wow,
It's
right after it
just
died, you're already kicking it while it's down.
look, kick it while it's down, right?
Too soon,
um,
man. Too soon.
but
I'm kidding.
it is so expensive to use and it's so slow. Like I don't know why I'm paying like $1.50 to vote. Like, that's insane, right?
Yeah.
And why like, oh, I did a transfer, let me check back in a half hour. Like, the thing people are going to be pretty blown away with is you're going to think you're using something built on a Web 2 cloud provider. Like, Solana delivers performance that feels, from a human perspective, just as fast as doing anything built on another system that's like a centralized Web 2 provider, except it's run by over 2,000 nodes globally distributed all around the world with the highest Nakamoto of any proof of stake blockchain, right? And all of that stuff comes together to make something that's incredibly fast. Um, and that is, for me, like, the real power of this stuff is that when you're moving over to Solana, everything is going to be much more speedy and much more economically efficient. But also, suddenly you've got access to DeFi. Suddenly you've got access to, NFTs. Suddenly you've got access to social layers built on top of this stuff. Someone can write a smart contract using a social protocol to automatically whitelist every wallet address running a hotspot in their community and add them as whitelisted to this Discord server.
Oh, wow.
That's just
That's
automatic. Like, this stuff just
very
comes
cool.
for free when you're building on top of this stuff. Now, I don't know if anyone's done that yet, but like,
Yeah, it's a good
that's
idea.
just an amazing community project where it's like, oh, I spun up a node in New York, I'm automatically added to the Brooklyn Helium operators like Discord group,
I love
right?
that.
Yeah.
So, someone is in chat has given you an incredible layup here. Will the transaction fees go down? For instance, I sent some mobile tokens to a friend and it cost 35 cents in HNT. Will it be cheaper?
It will cost approximately $0.00025 to send any amount of HNT.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the base cost there is Lamports, and Lamports are like a tiny fraction of Sol. And so if you're just doing a simple transfer, like sending HNT from one place to another, you're just paying a signature request, and that's 5,000 Lamports, and that's an incredibly low cost for this sort of thing. Even if you're doing something more complicated, like a financial arbitrage transaction and like a bunch of other complicated stuff, you're still talking about fractions of a penny in terms of transaction costs.
Yep. And all that means is, especially in the arbitrage case, right, we're going to have hyper efficient markets. You're going to have tons of different liquidity pools that you can participate in. You're going to have lots of options for borrowing, lending, splitting, staking. There's just countless things that can be built, countless things that will be available on day one, which is tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, there's already tons of DeFi protocols lined up for day zero support. Wallets, right? Obviously, like, I think my favorite two wallets built on Solana are Backpack, which is a fully open source wallet system. There's this cool XNFT thing that you'll be hearing more about. And Glow. Glow is, I think, the best UX I've ever seen in a wallet. And so this stuff is super cool and interesting, right? This is like, there haven't been good wallets for Helium because there's been no smart contracts, right? Not that there's not good wallets, but like, there's been one wallet built by the foundation that 99% of people use, and that's great. But like, what we're sort of trying to see here is that like, Helium is going to go from being an amazing network built on an island to an amazing network in the middle of a city. And there's
Yeah.
just so much more you can do around Helium. And so I'm really hope that, like, once the transition happens, everyone has their wallets with, Helium in them, and they're able to kind of go forth and explore what's possible on Solana. Like, try out some stuff. I think you're gonna like it.
Oh, I love it. Perfect way to wrap up. All right, Austin, I know you have to go. Thank you so much
Yes,
for joining.
definitely.
It's
Thank
an
you. This
exciting
is
day.
fun.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll definitely have you back on soon. We'll have to talk all about it once we get rolling here.
Cool. Sounds good.
Alrighty, take care.
Bye.
All right, so that was Austin Federa, head of communications at the Solana Foundation. Austin has many years of experience in both ecosystems. As you can see, he started actually out as a Helium community member, was one of the most active ones. I just remember him around all the time in 2019 and early 2020 before he joined the Solana Foundation. And I guess all I have to say is listen to what he's saying. He's entirely right. I loved his city analogy. I think going from an ecosystem on an island to being in the middle of the city is like a perfect analogy about for what's about to happen. You're going to see tons of permissionless integrations with Helium in addition to the ones that are planned with the foundation and with Nova Labs. I want to dig into that word for a second because I've used it a lot during this stream. But permissionless, what does permissionless mean? It means that anyone, as long as they possess the necessary cryptographic prerequisites, can participate. So what does that mean? On a blockchain, all you need to participate is a little bit of the token, in this case, SOL, right? You need to be able to pay your transaction fees, and you need an internet connection. Anyone who has those two things can build on top of Helium and can compose with the Helium contracts on Solana. They can build things like reward splitting, DeFi integrations, liquidity pools, and a whole assortment of other things that probably we can't even imagine today. This is an opportunity space as far as applications go that I believe has only been 0.1% explored. Smart contracts are very new. Think of the early App Store, right? This is the analogy I like to use. The App Store, although not the same type of network, is a network, right? And it's a place that enables certain functionality. The early App Store was full of like silly apps, mostly for years, right? Mostly games, some social networking stuff. It birthed Facebook, right? I think we can all agree that Facebook wouldn't be nearly as large as it is without mobile. And then came things like Uber. But those took years, right? It took years of the App Store existing for someone to build Uber. It took even more years for someone to build something like TikTok, which is now one of the highest engaging apps, regardless of how you feel about it. So my point is that the innovation that is yet to occur, that will enable the economic growth of Helium, that will enable the technical usage of the Helium network in different ways that we can barely even imagine, like that is a Cambrian explosion that's just beginning. And by moving ourselves from our own proprietary island, our own blockchain, over to Solana, we are going to drastically increase the amount of opportunities for people to come in, build things, and say, look, I built this thing. It works on the Solana blockchain. It uses the Helium network tokens. It uses the Helium hotspot NFTs. It uses the Helium smart contracts. It uses all these things that exist that are essentially public goods in order to build, to expand, to imagine new things that could be built. That is the world we're about to enter. And I'm super excited. I think over the next, let's say, 3 to 6 months after the transition, you're going to see some really new, exciting community built projects. In the next 2 to 5 years, like the amount of stuff that's going to be built that is going to be just awesome, it will blow your mind. And we're talking things like, a totally decentralized hotspot hosting service where people can invest in deployments in different areas. Things that's just like a one wild, crazy idea. But basically, things that will accelerate the deployment and development and the usefulness of the Helium network drastically. Let's see. Let me stop ignoring chat. We're talking about the denialists. We're talking about FUD. We're talking about arguing with each other. I guess I shouldn't have expected. I shouldn't have expected much more. I'm going to take a short break. Drop your questions in the chat. I will answer all questions when I get back. Yes. See y'all soon. See, I had to do some moderation here on the chat. I'm not going to lie, I didn't have the time to read the back scroll, but when you have multiple trusted community members calling out one person for bad behavior, it's pretty clear what needs to be done. So that user's in timeout now. We'll get some mods in the future. I think mods would be good to have. One of those things that, I'm not super experienced in streaming. This is only my second stream ever, so didn't think to line up the mods beforehand, but certainly going to be on my mind now. Coming up shortly, we're going to have Abhay Kumar, CEO of Helium Foundation, joining us. One of my favorite people. And if you're asking me, did you take a 5-minute break just to get boba? Yeah, I did. I'm not even shy about it. Let's see. Is there a primary focus for Nova and Helium after the migration? Or is the focus to grow IoT, mobile, and Wi-Fi 6 at the same rate? The migration does not shift the priorities whatsoever. The migration, think of it as like lubricant or jet fuel. It's going to make all the existing priorities 10 times easier to accomplish. The new Oracle's architecture for data transfer and for proof of coverage, plus not having to maintain our own layer 1 blockchain anymore, not having to update it with performance improvements and whatnot, that's going to just drastically reduce the amount of effort that is needed to iterate on every aspect of Helium. Whether it's the core of the blockchain, the core of how everything works, tokens, various smart contract-like functionality that we had on the Helium L1, proof of coverage, data transfer, regardless of what part of the stack you're looking at, after this migration, every single thing is going to get 10 times easier to iterate on minimum. And I think it's very real that a lot of the community has been frustrated at the slow pace of development in a lot of these fronts. And frankly, a lot of the slow pace of development has been specifically because the Helium L1 has been so hard to work with and has needed so much maintenance and so many performance improvements to reach the scale that the network needs, because it grew so fast. So I think I interviewed Amir last year, and I think he said, he wasn't shy to admit that 80 to 90% of the team's resources were going towards developing and maintaining the blockchain. 80 to 90%. Just like, think about what that means. This is supposed to be a project about creating and deploying wireless networks. But almost all the resources on a continuous basis were going towards creating a brand new blockchain. So it's like building Helium plus building something like Ethereum at the same time with a small team. I mean, I don't know how they weren't completely burnt out. They probably were. It's just an untenable thing to try and do. And that fact is what led us to where we are today. That's what led us to the Solana migration, is that we need to not focus on building the blockchain. We need to not focus on doing things in a way that creates friction at absolutely every step. I mean, think about it. If they wanted to make updates, if the Helium team, I'm talking about old school Helium Inc., now Nova Labs team, wanted to make updates to the way that packets move through the network, or that devices receive packets, right? Something that you're thinking like, why does this even need anything to do with the blockchain? They had to make sure that the blockchain node was on the latest version, that all the validators, so hundreds of different entities, had all updated to the latest version, that there were no bugs, and that the performance was good enough. Then, and only then, after a months-long release cycle, waiting for their update to get to this fully rolled out state, could they start to iterate on whatever they wanted to do that was specific. Maybe it was something as simple as, changing the way that packets are routed, something that shouldn't ideally touch the blockchain at all. And as of the Oracle deployment, which happened recently, already happened, no longer does, right? All of this stuff, all this configuration stuff is in the config service. It's no longer on the blockchain whatsoever. So that's just my little rant about how everything is going to be ridiculously easier to build and deploy and iterate on now. And the priorities are exactly the same as always. We want to build the network of networks Focus hard on IoT, focus hard on mobile, invest significantly in both because they're both very important. How much HNTs got burned to this day? Does anyone know? You know, I had been tracking this at some point, but I don't have a number. But it's in the millions. Yeah, it's in the millions. A lot more burn to come, especially as mobile ramps up. HNT based where? HQ. There is no HNT HQ. I explained, you can rewind to the beginning of this stream. I explained the separation between entities if you want to find out more about how the organizational structure of Helium exists. But long story short, it's a distributed team. Okay. I would like to welcome our next guest, Abhay Kumar, the CEO of the Helium Foundation. Abhay, welcome to the stream.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Hey Arman.
I'm everyone to you. I knew it. I'm your everything. How is it going? This is what a day it's been so far. You've killed your baby.
Oh man, it is bittersweet, I would say, right? Like this, the chain has done some good stuff for us. So
just a couple things, some small things. Yeah, I was just explaining because someone had asked in the chat, are the priorities of Helium Foundation and Nova Labs in regards to IoT and mobile going to change now? And I was like, basically explaining like, no, this is rocket fuel. This is accelerant for all of the priorities of Nova Labs and of the foundation. Like this transition is going to make everything 10 times easier to build and iterate on. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean that's right. I mean, this really just lets us focus on, I think, what's the most important thing, which is building wireless networks. When we started this sort of version of this project a couple, 3-4 years ago, we had to both build a blockchain and also build a wireless network and support it. And I think this really is a chance for us to just be more focused on the thing that we're here for, which is to build this decentralized network.
Yep, and I couldn't have said it better than myself. I just tried to say the exact same thing in a lot more words. So, yeah, highly accurate. So
practiced.
Yeah, exactly. We've said it 100 times. So, from your point of view, we've gotten to where we are now. We've halted the Helium blockchain. Like, what's next? What are we going to be seeing in the next few hours?
Yeah, so there's another back channel going on, which is essentially devs from different parts of the community that sort of were part of the Halt. We're now taking a snapshot of the data, so all the validators still have all of the blocks since and all the ledger state that is going to be taken as a snapshot, and that is the data that needs to end up on Solana. Right. And so what they're doing right now is one, making sure that all the oracles are shut down properly and they're rebooted and they have the right version numbers and sort of are prepared for Solana mainnet. And then the second thing that they're doing is making sure that data is now available to Solana. And so that takes some time. There's it's many megabytes compressed of data. That this is every single account, all of the balances, every hotspot, their locations, their everything that's sort of all the data that's on the chain in 4K. Yeah, unlike my camera for some reason. I'm sorry, you guys. Like it's like horrible. Like,
yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
I feel like I'm like in a at like Burning Man or something.
Ghost
it's like
conflict.
very yellow. This is not live from Burning Man. Sorry. But apparently you see my art. That's cool.
And mine. Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, that's what the devs are doing in the other channel. Essentially, they are taking the snapshot, verifying. One of the goals that we have is to make sure that multiple folks are verifying the data before we even load anything onto Solana. And then once it's loaded on Solana, we will sort of really just opened the floodgates.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real about it. The data loading that you're talking about, like this is the scariest part by far. Like, yeah, of course that the code has been run over and over, tested over and over for completeness and whatnot. But, you get one shot essentially to like lift and replace all of the data from the Helium L1 onto the state in Solana. And it has to be
That's
right.
exactly right.
Nothing
That's
can be
exactly
wrong.
right. Yeah, we very specifically, like, we're not looking to fork, right? This is a continuation of state. And so that's why we were very, very careful about how we halted. We certainly could have just like halted the chain with a bad var or with a bad rescue block, for example. That's one way that we could have done it. But that could have created a fork, and we don't want to do that. So, this really has been taking, this process took months because we needed to make sure all the validators were up to date, all the nodes that are following were up to date. All of that stuff needed to be ready for that var. That really was that halt chain var that I tweeted earlier. That was basically like, here's, here it is. Here's the last block on the chain.
Yeah, we were looking at it earlier. I went into my own ETL to just refresh until it happened. I showed it on stream. But yeah, no forking. That's a good point. I mean, it hypothetically could be a group of validators. It's like, no, we want to continue this thing. It's like, let's just all agree that we're not going to do that because that's going to create chaos for no reason.
I think it could happen if someone decides to do that. They are running a different chain. That's the way to think about it, right? And
Helium Classic.
Like all of Helium Classic, exactly. Like all the code is open source, right? All the nodes software is open source. If someone really wanted to do that, they could. And that's the nature of networks like ours, is that's how it's supposed to be. And if someone is excited and wants to do that, that's great. I mean, I would argue that the block, I'm a little biased, of course, but of course I thought the code that we wrote for our blockchain was pretty good. I think I'm sure there's some gems in there that if you like Erlang and you want to use it, you could probably use it for something interesting.
Also, I just noticed your DGen Ape Academy hat. I love that.
I thought I would do one little thing for
yeah, that's subtle. That's really, especially with your camera quality, super subtle now.
Yes.
Someone in chat asking.
Shout out to the apes.
Yeah, shout out to the apes. DAA, the original, like the Solana NFT project that launched NFTs on Solana into the stratosphere, and some of the most awesome art that I love very much.
For sure.
Someone's asking about ETL. Will the ETL server be continued for use for our own queries?
Yeah, so we'll keep so the DYETL will sort of keep that running for a few months, and we'll announce when we're planning to stop supporting it. My end goal here is all of the data that was available on the Helium blockchain is still accessible for a very, very long time. Might not be in the exact same format, but I really want, I think there's lots of needs. There are lots of needs out there. Tax needs is like a perfect reason. Like today is the day that some people in the U.S. care about that a lot.
That's right.
And so I think that could be a need for running queries on the data set. So certainly supporting those kinds of use cases is something that I think that we'll continue to do. API.helium.io will continue to run for the next several months as well. And we'll slowly deprecate that over time. Over time, there'll be more data on the Solana side, right? And that's where the data, that's where we'll be doing most of the querying.
Yep. And I think one thing that you pointed out I want to highlight is taxes, right? People are going to need to go back into this historical data for a long time to come. I guess 7 years is the amount of records that you're supposed to keep, right? So for the next 7 years minimum, people are going to need to go back and reconcile their taxes for all the stuff that happened on the old chain. So I just want to state personally that I coded what I believe is the most used Helium tax export tool, which is the fairspot.host tax export tool. That will continue to be supported. So you are still going to be able to go for, indefinitely, or as long as I can imagine that anyone would want to use it. I will make sure that lives on. You will be able to go query all of the data and export your tax data for the Helium L1 blockchain, which is now a completed data set. There will be nothing added to it in the future, but you'll always be able to use our tool to go back and get that historical data. And of course, FairSpot as a company is no longer operating, but I'm I think it's very important that that tool is kept alive. I think it's the most complete one that's out there. So just in case anyone's wondering. And by the way, and if you haven't done your taxes yet, go do your taxes.
or at least file an extension.
Or file an extension. That's right. You have options. Pay the penalty. Pay the man.
Yeah.
So yeah. Any other thoughts you want to share? You told me you had 5 minutes, and I feel like we've already gone over that.
Yeah, no, I wanted to jump back into the back channel that we have, if just to see how things are going. But yeah, no, it's first, thanks for running this day. Hopefully, folks are enjoying the sort of live updates. I've got to say, like, so far everything's been boring, and that's a good thing. And I hope it stays boring all day and through tomorrow. That's
yeah.
So yeah.
I'm just going to ask you real quick because of the boring nature, right? I have to come up with my own entertainment because I have to entertain the people.
Okay.
So what I'm planning on doing is a bit of live coding. I'm going to make like a little migration tracker. I've got the list of all the accounts that are going to be created.
Nice.
Do you know that if there's going to be significant delays between those accounts being deployed, or is it just going to be like kind of all at once?
So it's lazy, actually. So, and as you open up your Helium wallet app, it happens, while you open it up, and it happens kind of in the background. So you'll see like this kind of loading screen that you might have seen if you had tried out the Solana experience on DevNet. So you'll see a similar loading screen, and you'll be able to, and that's you migrating your own account. That's actually the sort of cool thing about all these, about the way we did this, is that like we're sort of setting up all the data, but you as the wallet owner are migrating your own account, and doing that automatically. And it's a permissionless process. So for some accounts that are out there, the sort of very large accounts, ones with many hotspots in them, we're going to fire those as well. So anyone can sort of migrate. It's a little weird. Anyone can actually migrate anyone's account.
Yeah.
Technically, that's the nature of permissionless systems. But yeah, so we'll be sort of making sure that data migrates, specifically for sort of very large hotspot accounts, like the ones with hundreds of hotspots in them.
Well, I'm glad you answered that question that way, because that's probably what most of the people in the audience were wondering. And I probably didn't ask what I actually meant very clearly. But what I was talking about was like, for example, the SubDAO program, the data credits program, the circuit breaker, like, are those going all at once? Or are we going to have a fun time building something that will be able to track them one by one?
No, they'll all go at once. It's going to be one big program to play.
Damn!
I mean, you might catch the block times are pretty quick, right? So they'll go pretty fast.
Yeah, it's going to be like at this point, I'll probably just keep a browser window open with the Explorer and an account.
What you could do, the couple of things that you could potentially do if you want to do some live coding. One is you could see migration, so you can watch the migration program. So that's one potential thing. The other thing you could consider is, and I don't know how many people are going to do this today, but VHNT staking. So you could track that. You could track oracles submitting. I mean, I don't know if any of the oracles are listening, but they need to start listening, and they need to start like doing stuff. So that's pretty important. So any oracles listening, make sure you start submitting mainnet price feeds as soon as you hear that we're on Solana, especially before the epoch ends. That's really important. So,
awesome.
So that I might as well say that in every venue that I can, I guess.
So let's see, for tracking the state loading, I don't know. I don't know if it's all that easy to track that.
Yeah, I would do things like, and then after the epoch ends, you could track hotspot owners claiming rewards.
Oh,
that could be kind of interesting. So that would be after the epoch. Here are the hotspot owners that are just like so excited and they want to hit the claim button in the app, right? That'd be pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be awesome to track tomorrow. I mean, that's the number one thing that I really want to just like take a look at is how quickly are people inflating their wallets. It's going to be so fun to watch, and like all the activity starting up. And just a reminder, like everyone who wants to trade, I know everyone's going to want to trade on DEXs, but in order for that to happen, we might need some liquidity first. So just everyone remember, that's an option. There's a lot of risks involved with becoming a liquidity provider, so I'm definitely not recommending everyone to go do it. But for those people who know what I'm talking about, and for those people who know what the risks are, just remember you'll be able to continue on Orca and Radium, right?
Orca and Camino.
Orca and Camino, right? And anyone can go create a pool on Radium. So I'm sure
Yeah,
there's already someone in the chat threatening to do it.
yeah, I mean, there's a ton of venues on Solana. I think Radium and OpenBook are also great, and great teams. I'm actually really impressed with how quickly the Radium folks and the OpenBook folks like kind of came together after this like risk of the Serum programs not being accessible anymore, right? So I think that's they're a rock star team too. There's a bunch of teams in Solana ecosystem. Some who I've gotten to meet over the last couple of months, and some who I don't think I've had a chance to, and I'd love to meet them and learn more about them.
Awesome. Well, Abhay, thanks so much for joining us today. I know you got to go. I want to see that migration stay boring. We'll keep the fun stuff going on the stream. So if you get totally bored, you can tune in and we'll have something fun going on. But
tell me when it's dad joke time. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, it definitely will be. It'll be before you know it, I
think. Cheers.
All right, take care. Always dad joke time is the favorites. Yeah, and an important reminder, I know we were talking about DeFi a bit there, but remember that a downside of permissionlessness, which is one theme we were discussing a little bit before Abhay came on, is that anyone can go do anything, and that can lead to problems like impersonation. So, for example, people could create tokens that are supposed to look like the HNT token, or supposed to look like mobile, or supposed to look like IoT, and then they can maliciously send you a link that says, go trade this token, go provide liquidity for this token. And that is a way to lose a lot of money very fast. So it's important that whatever you're participating in, whether it be trading, whether it be providing liquidity, or even just transferring tokens, even participating in any sort of DeFi application, regardless of what it is, you're always going to want to be sure to know for sure that you are accessing the right contract address, right, the right token, that you are accessing a trusted website and not some copy, because it's very easy to get duped by the upside and downside of open source. Like when websites are open source, people can easily take that code, redeploy it elsewhere, and make it look exactly the same. So all in all, like, crypto has its pitfalls. You're going to want to make sure that you educate yourself. Like it's not like you can just go out there and do anything you want without any knowledge of what the downsides could be and not get hurt. I think it's very important to educate yourselves on like what are the most reputable venues on Solana. So some of them I'll name are Jupiter Aggregator. That's jup.ag, jup.ag. That's a trustworthy place to trade and provide. You can't provide liquidity there, but you can trade. Orca, as Abhay mentioned, orca.so, right? Check your domains. Make sure you get the right domain. And then there's also Camino, which is Camino, Kamino.finance. So these are the places you're probably going to want to go to do any sort of trading or liquidity providing. There are also a few other things, DeFi apps, that I just won't mention for now, because I think we need to focus on the things that are most important. But yes, as Brainstormer is saying in chat, if you are going to go provide liquidity, don't get sucked in by the promise of some APR. Like there'll probably be a lot of trading to start. The APR might look very high, but know what impermanent loss is, because it's not like you're just going to purely profit if you're providing liquidity. There are, as with anything financial, like there's ways to win and ways to lose, and there's ways to end up with the neutral result. And the best thing you can do is go out there. There are tons of resources online, tons of resources on YouTube. Educate yourself before you do anything like that, because you can end up losing money, and that's not something that most people want to do. Let's see. We'll be able to use our hotspot devices as a mobile network in the future, that is, as a communication tool. Also, will you have a special work for customers in Turkey? Some of the IoT hotspots, I think, will be able to be converted into 5G hotspots. I think maybe some of the rack or minted ones have announced something like that, where you can plug in a small cell, but you're still going to need a small cell. You can't just like use your existing hotspot for mobile if it's an IoT hotspot. you're gonna need a mobile hotspot for that, right? You're gonna need a 5G capable hotspot. And as far as Turkey, like the mobile network is only operating in the US for now, and probably for the, for quite a while. I can't give an exact time frame because I don't know all the details. A lot of that stuff is done by Nova Labs, not the Helium Foundation, right? And also a lot of it has to do with regulatory uncertainty, not whether or not some company is doing something at some time. I hope that made sense. I feel like that didn't make any sense, but I hope it did. 5G Fly saying the radium pool is mine to create. I will create it. All right, more power to you. Let's see how to stake HNT and wallet to get the land rush 3x and when. Stay tuned. There's going to be more information on that, but not today. Can't do it today. When rack dashboard? God, I have no idea. Liquidity pool is okay for US, but not swaps. They don't allow swaps for US. Orca does not allow swaps in the US. You know what? I'm going to check that right now. Last time I checked, I was able to swap. No, unavailable in your country or region. Yep, that's unfortunate. But Jupiter is available in the US. So, and that routes your trades directly through Orca, or the best liquidity source. Orca will probably be the best liquidity source for HNT, most likely. I don't have a crystal ball, but it seems like it will be that way. So if you want to use Orca and you're in the United States and you don't want to, you're worried about doing something like using a VPN that makes you feel weird, no problem. Just trade on Jupiter. It routes your trades directly through Orca with no additional fees. What are we worried about going wrong today? Oh, I love that question. Okay, so like Abhay was talking about, I think the scariest part, I guess I was saying it, but the scariest part to me is what's happening right now, which is the snapshot and the state loading. So, as we discussed, every single aspect down to every single last bone, we call them bones. The smallest unit of HNT is called bones, named after an employee at Nova Labs called Bones, who I believe is still there. Down to every last bone, down to every last asserted location, right? Down to every last security token, mobile token, account, wallet, right? Like every association with every hotspot, between every hotspot and every wallet. All those things need to be loaded from the Helium blockchain into a proprietary data format and then onto Solana. Now, this code has been run over and over and tested over and over, right, on Solana DevNet. So there's been a lot of testing that's gone into it. There's been a lot of opportunities to find edge cases, to find where things haven't quite gone right and fix them. And the only big difference, the two big differences in my mind with what's happening today and what's already happened a bunch of times, which is, one, we're dealing with Solana mainnet and not DevNet. Now, I've done quite a bit of Solana development, and I can tell you that mainnet behaves differently than DevNet, not in its core functionality, but in things like speed, transaction processing delays, right? So if there was any sort of timing expected for DevNet, right, if things were expected to go at a certain pace, then they might go differently on mainnet. Now, two things I have to say about that. One, I'm not saying that mainnet is slower than DevNet. In fact, mainnet is often faster than DevNet. Why? Because mainnet often has much better RPC infrastructure. Well, what's an RPC? Those are the nodes that run the Solana blockchain, keep all the current state, and basically serve them out to clients, right? Whenever you send a transaction through a blockchain, you need to send it to an RPC. What will the foundation team be doing today? Basically that. They're going to be sending a ton of transactions through an RPC. Now, the second thing I'll say, just to finish up that thought, I'm nesting thoughts here, but I hope you're following, because this is important. The team that's doing this transition is very experienced in Solana. They definitely would have thought to account for something like the speeds might be different between the two chains. And it's very unlikely that will cause any issues. I know for a fact that we are going to be using Helios RPCs, which are some of the beefiest RPCs out there. Beefier RPCs means high spec machines that can take in a lot of transactions and process them with very high speed and reliability. This is key because Solana has a lot of like a very high performance requirements as a blockchain, right? You need legitimately like half a terabyte of RAM to serve an RPC for this blockchain. I mean, it's you need a lot. You need like 24 to 32 cores minimum. Expensive machines. You need big machines to run this reliably. So that's what we're going to be using. And trying to get back to the root of this thought here, but essentially the scariest thing is lifting and placing all this data. I don't expect anything to go wrong. So the first thing that's different is the speed between mainnet and devnet, right? And the second thing that's different is just that there's been more data, right? There's been more data since the Helium blockchain was last snapshotted and loaded onto DevNet. Now there's been more, more transactions, more blocks, whatever, and whatsoever. So we've halted the Helium blockchain now. There will be no more transactions, but between when it was last snapshotted for DevNet and between then and now, there will have been more transactions and more blocks. And in my mind, like, what's the biggest risk? It seems, which again I think is exceedingly unlikely, but is that between then and now, there will have been some sort of malformed transaction or transaction that is just in a format that has never been seen before. And that could be totally unintentional, or it could be because someone is trying to create a roadblock for this migration. Do I think that happened? No, I think it's very unlikely that a malformed transaction would have gotten past the consensus group and be put into the blockchain state. Why do I think that's unlikely? Because all of these things have been tested over and over and over and over extremely well, and the transactions are very well defined. Like, they're very well typed, and I think it's pretty hard to create an edge case where you get a transaction through that is like not exactly what was allowed. And this is just a core tenet of every blockchain. Like, you need to have very well defined transactions. So I think those are to me the scariest thing. Like, what could go wrong is just like a piece of invalid state is brought over from the Helium L1 to Solana, or like we get 98% of the way through and there's a piece of invalid state or something. But other than that, it is a scary thing to have this big event that you can only do once, right? You can only take the state over and put it on Solana mainnet once, right? So it has to be right. It has to be 100% right. And fortunately, like in the realm of blockchain engineering, we're used to dealing with things that have to be 100% right. Like, that is one of the core tenets of all blockchain development, is that if you have invalid state, either things have to halt or fork. Every single time there has been a Solana outage, it's because the blockchain has stopped due to there being an invalid state. There may have been one outage where it was just like traffic overwhelm or something like that, self-inflicted, of course, not like a DDoS attack. But generally you want the blockchain to not continue if there's an invalid state. So that's the thing I think could go wrong the most. Other than that, like deploying Solana programs on mainnet, maybe like there are like a lot of programs being deployed today. So there's always the chance that like maybe someone missed like a devnet variable when they deployed on mainnet. That's like, so one variable is set to still be the devnet version instead of the mainnet version. And then, what will that take to fix? It depends, right? But those are the main things I could see going wrong. And I don't see like any major disaster happening. I think things are going to go smoothly, but that's why we're here, right? We're going to monitor, and hopefully it's boring as hell. And hopefully the only entertaining thing that happened all day was that I sat here and talked to you for 4 hours. When can I add new miners to the blockchain? Not till tomorrow. Is there a time frame to take the next steps of the mobile token? Tomorrow. Like the miners on the shelf in the background? Oh, thank you. As you can see, we've got some unused fair spot miners. Those are our custom branded Nebra miners. Got a Sense Cap. We've got a Bobcat, and we've got a rack miner. And actually, I'm going to show it to you because it's special. This is a rack miner that was left in the sun for a long time and got this nice bronze coat. One of our hosts left it in the sun, right? Like right on a window sill. They're usually black, but this one, come on, buddy. There we go. It's got a beautiful bronze hue to it that I really love. Call it the sun-kissed rack miner. Now, incidentally, this happened like a few months before Rack introduced their gold spot, which is like where you pay them extra money to have one that has more RAM and is gold. So not to say that I inspired the Rack gold spot, but I can never give that up. I mean, it's one of a kind. Will the denial list still be active when migrated to Solana? Yes, that nothing will change there. Thanks for the nice words, Chad. You left your sense cap in the rain for 2 weeks and it still worked? Oh my God. That's so cool. My sense cap M1, yeah, 8 gigs. I think that might have been the 4 gig model, if that is a thing. I'm not really sure. I, as the owner of a hotspot hosting company, I ended up with like a few too many hotspots. This is not a relatable thing to anyone, but when you're just like surrounded by a lot of hotspots, it can get a little overwhelming. So the sense cap one was one of the ones in my fleet that like didn't really like we only had one, and so you don't really want to be like doing support for like a one-off. They could have all these different issues, like give this to one host and have to do support for them. So I ripped out the guts and I turned it into a Bitcoin node, just to have some fun. I love Bitcoin. Play with Bitcoin. If you ask around the Helium community, you'll find that there are a lot of Bitcoiners. Amir Halim, co-founder of Helium Inc., has often said that he considers himself a Bitcoin maxi, which I think is really funny. But it's kind of a cheeky acknowledgement that, you know, Bitcoin is kind of like, it's unique. It is a immaculate conception that can never be repeated, and there are a lot of things about it that are very special. There's a lot of stuff in the space that also incidentally is like worthless. So yeah, I think you'll find a lot of people who, and I think Helium shares a lot of the same values of Bitcoin, of just like distributing resources, creating a trustless way to build networks that are useful, right? And in this case, we're talking about physical infrastructure networks with Helium, but with Bitcoin, it's a monetary network. So I think a lot of the values are shared between Bitcoin and Helium, and you'll find a lot of like very, very adamant Bitcoiners, even though some say Helium is an altcoin, whatever you want to call it. I think a lot of us who love Helium also love Bitcoin. It is pretty cool to think that the entire blockchain Bitcoin blockchain can fit into like a micro SD card. I think it's like what, 300-400 gigs. You can get a 512 gig. I think can you get a terabyte micro SD card now? Jeez, that's crazy. I remember when I had a computer that had like a 40 megabyte hard drive. I was a kid, but like that hard drive alone was like that big. And now you can have like the whole transaction history of all of Bitcoin like in the size of your fingernail. That's absolutely insane. How busy is Capcom today? I did reach out to him. We're gonna have more guests, by the way. I'm just talking to y'all. We're just having a grand old time. I was gonna do some live coding, but I think Abhay just kind of killed that idea by telling me that all the transactions are happening at once. I was hoping to we're gonna use GPT-4 and make a little website that showed like one by one which accounts have been initialized. But honestly, if they're all going to be initialized at once, it won't be fun to watch. So I kind of got discouraged. SenseCap is the best miner tied with Rack. Definitely agree. In fact, I want everyone to drop their favorite miner and their worst miner in the chat. I want to see if I agree with y'all. I've overseen a lot of miners in my day. I will say, personally, my favorite miner of all time Come on, y'all. Come on. It's the original Helium hotspot. You kidding me? No one has matched, no company has matched the build quality, the elegance, the ease of use of the original Helium hotspot. And this one I'm holding here, special. This one is not onboarded. Yeah. Better keep those onboarding servers alive so we can onboard this one day. I might give it away one day as like a very special item for someone. This is a pure non-onboarded OG Helium hotspot. Oh, wow. Worst Nebra. Helium OG best, Nebra worst. Bobcat, people like Bobcat, people like Rack, worst Syncrobit. I think that's pretty objectively true at this point, that Syncrobit like straight up abandoned their like support and maintenance. Best SenseCap, worst Nebra. People like Rack V2. Deeper, Panther are the worst. I can't comment on those, but I've heard things didn't go great. Lots of love for SenseCap, and I will admit that the quality is awesome, especially in the days when performance mattered, like when the hotspots were still running blockchain nodes. Oof, man, those SenseCaps, they were the only ones that had like the power to have top earnings. I used to track it. I mean, they earned legit 50 to 100% more just because they were able to keep up with the blockchain. Federa is the most underrated. Interesting. I actually never used one, but I know they attach to your window, which is really cool. More love for SenseCap, more hate for Syncrobit. Nebra is the worst, hands down. SenseCap, the worst is Nebra. Nebra is the worst. Nebra is the worst. Helium emoji is Synchro and Nebra are the worst. All right. So I think Nebra Nebra gets awards here for being the worst. Wow, someone said Bobcat's the worst. Okay, that's the first time I've seen that. Also, Bobcat's the best. So, yeah, I mean, I obviously love Helium OG. I also will give a shout out to Rack and to SenseCap. Racks have just been solid. The only downside of Rack, in my opinion, is, well, two things. One, the ports are like weirdly on different sides. It's like, feels like it didn't need to be that way. Could have had all the ports on one side. Kind of makes it look weird. Although I guess for some deployments it's probably better, but for most, and also the fact that it was encased in metal, probably not great for the Wi-Fi performance. I did notice that their Wi-Fi performance was weaker than the other hotspots. Helium OG did not have either of those problems. Bobcat V1 was bad. Bobcat has under-provisioned hardware, although that now no longer matters as of, since light hotspots. But they did perform pretty consistently. I will say the thing I hate the most about Bobcat is two things. Number one, the fact that you need a pin to use the reset button. I mean, come on. This is crazy. Even for, I think, Bluetooth pairing, you needed the pin, right? Like the SD card poker thing. Number two, why did they put all the ports under that like sheath thing? It's so hard to screw in the antenna if you have anything that's not like kid fingers. It was a weird choice, but you know, they're the most deployed. People saying Nebra is the worst. Like, look, okay. This is my personal opinion, not the opinion of the Helium Foundation. I do not represent the Helium Foundation in this regard whatsoever, but I will agree Nebra is probably the worst. As someone who's deployed over 1,000 Nebras, I mean, the amount of engineering that we had to do just to get the Nebras to a working state It's hilarious. I mean, it was actually kind of fun, fun and traumatizing, right? To fix that. One of the most crazy parts about Nebra is that they were so poorly assembled that they'd fall apart in the mail. So when we were mailing them out, we noticed that like a lot of our hosts would get hotspots and be like, it doesn't work. And we were so confused until we realized that they fell apart in the mail. Got some pictures from certain hosts who were like, yeah, we had them show us the inside, and it was just like daughter board's disconnected. The Raspberry Pi on top of the daughter board fell off. The antenna connector is disconnected. The antenna connector like nut thing was loose. So when they put the antenna on, it like twisted the insides of the hotspot. A lot of issues. Jumpers had fallen off, right? There was like a whole list of issues. And one of our amazing community members at FairSpot was like, hey, like I'm an expert in 3D printing. And they just casually mentioned it. I was like, oh my God, they could probably 3D print us a solution to this. So we had them print these brackets for us. Let's see if I have them here. Okay, right. So these are our custom Nebra brackets. I still have hundreds of them, but there's two kinds. So we went through, I believe, 17 different iterations to get to this design. This is the first time I've ever explicitly mentioned them to publicly or shown them. Of course, if you're a host of ours, you could have opened your hotspot and found them, but these two little plastic bits probably can't. Yeah, I don't think my camera's going to focus on this. I'll try. Yeah, here you go. So two of these in each hotspot. The top part would go against the lid. The bottom part would bracket against the daughter board. And all that did is it held all the components together. So when we shipped it, it wouldn't fall apart. And this little change alone probably saved 90% of our customer support load from people just getting hotspots that had fallen apart in the mail. That doesn't mean that people didn't still get ones that had fallen apart, though, because it wasn't a 100% fix. There were certain parts like the jumpers, which you just can't really bracket them down that easily without something much more complicated. You know, when you design something like this, it not only needs to be reliable, but it needs to be easy for your employees to use and to put in the hotspot reliably. And even these, they need to be very precisely placed in the hotspot to make sure they don't fall apart. So that plus the fact that there was a proprietary mainboard inside that made repairs very difficult. I'll give them credit. They did go modular on the USB, the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth dongles, so you could replace those easily. But those never failed. Those were never the parts that failed. It was always that either it fell apart or the SD card died due to too much load or too many reads, or the eMMC chip inside died because they were just poor quality. So there you go. That's the rundown on my Nebra experience and what we did to combat. We had so many engineering solutions to combat the downsides of having chosen Nebra. But I'm glad we did. I'm glad we did it. I think FairSpot was an awesome, amazing experience, and we helped a lot of people get into Helium. For those of you who don't know, we're no longer operating, but we transferred all of our hotspots, over 1,000 hotspots, to our hosts. So anyone who ever hosted with us, they now own their hotspot. Oh, wow. What the heck? Okay, guys. Apparently we're in CoinDesk. Hold up. Hold up. Oh yeah, look. Decentralized wireless project Helium begins to move to Solana blockchain. Hold up. This is getting me pumped up. Let's turn the music back on. Hold up. Crypto connectivity project Helium kicked off its migration to the Solana blockchain midday Tuesday, abandoning its own crypto infrastructure. Jeez, that was really abandoning. I mean, kind of though. For a new, more stable home. Developers supporting the network have initiated a 24-hour process that will kick the Helium blockchain offline. Done. We did that. And recreate its key metrics on Solana. I don't know if metrics is the word I would use. Maybe state, data, accounts, wallets, hotspots, NFTs, infrastructure. Probably not metrics though. It sounds like we're measuring something. Helium smart contracts will be unusable during the transition, but if all goes to plan, the network will be up. So it will start back up again Wednesday. That's correct. Transition aims to make it faster and cheaper to operate on Helium, a project attempting to globally deploy decentralized wireless infrastructure that relies on cryptocurrency as an incentive mechanism. Until Tuesday, its tokens lived for nearly 4 years on the Helium blockchain, a custom layer 1 that lacked the broad appeal of Solana, Ethereum, and other smart contract platforms. Moving to Solana offers the project a wider audience and a more stable platform. This article is from 1 hour ago, by the way. That's why I'm reading it. Despite Solana's own history of occasional outages, it's far more reliable and stable than Helium's, according to Helium blog post. That is true. Can we highlight this for a sec? Okay, hold up. We're taking the article away because I need to tell y'all something. I'm gonna look straight into the camera for this. Anyone who complains about Solana's outages has never used the Helium blockchain. We were the kings of outages, okay? We had more outages in 1 week than Solana had in 2 years. We always invented new ways to break this blockchain because we were scaling so fast. So anyone who wants to talk about, oh my God, like Helium is moving to Solana, it has so many outages. I guarantee you every single one of Solana's outages was less consequential and less painful than all the Helium outages. I think we probably have under our belt like a total 1 to 2 weeks of outages. We have had some long ass outages. We've had some painful outages. We've had some repeated outages. And we've had them more frequently than any blockchain that has any level of users ever did. So I think this is a super important point, and I'm not gonna let it go. I'm not gonna let people go on saying that, oh my God, we're moving this blockchain with outages. Yeah, Solana outages have nothing on Helium blockchain outages. All right. It will also give Helium a deeper pool of developers to call upon, as more developers are familiar with Solana blockchain's coding language than Helium's, according to Helium board member Armandus Fully-Arjamandi. I know that guy. You can no longer submit a transaction to the Helium blockchain, he said in a live stream tracking the event around 12:10 Eastern time. Live stream had about 200 viewers. The transition, no link? Come on! The transition will see Helium's tokens migrate to Solana and its hotspots. The hardware backbone behind Helium's IoT network switch from issuing HNT to IoT. However, token balances will be frozen during the transition period until Helium's new infrastructure on Solana comes online. Helium's network of data sharing hotspots will... Data sharing? Is that really what we do though? Helium's network of hotspots will continue to operate during the 24-hour migration, according to a blog post. Well, cool. Thanks, whoever wrote this. Who wrote this? Danny Nelson? Stream Watcher Danny, or whoever told you that we were doing this stream. Thank you for the shout out. And thank you for the mostly accurate coverage with some suspect terms that I cannot necessarily endorse. Jamie also brings up a good point. Ethereum's had periods of outages via the gas fee market going parabolic. So has Polygon, by the way. The highest capacity L2, it's not even L2, but sidechain for Ethereum. Polygon has had periods where it's just like ridiculously expensive to use, such that it's barely usable. And they've had to make changes. Let me check up on my Discord a bit. All right, let me line up a couple guests here. Bear with me for one sec. So we're gonna have a guest who's gonna tell us a little bit more about what's gonna happen over the next few days. Just give our guests a minute to get set up here. Thank you, Fairspot. A number of hotspots running due to you guys. Hey, I recognize you, Fred. I recognize you from our internal dashboards. You're so welcome. I remember once we were basically giving out refurbished hotspots like candy, you definitely gave us a few really good locations. So thank you. Thank you for participating. All right, let's get Adrian, aka Waveform, on here.
Hi.
Adrian, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just had two windows open, so I just closed my viewing window.
Oh, no problem, no problem. So how's it going? How's this day looking from your perspective?
A lot of the same questions. Most of the questions can be answered with "Don't do anything at the moment."
I'm seeing the same in the live chat here. People are asking us over and over, you know, when can I do X? When can I do Y? What do I do? It's like, don't do anything. Not now, not till tomorrow.
Yeah, especially don't delete your blue hotspot app.
Mm-hmm. At the very least until you've done your migration. And definitely, if you're going to delete anything, make sure you have your 12 or 24 words.
Yes, and there are so many people who think they have them in the past and then write them down, and they write them down wrong. An example I've always used is nose and noise.
Yeah, I don't know. Whoever chose the word list, they really did put a couple words in there that are so similar to other words. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, I've my first wallet, my 12th word I wrote down wrong. I now know what it is, and I'm leaving it misspelled in case someone actually ever does get access to the paper. But the first time I changed wallets, logged out one, logged in the other, and I couldn't get back into my original one with lots of HNT in it, I was worried for a little while.
So one question that a lot of people have been asking is, how can I stake? Like, how does VEHNT staking work? Where can I go? What can I do? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
The actual operation, yes, will be done within your wallet. There is those who have seen tick the box for Solana experience might have seen it. There's a little icon in the bottom right of the wallet, which will appear by default when the wallet starts operating again. The little globe icon, and that's a browser icon. So it opens up a browser in the app, and I think they're pre-populating some links, one of which is the Jupiter aggregator, and one of which will be the link to Realms. Realms is the way where you go to do staking operation.
Right.
And there is on the docs website currently at the moment under tokens, I think it is. There's a guide to some screenshots and some instructions there that Joe has put up on using Realms. And yes, there is a plan to create some user videos. Probably the most confusing one that we've heard of is when we say about splitting the HNT. Now, splitting the HNT is really the act of transferring part of your VEHNT into a separate container, a position.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we talk about splitting, it's just the act of transferring a proportion out. The validators, they should start to see the full VEHNT deposit in their wallets midnight UTC time tonight.
Okay.
If the wallet access is available. Validator operators will have one massive position. If they've got 100 validators, they will have absolutely one big position.
Right.
So we've got the scale of people wanting to stake a few HNT for the very first time, and we've got those who will inherit massive stakes, especially those with lots of validators. Some organizations have them, and you'll be able to stake anything from 1 HNT, an unlimited amount, and you can stake it from 1 day to 4 years, which is 1,461 days.
Wow. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for answering all those, bringing up all those points, because those are things that I was wondering about myself, especially the splitting positions thing. If you're coming across the line with validators. So just to be clear, if for all the folks out there who do have validators, they'll be able to split into as many positions as they'd like through the dApp browser in the Helium Wallet app, essentially.
Yeah. I would definitely recommend splitting positions to be a granular amount. I mean, if you've got one validator, you could split it into 5 or 10 amounts.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you decide to stake them to one token, and the validator operators just say they stay with the 6 month. If you've got 10 positions, you can then change your staking period. You can change the delegation that you're staking to. So you've got a lot more granular ability if you start to split your large staking positions into a greater number from the beginning.
That's a really interesting strategy. So you're saying essentially it's some like a bond ladder or something like that from traditional finance. You want to stake some for 6 months, some for 12, 18, 24, just to diversify your risk all the way out the curve.
Yeah, because when you delegate or when you take an action on a position, it's either all or nothing. So if you had a 10 million VEHNT and you didn't split your position, you could only move that one position to either delegate it to IoT or mobile, or change that one single staking time to be from whatever month to whatever month. You can't be granular. So
yeah. No, this is great advice. I'm really glad you said this. Because I'm trying to think ahead. I mean, all of us who want to take advantage of the Land Rush 3x bonus, which I recommend that everyone who's considering staking consider doing that, which means you have to, decide how much you are going to stake into VEHNT, regardless of whether it's 1 position or 7 or 10 positions, however many positions you want to do. You have to do that in the first few days. So consider when you're doing that there are going to be new sub-DAOs in the future, most likely. And when there are new sub-DAOs, you may want to split your delegation between sub-DAOs. You're not going to be able to, I guess you could split. Can you split let's say I lock up 48 months now. Could I split that into 2 positions later and keep the Land Rush bonus on those 2 positions?
A position is just an amount of locked up VEHNT, and for the Land Rush period, there are some additional rules. Once the Land Rush period is ended, which is at the 23:59:59 time UTC time on the 28th, so we've got until then.
Days.
Once that has ended, you can't transfer additional VEHNT into that position. and if you transfer any out of that position, if you want to change your staking period, for example, then the VHNT you transfer out of that position will not receive the land rush bonus.
Okay.
So this is the reasoning for granularizing your positions in the first 10 days.
Okay. Well,
once you've done that, you could combine them again. If you
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, this is great food for thought. I was not aware of this. There's so much to know.
You can't combine ones that were created in the first 10 days. But if you have the ones created after the 10 days, then you can rejoin them again together. But the two limits are you can add to a position, and I think the rule is that even if it's the same type and situation, and if you transfer out, then it loses it.
Okay.
I believe the rules would keep in place even if both positions were created in the first 10 days.
And what Siegfried is saying is that the one position will keep the land rush bonus, but the split off position will lose it, essentially. Yes. Okay.
Even if it's going to another land rush position, because that second land rush position shouldn't be able to accept additions.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. A lot of subtleties here. Wow. Yeah. So let's talk about a little bit about...
This is what I've been doing with Noah over the last few months. I will ask him questions and then try and figure out alternative questions, and then ask him the question again, and then then ask other questions, and then ask other questions again. And I myself have not got down to all the exact nuances in operations.
Well, I will call on the community. If you're watching this stream and you're hearing this new information, and you're saying, wow, I've read the documentation, but I didn't know this. I'd invite anyone to create a GitHub account, even if you're not a technical person, and go review the documentation and suggest an update or an edit if you think it's not clear, if you think that there's something that could benefit people. Like if we don't have anything in there about this splitting of positions, we should have that, right?
That's how I started on GitHub. I started modifying the file name for the image download for repairing SD cards. That was my first edit. On GitHub, and I started doing that regularly. And then I started, okay, like can I make a change on this document that makes it easier to understand? And now I think the fourth biggest change editor on the docs page.
Wow!
Just from starting to do small little changes and then getting more confident. So other people have put through. Siegfried, I think, put something through the other day. Yeah, great change. People can. I mean, I didn't really follow it myself. I just walked through the process. The editor's a little horrible, but as long as you can edit text in text, Sam Guttenberg can work it out.
It's funny because first of all, I subscribe to your ideology or your method of start small and gain a little bit of confidence and then do more, because that's how basically my whole career has gone. It's just been a bunch of small starts ballooning into much bigger things over a series of years. But it's funny because I am a technical person. I've done plenty of stuff related to code and GitHub and whatnot, but I also was intimidated by the just vastness of the Helium docs repository when I went to first contribute. And the first contribution I made was in the same file that you first contributed to, which is I changed a link on the SD card flashing instructions to the latest Helium firmware. We both contributed to the same doc as our first contribution.
Yeah, the same line on the same page, probably.
Yeah, exactly. I should check the blame, see if you're in there.
Another thing that people need to be aware of as well for staking is you can change your delegation at any time. You just won't earn the day that you make that change.
Okay. So if
And
I'm looking to switch my delegation between mobile and IoT, regardless of which direction I'm going, I can do that, but I have to wait for the epoch to end. Is that what it is?
yes, if you undelegate, you will lose your earnings within that epoch. And if you redelegate, you won't start your earnings until the start of the next epoch.
Right.
And we should mention that epochs are now 24 hours long, not 30 minutes as they used to be.
Yeah, that's right. I did mention that earlier, but I'm sure I don't know how many viewers we have now that were here earlier for that. So yes, and that's has to do with also earnings are now calculated on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
And do we want to talk a little bit just briefly about how earnings work now compared to how they used to? I think it's quite an interesting change.
Just before we go, just one thing on the delegation is that in order to make changes on your VEHNT, for example, moving to cooldown or changing the period or changing the lockup period, you must undelegate, make that change, and then redelegate. You can't
Okay.
you can't change your VEHNT situation until you undelegate.
And for those who are new to Solana, this is also exactly how Solana staking works. If you want to stake to a validator, if you want to switch validators that you've already delegated to one, you must undelegate first, wait for the cooldown, then you can redelegate.
Yeah.
So moving on to rewards, I know you're also going to walk us through a little bit of like what's going to happen over the next few days. I definitely want to get to that, but just very briefly, like how is claiming rewards going to work?
All rewards now will occur on the hotspot or the position, and you will claim them into your wallet. And the claiming action will cost you an ever micro percentage of 1 cent of Solana, and we will be depositing enough for 100 claim transactions in everyone's wallets. So nobody needs to buy Sol initially, but you will have to buy Sol in the future to perform actions within the wallet. But yeah, so when you you can leave a hotspot accumulating IoT or mobile for months, and that IoT or mobile won't appear in your wallet. It will appear on the NFT that represents ownership of that hotspot. So you'll be able to see it if you look in the wallet, and you'll be able to see if you look on any of the Solana browsers, but it won't be part of your value of your tokens in your wallet until you claim it to the wallet.
Right. So I guess because I think this is a subject that maybe is hard to grasp at first, do you think you could sort of rephrase that in a side-by-side explanation? If I'm a current hotspot owner, what am I currently experiencing? And then what's going to be what am I going to change, or what's going to have to do differently? What I'm going to see differently now?
So if you're a hotspot owner with, say, 5 hotspots, at the moment, you look on Explorer and you will see every 30 minutes that your wallet has increased in value with some HNT. And it could be one of those hotspots, could be all 5 of those hotspots, but there'll be a little summary saying this amount of HNT has appeared in your wallet.
Right.
In the future, each of those wallets, so each of those hotspots, will accumulate their own incremental total of IoT. And you'll be able to look at each hotspot and say, this hotspot has accumulated several thousand IoT, for example. And if you claim it, that value in the hotspot will go to 0, and your total in your wallet will be incremented by the amount you've claimed.
Okay. I think that's pretty clear. So hopefully people will have a good understanding of just remember your rewards will continue flowing. There's nothing you need to do that's special to be entitled to the rewards. You are always entitled to the rewards just as before. Only difference is now you have to click a button when you want to actually use them.
A quick update on as well on hotspot transfers. Before on the old Helium L1 chain, if you wanted to transfer a hotspot from one user to another, it had to have been active on the chain sometime in the last 1200 blocks. It needed to have done POC or data transfer, even if it was an invalid POC, before you were allowed to transfer it. Mm-hmm. That no longer is the case. You can just transfer the NFT representing the hotspot to another wallet at any time.
Right.
But what that does mean is because tokens accumulate with the hotspot, you can actually transfer a hotspot to someone else that has IoT held on that hotspot.
Okay. Kind of follow here.
Because the tokens now accumulate with the NFT representing
I see what you're saying.
If you transfer the hotspot without claiming, you've transferred the amount of IoT that hotspot has accumulated or earned since you last claimed. So make sure when you're transferring hotspots, you claim the IoT that's there on that hotspot.
Now, certainly this is a user experience issue, which we will undoubtedly be making sure that it's very, very hard to transfer a hotspot that has unclaimed rewards.
I don't think that's a restriction at all.
Sure, it isn't. It isn't a legitimate. I mean, to be clear, you can still get around the 1200 block thing because it was not a restriction on the Helium blockchain for a long time, right? That was just a restriction in the app. So I think, hopefully we're going to do our best to make sure that the makers and whoever is building the user-facing apps is going to do some sort of check before someone transfers. But until that user experience is solid, I think it's very important. Although I guess what you're saying is now you can just transfer an NFT in any old wallet, and that represents your hotspot. So it's not like you're going to necessarily be using the maker apps.
Yeah, and the transfer hotspot function will be in the wallet, and it also can be in the maker apps if they want to implement it.
Right. And
but as it's just now a transfer NFT. Maybe we ought to have something in the app that says, "Don't you want to claim before you transfer?"
Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I think we should have that.
And if I don't know, it could be in there already. They could have put it in there already, but if not, that should be a feature we request.
Well, it certainly is impossible for either one of us to keep track of all these little details that's happening. So I think we can sit here and confidently say that we have trust in the people who are building our solutions, and they will hopefully think of this. If not, they're hopefully watching the stream and will be like, "Oh my God, we should add that." But regardless, people will now be able to use whatever wallet they want, and so they're not necessarily going to be protected from that mistake. So it's good that we're educating them on claiming their rewards.
Yeah, and, just looking at the comments, yes, you'll be able to buy Sol with HNT from within the wallet.
Right. That's right. You will be able to use the wallet app as like essentially a dApp browser, and then you can go to Jupyter Aggregator or something like that and just go trade.
I already transferred a month ago one Sol to my Helium wallet. Mm-hmm. Because we've had the wallet IDs available for several weeks now. So as a test, I just transferred one Sol. I can't see it in my wallet app, but I can see it on a Phantom wallet. But it was there on my Helium account.
Yep. Yeah. For those who are technically inclined and are able to derive their Solana address weeks ago, they could already get a head start, and you could still do it today, even if you want to.
It's very easy to see your Solana address today. Mm-hmm. go on the current Helium Explorer, look at your account, and below your existing wallet address, there'll be another address that's got the Solana, the green Solana logo next to it, and you just click on that, and that takes you to the Solana Explorer with your new wallet address.
Oh, excellent. I hadn't even noticed that change. And yeah, as you already mentioned, their wallets will be dusted with Sol for some initial transactions. So people will not have to send Solana to their wallet, but it will probably be helpful in doing things like trading. You often run into situations where you have to create token accounts and do various things which cost like 0.0002 Sol. So that might use up your airdrop pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So as far as where we're going from here, I want to give people a picture of like what we've seen so far is day zero. The Helium blockchain has been halted, right? The final block has been produced. And we are currently in a period where the Solana programs are being deployed on mainnet. The snapshot of the state from the Helium L1 blockchain is being taken. And that snapshot is then going to be loaded after the programs are deployed onto Solana mainnet for account inflation, which basically means so that people can get their accounts loaded up and going. What's it going to look like over the next 2 or 3 days? What are some milestones that we should be looking at?
So we've got the migration happening. Started. What's that now? 3 hours ago, and that will finish where everything's set up, as you said, and then there is what they're calling a stub epoch that will be from that point, lasting from that point till midnight on the 18th UTC time. So it won't be a 24-hour epoch. It will be a 4-hour epoch, or however long it takes. And that will create the first one. At the end of that, validators will have their VEHNT positions. I'm going from memory here and what I've checked with Noah. So that the end of epoch 0, we're calling it, because it's not the first one. It's the stub one. Validators get their VEHNT positions. The earnings that you would have got in HNT during this out period, you will now get as IoT. The treasuries get populated with some HNT, some IoT, and some mobile. And you get the 100 transaction Sol in your account.
Right.
So that's where we will be at 00 UTC time. The next 00, which is going to be 5 hours from now.
Yep.
I think. Then epoch 1 starts, and you'll be able to delegate if you've got VEHNT already. You'll be able to stake your HNT to VEHNT,
Mm-hmm.
and then delegate. There will be another day when rewards happen, and then at the end of that day, there'll be obviously all the rewards happen as if a full day has happened on the blockchain.
Right.
But the one thing that you would and delegation will be calculated in there. So that's the first day that the DAO utility score will be calculated.
Okay. That's an important one. For those who aren't in the weeds, you'll probably be like, what is all this? But yeah, the DAO utility score is going to be key in determining where the HNT goes, which treasuries it goes into.
So that's the first day when they can calculate it. Then we get to the next day, and epoch 2 will end on Friday in 5 hours time, and that's the first one where the sub DAO that you delegated to will actually give you an income in IoT or mobile.
Okay. Yes, it all makes sense. It all makes sense when you think about the delays in each of these steps that needs to happen. Yeah.
So the first the first day when we can actually say everything has happened is in 2 days, 5 hours time. Only at that point will we have seen everything happen.
Right.
And this is one of the reasons for extending the land rush period from 7 days to 10 days.
Right.
So that we can see that it's working. We can show people what this is and how it's working.
Okay, that makes total sense. Okay, that was very helpful. I think just to sum it up, if you want to have the whole enchilada, if you want to do, your swapping, your staking, your delegation, and then see your VHNT delegation give you income, you're going to need to wait until a couple days from now to have seen all those steps happen. But if you're just trying to get started with your wallet, trying to get your rewards, about 24 hours, next 24 hours is where you will start to be able to interact with the Solana blockchain.
Yeah, you should see rewards in your, I'm going to say, wallet as in Solana wallet rather than wallet as in wallet app.
Right.
In 5 hours. So you can go, as far as I know, you can go and browse to any one of the Solana explorers in 5 hours time, and you will see rewards in your account.
Right. Okay. Well, very exciting stuff. I have to cut us off here because I have to move on for our next guest who's scheduled. But Adrian, thank you so much for coming on here and explaining all that stuff. I actually learned so much in the past 20 minutes that I was very much I was wondering, some I didn't even know that I wanted to know. So
yeah, there's a lot of things I've mentioned many times and I put in the docs, but it gets missed by people. An overload of information that some of the nuances get missed.
Yeah, much appreciated. And I see 619 OTA is saying, can I get an extension on the land rush? I'm still trying to take this in. You have 10 days. You'll be okay. Yeah. Plenty of time to research and ruminate and meditate, whatever you need to do.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Adrian, thanks so much.
Bye.
Take care. All righty, everyone. Well, next up, we've got co-founder of Solana Labs, Anatoly Yakovenko. So, without further ado, let's get him up here.
Hey, folks.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me switch this off. There we go. Wow, what a day. So, we've got our own series of things going on over here that we're tracking. What's your day like so far?
Pretty good, I think. Just regular meetings, engineering, kind of doing the regular rounds. Things are going well. So it looks like, very excited to see Helium actually get over the line. I think Noah has done a remarkable job building the software and testing it to make all of this possible. So it's finally here. Really stoked.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm stoked to hear that you're having just a normal old day, because we've spent a lot of time today on this stream talking about how we didn't need to be spending 80 to 90% of all of our resources building our own blockchain. So, if you and the team at Solana can be over there having normal days, just building the thing, scaling it, making sure it's, secure, making sure upgrades are happening, that's, music to my ears.
Yeah, awesome. Same. Yeah, this is kind of like this is our bread and butter, what we do every day. So to us, this feels very normal.
Yeah. I mean, y'all have so many dApps running. I mean, it's kind of funny, we've made a lot of hype about, that this is a huge transition. It's the biggest that's happening. And, you mentioned that Noah's doing such a great job, which he and the team, I totally agree. They're definitely rockstar engineers by any means. But, I remember talking to them a little bit about the transition, and they're like, oh man, I'm so worried. We're going to be putting, hundreds of thousands of transactions through in a 24-hour period. I don't want to slow down the chain. I don't want to do whatever. I'm like, listen, guys, you're fine. We got 20 million transactions a day. You're a drop in the Helium, as big as it is, will be a drop in the bucket compared to all the dApps that are already transacting on Solana.
For sure. Yeah, that part is pretty exciting, especially because what's really cool is that Helium is one of the first users of the compressed NFT standard, which greatly reduces the state load and makes it really, really cheap to mint NFTs. I think reality is that on some networks, the cost to mint those NFTs would approach the cost of the hardware, which is ridiculous, right?
Interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way. Yeah.
Which should never be even remotely possible. And like the whole point of what we're building is like to make the network be as cheap as physics allow, to really cut the cost of everything and maximize decentralization at the same time. And when you have that like really low cost, high speed, it just unlocks opportunities for projects like Helium to succeed and like build cooler and better things. So my dream is that like within 2 years there's a million 5G cell towers that are being tracked on Solana, and we're building like the next gen applications where you have like not just the physical rewards, kind of the business side of a carrier being tracked on the network, but something that I've always dreamed of is like actually doing software defined networks on chain, where if you're watching a Netflix movie without you knowing, Netflix could pay a tower to give you more bandwidth on chain, and that software gets reconfigured automatically. You get bumped to a higher tier just for that movie. You get an awesome experience. Netflix gets to keep their customers, and like do something like build a better product for their customers. And all of that is like done by, hardware run by volunteers, which is like awesome. It's like, I think science fiction if you talk to AT&T and Verizon to enable these kinds of use cases. But to me, it's just like, okay, we just a couple smart contracts and the hardware's there, and there it goes.
No, absolutely. And it's so interesting. I mean, the perspective that you personally have on this industry and this combination of technologies is so unique, because you did work in mobile for so long. You worked at Qualcomm, you worked on shipping actual phones, and Solana itself is inspired by, technology that allows wireless networks to scale. And so it's not only literal integration here, but also symbolic integration of ideas that
sure.
cross-pollinate between these different technologies. Quite interesting.
For sure. And like I have no doubts that like a decentralized carrier is going to be better than any centralized one. It's just a matter of time to prove it out.
Yeah, that's a thought I've had as well. The centralized carriers are, although let's be real, they ship a lot of technology. Like we
Yep.
can't sit around and say that Verizon and AT&T and T-Mobile and the global carriers are slouches. They're out there building. They're shipping like cutting edge stuff in a globally competitive market. But what they can't do is upend their own business model and allow people to come in and participate and build and own the networks. And that is something that, you kind of just imagine, if you think far enough out in the future, you can imagine an idealistic version of the world where all of those centralized services just collapse onto a decentralized like base layer.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if they all became MVNOs on top of Helium infra?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, there's a world you could see it happen. Like, it obviously, like it's obviously an insane thought for that to happen anytime soon. But for it to never happen also kind of seems crazy, because at the end of the day, I've talked to plenty of people in the industry, and they're like, I'm like, what's the biggest challenge? What do the carriers spend so much money and so much time on that they just end up, absolutely hating it to the point where they just want to outsource it? And the answer I always get back is billing.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, that's actually insane to think about. Like you have to think about, like, if you understand the context of how complex cell networks are and how much technology and operational expertise goes into deploying and maintaining these networks. And then you're like, but billing is the thing that they can't do at scale without pain.
Well, it's hard because you're using a like mixture of different carriers' hardware, and like phones hop networks all the time, and you need to provide a great uniform experience. So there's actually like I've read stats from like Gartner and stuff that it's like $20 billion a year is fraudulently billed between cellular networks by like kind of like shitty carriers that are like, oh yeah, we served, like terabytes of Verizon customers. And it's really hard to prove that they didn't.
Wow.
So those numbers are like pretty sizable, but it's pretty tough to fix, because like everything in like modern day, I think actually works pretty well. And the next generation improvements require like these double-sided markets where all the participants and everyone else have to kind of agree on new standards with like much stronger like next generation record keeping, like a blockchain or whatever. It's just a lot of work to do that. I think maybe the opportunity for Helium is that if they're faster on the hardware side, like, because you do need to deploy a lot of 5G cell towers to give that awesome, great experience. They may actually be able to bring that technology much faster to the carriers, even if it's like, Verizon starts using Helium's hardware, where it's available and like plugs into their billing system, and that like kind of slowly but surely like fixes a lot of their problems.
It's sort of the long-term Trojan horse approach, if you will. But yeah, I mean, the way I see it playing out is maybe that Helium thrives in the markets where the need is the greatest, right? The most underserved markets. There you go.
Yeah. People are asking about the Saga phone. I'm still high on the launch.
Yeah, tell us about it. Tell us about the Saga launch. It's just happened.
It's awesome shipping like hardware products to consumers, because it's a lot of work. And like getting it over the line and getting it out, it's just like such a huge release. And I'm very happy with the device. The build quality is awesome. So like I was really worried the reviews are all gonna like destroy it, because like, reviewers are like restaurant like connoisseurs, right? They shit on everything, but reviews are positive. The build quality, I think, is better than an iPhone. And my guess is that the next generation iPhone is going to copy like a steel, like a titanium frame and stuff, because it's just looks cooler and feels better. And I think folks are starting to realize how important Seed Vault is, that it's not just like a crypto phone, but like the technology is really, really interesting. The secure processing unit that Qualcomm built, it like segments the screen and the touch events away from Android and the operating system and the applications. So there's no way to even take a screenshot of your seed phrase. The keyboard is like running inside hypervisor. It's really, really cool. So it's as good of a hardware wallet like security as you can get in a mobile phone, which I think is like what we all expect, like when we have like every phone in the world becomes a hardware wallet, like that's the expectation, is that the security is there and the user experience is there. So I'm really stoked about what we shipped. With regards to Helium, Helium is an open carrier, so it can run many phones. This can run on many networks, so there is no like carrier lock-in. But we're obviously working very closely with the Helium folks. So if you want to get on the early access, even though that list is now closed for Helium, if you have all the Saga device owners can get on early access for Helium. So if you really, really want to get on Helium's like early access network, one way to do that the only way to do that right now is to get a Saga mobile device.
Yeah, and just to back up a little bit, I think for those, there may be people in here who are unfamiliar with Saga, and so I'm just going to have a brief rundown, and please correct me if I get anything wrong. But Saga is a phone that is made by a company called Solana Mobile. So is that, just to clarify, is that a subsidiary of Solana Labs?
Yeah, it's a subsidiary of Labs. Yep.
Okay, so just how Helium Mobile is a subsidiary of Nova Labs, Solana Mobile is a subsidiary of Solana Labs. You're building this phone called Saga, which is a high-end flagship Android device. I was going to go grab mine. It's a little far away. It is an awesome phone, great build quality, high refresh rate screen. And the most unique thing about it, as you were saying, is the Seed Vault, right? So it's kind of like a hardware wallet and a phone in one. It brings the experience of using Apple Pay to the security of using a hardware wallet. And just how you trust your iPhone to securely store your face in the encrypted fashion in specialized hardware that cannot be extracted from to protect your biometric data, you're now going to be able to trust your Solana Saga phone to hold your private key for your crypto wallet in the same way, and furthermore protect it from apps that are trying to maybe extract the key or do anything malicious.
Yep. And what's cool is that, like, obviously my passion is operating systems, building developer platforms. So this thing has a dApp store that's built for decentralized applications, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But one of the major ones is that, like, the way Web3 works, like true digital ownership, just does not jive with Web2 business models. When you own an NFT, you actually own it. You can resell it. When Magic Eden lists NFTs on their website, they can't add a 30% tax on those NFTs inside their iOS app store, because no sane human would pay like $13,000 for a $10,000 NFT, right? It's just like not fair to the iOS users to even try to do that. And this is because it's not content created by Magic Eden. This is really content created by third parties. It's owned by people, and it's traded like physical goods. And this is just not something that any major software company has been willing to accept, I would say, since forever, like since the 90s, when as soon as Windows licenses became non-transferable, that was like, that's when software companies decided that you don't actually own any digital content. You're kind of leasing it from the company that makes it. And we haven't been able to really get that back, I think, since. So I think Web3 is really like just not compatible with Web2 business models. So this is why there's an app store, and like every developer that we talk to that's working in the industry, like one of their biggest concerns is, how am I going to get the features that I want into like iOS or Google Play? And both are, very hard. Like the reviewers are arbitrary. It's not clear what the rules are, not clear what you can and can't do with regards to tokens and NFTs. And it's pretty arbitrary how things are decided. So it was pretty important for us to have that kind of open environment for Web3 developers to experiment. And because the rules are so bad in these big app stores, that actually, if we have 25,000 like active users that care about crypto, that's a better distribution channel for most devs than for mobile than going through the big app stores. And that's kind of mind-boggling.
I mean, you're speaking to my heart. Yeah. You're speaking to my experience. Before I went full time on Helium, I spent 10 years as a mobile app developer, mobile game developer, indie. And I can't tell you how many months of my life I've wasted building projects that were great projects, nothing, morally reprehensible, but Apple, for whatever reason, just didn't like it. And they were like, sorry, you got, in order to submit something, you need a full product. But you brought this full product, and you just don't think that it's appropriate for us. And there's no second chance. And there's a lot of developers in that same boat.
Yep. Yeah, I think there definitely needs to be like an open alternative that isn't like driven by, I think, protecting their financial businesses or whatever it is. Or it's just really hard, right? Apple builds everything. They have their own content. They have their own financial services. Anything interesting that you want to build is going to touch something that Apple's already building. Same with Google. So like, they're always going to kind of have control over the apps and their stores, and really prevent them from ever getting big enough to threaten their core businesses. And that's really, I think, bad for innovation, bad for like startups, bad for the US economy. I don't know. It's just bad overall.
No, it is. I mean, it's monopolistic, and they've definitely tried to compensate by doing things like, their first $1 million is at 15% instead of 30%, but that's still not enough. Yep. And it's still crazy rent extraction. And we know from experience, from seeing what people have built on blockchain platforms, that they are pinnacles of disintermediation. Even within a blockchain environment, if you're building, let's say you're building on this new dApp store, it's incredibly competitive, right? That you can build a dApp that has a utility function, like let's say you're doing trading or swaps or something, charging a 0.3% fee, and someone's going to come build something better with a 0.2% fee. And then someone's going to build something better with a zero fee, right?
Yep.
And that's just the way it goes. Everything sort of collapses in its eventual end state towards a public good with the least rent extraction possible.
That's the promise of a free market. And I think decentralized networks are able to deliver that, I think, faster and better, and like in a more sustainable way.
Yeah, and with Helium specifically, we've seen recently that a lot of the MVNOs that used to drive competition in the market have been acquired now by the big telcos, right? They've been reabsorbed.
Yep.
And Helium Mobile is kind of in a unique position. I don't know if there are even any MVNOs left that aren't owned by a big telco that have over 1 million users. So I think getting to that point is going to create a significant pressure in the market to compete.
For sure. Yeah, I think Google Fi is probably the only one I can think of that's kind of competitive, and I don't think they're owned by a big carrier.
Yeah. So let's say someone wants to go buy a Saga. I see they're now available. You can buy them for $1,000, which I think is completely reasonable given what other flagships phones cost. First of all, what are some of the general?
You can also buy a Saga Pass. This is an NFT, and you will get $100 off. Or you can go buy some of the NFT cards that have been dropped. If you want to get into this, you can like collect like a Royal Flush or whatever and get, I think, a discount as well. So if you wanted to spend a little less, but it'll take some work to do that. But yeah, the easiest way to do it is to go to solanamobile.com and just buy a phone. And it's a premium device by specs. It's, I think, very competitive with like the latest iPhone and Samsung devices.
Yeah,
That's 12 gigs of RAM, which is insane.
I saw that. I was like, oh my God, this thing, I don't even know if I could use 12 gigs on a phone, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure out something.
If you're running Slack, you definitely can.
I think anyone who has opened Activity Monitor when Slack is open will appreciate that. I see Keenan saying here, it feels better than my iPhone 13 for sure. And I will say, you know, build quality wise, I do believe Apple's on top in many ways, but it definitely feels like more of like a solid slab, you know, like a thick, you know, just like a solid little guy than an iPhone, which feels kind of weirdly flimsy in comparison.
It's the titanium. It just like makes everything feel better, like harder and more robust.
It's odd, and it still feels great in the hand. So as far, I saw someone ask in the chat a little while ago, like, okay, so I can use Helium Mobile with my Solana Saga phone. You know, how is that going to be installed? Is this going to be shipping with a physical SIM? Is there going to be an eSIM? How's that work?
Yeah, there's a SIM card. So it's multi. So you can. There's two slots, so you can use two different cards. So you'll be able to use Helium alongside something else if you want a multi SIM setup.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other details that people might want to know? I mean, if I'm thinking about our audience here, right? I think.
So yeah, I think like this is an open platform. It's not just a Solana phone.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're working on adding like support for other cryptographic keys inside the seed vault. So like even MetaMask will be able to use it as a hardware wallet. Like we want to make sure this is like an open platform for us time, but I'm more of an open source maximalist than anything else. So that's pretty important to me. So I think for us, the goal is to make SMS kind of like the stack that could be adopted by any OEM. It's open source software. So especially anyone running a Qualcomm chip, it's just a drop in. Like you don't even have to do anything and you automatically get all this Web3 goodness. And like what I would love to see is, you know, community contributions, making the UX better. Like, you know, even at the Wallet Connect level, there's improvements people can make if you're open source contributor. But if you're, you know, also into like cryptography, I think like giving us feedback on like, hey, maybe if you guys added this like ZK pairing curve, we could do some really cool stuff inside the phone that we don't even know about. So yeah, totally open development with the community.
And it seems like with the amount of RAM and storage you got in there, you could probably even run a Bitcoin node on the phone itself.
Yeah, you probably could. That's pretty funny. Although I don't think you'd be able to buy much.
Yeah, I was discussing earlier how a lot of the early founding team of Helium identifies as Bitcoin maximalists. It's like, I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. I'm building my thing, but Bitcoin is still it. And I think there are a lot of closeted maxis out there. I think we're all at some, if you've been around for long enough, or if you really believe in, as you're saying, open source maximalism and like the values of decentralization, it's hard not to like identify with that just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Proof of work is very elegant. And as an engineer, once I wrapped my head around it, that was like the inspiring moment, for a lot of the things that I've built since.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly enough, like Solana in a technical level is like probably the most Bitcoin inspired thing out there in a direct, like proof of history is like.
So anecdotally, like, yeah, so literally one of the co-founders and I, we had this kind of side startup. We were putting deep learning hardware together, like GPUs at data centers, and using them to train renting them to people to train models. But while we didn't have any jobs, we were mining crypto. And that's where I got into like, okay, what's the point of proof of work? How does it work? And we were literally at Cafe Soleil and like drinking coffee. I had 2 coffees and a beer, literally 2 coffees and a beer is the formula here. And we were trying to figure out, is there a way to do single-threaded mining? Is there such a thing where you can have like proof of something physical in the world that does not result in like an arms race to add cores and therefore get into this like ASIC war? And that's kind of like that night I had this like revelation that there's a way to encode data, time as a data structure, and that became eventually proof history and the idea of using it as TDMA.
Right. So that's, yeah, it's like taking the consensus mechanism from Bitcoin, part of it, and combining it with the sort of like communication timings of cellular networks.
Yep.
Equals Solana's.
Yeah.
So it's all very meta, and I can't get over that. I can't stop thinking about it every time I start, which is pretty awesome. And it's funny. I had Austin on earlier, and we were talking about how many things in this world are truly verifiable, like with 100% or relatively near to 100% accuracy. And this is like, because anything that's verifiable, you can build like an entire economy on it. So it's like there are very few things. There's proof of work, essentially. And there's, with Helium, we have proof of coverage. It's not 100%, but it's damn close. So other than that, like, you can't prove that someone's a person, right? That's basically impossible. Although some people are trying, and it's going to take tens of billions of dollars. And there are very few things you can actually prove. So being able to prove time is like, if you've unlocked so much by figuring that out.
Yeah, it was like a pretty crazy moment, because I don't know, as a geek, like I'm somebody that's been an engineer all my life, there is no mathematical definition of time. There's nothing that says that time moves forward, right? And there's no way to describe the arrow of time mathematically. So so it's kind of was like, oh my God, this is why this is how you could actually structure like an arrow of time. And yeah, pretty interesting.
Just to give like an intuitive understanding of that to people who might not be as technical, like this whole thing relies on the fact that computers are only so fast at a certain thing, right? Yep. They're never going to get past a certain point at, SHA-256 or is it 256 or 512?
Yeah, either one, like any preimage resistant function. But you could get to the smallest possible atomic configuration that does a round of SHA-256, right? You construct it out of like atoms, and it's running as fast as it can.
Yeah.
And that is the fundamental limit of how fast a computation can get.
Right.
And there's nothing that can go faster than that. So you have like at some point in like, technology, you'll hit that limit where there is such a thing as like this is the physical representation of like kind of entropy moving forward, like one I don't know, Planck's time,
whatever the smallest divisible time unit is. Yes, the undiscovered smallest time unit. Let's see. How are we on? Speaking of time, how are we on time? Could cover a couple more topics.
Yeah, I got a few more minutes. But
all right. I was wondering if, unless you have any topics that you think would be amazing for this audience that I haven't dived into, if we could talk a little bit about Fire Dancer or 114. Those could be interesting.
Yeah, let's talk about Fire Dancer. So that was announced, I think, by Breakpoint or a while back. And this is a team working out of Jump Trading. This is their like a lot of high frequency trading team that built a lot of their software and physical infrastructure. So these are folks that have built software systems that handle like 400 gigabits worth of traffic, like that they have to in real time, right? Their time, the way that they measure time is in nanoseconds, not even milliseconds. So they're building a second implementation of the Solana validator. So this is from the ground up, rewritten implementation, written in C. It's built on top of the software stack that they use for this high data processing. And they are basically optimizing it everything that we built for Solana, the protocol, they are able to optimize all those components such that the system scales elastically. So if you add more cores or even more machines with more cores, like on the same kind of rack, that you're able to handle more throughput. And that's a really important property because that actually translates into speed for us. Like Solana votes every 400 milliseconds, but if we had twice as much capacity, then nodes could vote every 200 milliseconds. And that translates into faster confirmation times for all the users, right? That like basically shrinks the confirmation time by half. And that's awesome, right? Like, so more throughput actually means more speed, and more throughput means more nodes can participate in the network. So if you have, like they're showing like results of on modern Intel machines have like 600,000 TPS. That means that we could have 50,000 computers all voting like on every block, because now there's so much more capacity, and therefore the cost per transaction is now much lower. That it doesn't matter if we go from 5,000 computers, to 50,000. That means decentralization now is much higher in the network. So that this is like really important for everything that we want to achieve, and they are working on right now, I think, on like the component side, building like the transaction processing infra, like Quick, and like all these other pieces that are not yet put together, but they're replacing parts of the Solana client and testing them. Like, so they call it Frankendancer. But eventually, right, they will replace all the pieces, and it'll be a totally separate validator that is going to demonstrate that the network can handle much higher loads, run much faster. And for users, that translates into lower fees, even though I think to users right now, the fees are so low they don't actually care. But to machines, that matter. So if fees go lower, that means more nodes can participate in consensus, decentralization goes up, but also the performance means that, like, I think potentially marketplaces running on Solana can be competitive with Binance. Like, and that's, I think, could be like groundbreaking if like we're running, central limit order books with tighter spreads than Binance on a global network. That would be like, okay, we want. I think decentralized networks will win, like, at that point.
Yeah, I think a couple of things to point out here. First of all, we haven't really even reached the capacity of Solana's current limitations, right? We're not sitting. It's not like we're sitting at capacity. Like, the network has plenty of room to process more transactions as we currently speak.
Yep. And that's hard to measure because transactions vary in terms of what they want to do. But the easiest way is that the vast majority of transactions today, by volume, do not pay a priority fee. That there's not enough contention to where priority fees would go up for the entire block. That people pay priority fees to be first in a particular execution, to be first in an NFT mint, or first to trade a particular trade. But normal users and like vast majority of transactions don't have any priority fees at all. So that's like I think a pretty good indicator that we're nowhere near block saturation.
And earlier in the stream, we were talking about, why are we able to move some of our essentially processing to these oracles, right? Because it seems more centralized. But essentially, what I argued was, although the Helium L1 had all these validators, they were all running the same client software, and they're basically accepting every update. So, how decentralized is it really if you're all just running the same software anyway and no one's making different decisions? So can we talk a little bit about how FireDancer takes us to the next level of security and decentralization by adding client diversity?
Yeah, client diversity is very important. I think from what you kind of can understand is that, like, these systems are still run by humans. And no matter how many auditors, what the process is, there's always a potential for a bug. And that's just true, like, out of the amazing folks who work in the Linux kernel, the OS, like Mac OS operating systems, or Windows. But if you have two different teams that are kind of building two different languages, two different technology stacks, the probability of both of them writing the same bug is much lower. So what you have is the ability for one system to fail, and that failure be detected while the other one is running and keeping the network alive, and then being able to, like, then, like, people will, like, everyone's pager duty will go off, will go fix the bug, and like the network continues without, like, potentially loss of service, but more importantly, loss of safety.
Right. And so, this is something that we were simply not able to achieve in the Helium ecosystem on our own. And it's a massive benefit that we get by moving to Solana. You guys are laser focused on making this network reliable and secure. And,
Yep.
I was also joking, like, if you think Solana outages are bad, you should try. You clearly haven't been with us that long using the Helium L1, because I think we have more outages than we could possibly count. And I think the key thing is, taking client diversity from 1 to 2, it's not a 2x improvement. It's a 10x or 100x improvement in liveness.
For sure. So both liveness and safety, there's an improvement there, because a lot of the top tier validators, what we expect them to do is run 2 validators, both clients. So that one primary, one secondary. If there's a liveness issue, like a memory resource exhaustion in one, the secondary can take over. But you can still have both of those nodes verifying the safety, like the execution of all the transactions. And if that diverges, then you actually want to halt. You want to stop the network because you don't know what the right answer is. And that's really, really important. Like, for safety is, the most important thing in any of these networks is safety. And obviously liveness is comes right after.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was also explaining to the audience, is that, for the vast majority of times Solana has had an outage, it's because the chain halted because there was invalid state. And you don't want that not to be the case, right? If there's invalid state, you don't want to keep going necessarily and fork.
No, I think we only had like one non-determinism to do like a bug in how the nonce transactions were handled.
I remember that, yeah.
I would say all the other outages besides that one were due to resource exhaustion. Like, there would be like a memory, like a queue that was not properly handling, like how fast it was handling data, and it would blow up and run the nodes out of memory.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. So that was a correction in my understanding. Yeah. It's funny, like, I've been there for every single one, and I still didn't remember all the different reasons that they happened. But I do know that it was like a different reason each time. And I don't know, I kind of think about it as like an iterative process. The more roadblocks you hit, you start paving the road with better materials, and eventually it's just a smooth ride.
Yep, for sure. I mean, the traffic, the first outage was like about 400,000 requests per second, like transaction requests per second, overwhelmed a bunch of the nodes. After we fixed that, our steady state was somewhere between 2 to 4 million requests per second. Yep. So like, just the steady load becomes higher. And then after we added like quick and fee markets, that prevented that many requests being sent in general, right? And then the dynamics of the network changed to where now people are bidding higher instead of, sending spam. But yeah, it's pretty funny. You fix the bug that you fix at a much kind of like lower load than you actually end up servicing like later on.
Yeah. And so, I mean, in terms of user experience, we've talked a lot about, what people can expect, all the DeFi they'll have access to, the lower fees. And I guess the conclusion I always come to in my head is like, as a Helium user, there is, as up until today, a significant degree of patience that's necessary in order to interact with the blockchain. We have blocks every minute, but you submit a transaction, it could be 3 to 5 minutes, sometimes 10 before you get it in. And I think for the vast majority of users, we've talked about a lot of complicated technical subjects in this interview and also throughout this whole stream today. But what it comes down to is, what I see is that most users will experience a transition from you're noticing that you're using a blockchain to you're not really noticing that anymore. You're not noticing that you have to pay big fees. You're not noticing that things are taking a long time. You just have a good user experience. And that ultimately sounds boring, but sometimes the most boring things are the greatest things. And that's how I'm thinking about this transition as a whole.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, this is our dream, is to make using blockchain, using crypto as seamless and as awesome as using any traditional Web2 service.
Yep. You want to touch on any of the, let me know when you have to go, but
I got to jump in basically now.
Okay. Okay. All right, totally. Sounds good. I'll let you go. Okay. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Really
excited. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that. Always love talking with Toly. He's got such a wide range of experience, and every time I speak with him, I can't help but think about how he started off building mobile phones, and that technology led him to this discovery of this cryptographic arrow of time, which led him to build a blockchain, while also using technology called TDMA, essentially building a version of TDMA, which is what 5G towers and 4G towers and 3G towers use to scale, basically, to talk to multiple phones at the same time in the same area without overlapping. So that's kind of how Solana works, right? Each validator gets to talk in series, and it's split up by a provable arrow of time. And if your validator doesn't produce a block in its time slot, then it just missed out. Just like how when your cell phone is communicating with the cell tower, and it missed its send window or receive window, you have to wait till your next one to get that data. And of course, cell tower, the way that cell phones work has gotten infinitely more complex since that technology, TDMA, time division multiple access, was invented, but it is still a core tenet of how a lot of cellular technology works. And it's an amazing way to split up basically broadcasting in a noisy environment. And so, so just to review a little bit our conversation with Toly, it's clear to me that Solana has tons of capacity, right? I don't think we're going to have any issues. The amount of usage that Solana already gets, again, you can go look at it. In fact, let's go look for ourselves. Let's see. Think about the best source for this data, because these things change all the time. But let's go to Solana Compass. Basically, there's so many transactions happening per day already that what we're bringing to Solana is going to be a drop in the bucket, and that is a good thing. We want to be somewhere where there is room to grow, right? As the use cases grow, as the integrations with Helium grows, we don't want anyone to have to pay exorbitant fees. And just before we review this, I want to say something again, which is, hold on. Which is that the way that Solana works is to essentially segment all the different programs that are running on it. So Helium is kind of going to get its own little cubby in which to transact, right? When you're interacting with the Helium programs, you're not starving out someone who's interacting with OrcaSwap or Radium Swap or the Open Book DEX. Y'all are almost, it's like different lanes. It's like think about a 1,000. If there are 1,000 programs on Solana, there's 1,000 lane freeway, and you're each, if there's traffic in one lane, there's only traffic in that lane. People aren't necessarily switching to the next lane. It's kind of like a very basic way of how to think about it. So this is where we want to be, right? We want to exist in an environment where there are plenty of lanes on the highway, not in a place like Ethereum, Polygon, etc., where there's only one lane. And if there are too many cars, you can't really switch out of the lane. You just got to wait. So not my favorite analogy, but it is true. It is accurate. So Solana, with its local fee markets, essentially separates all the program execution, and each one gets its own fee market. What that means is when you're doing Helium related stuff, you're only competing with other people who are doing Helium related stuff. You're not slowing down the chain for everyone else. What that means is essentially people who want to come along and write integrations with Helium are going to be able to create their own lanes for their programs to exist in. And you could imagine, 20, 30, 50 programs integrate with Helium. They're all in their own lane. We're all paying low fees across the board because there's just so much capacity. And with the Firedancer client, the second client that Anatoly was just talking about, that's going to continue to increase the amount of lanes on the highway by optimizing at a very low level every single aspect of the blockchain. And I think it's important to understand, because a lot of this gets caught up in media hype or people's own opinions, but at a fundamental level, Solana is an extremely scalable blockchain, extremely. And all the things that we're talking about, we don't need any more fundamental breakthroughs like Anatoly's 2 coffee and 1 beer moment to scale Solana to the next level. And I think that's what makes it unique. Every other system essentially needs one of those breakthroughs in order to continue scaling and scale to a global capacity. Solana doesn't need any more breakthroughs. It just needs ruthless code optimization, which is something that there are, tens of thousands of capable engineers out there who can work on that. And indeed they are. And just go look at the Solana repos on GitHub. There's so much progress happening all the time. So that's my little Solana pep talk. But let's see. So yeah, I mean, it looks like the chain is averaging at about 450 to 500 transactions per second right now. And this is since 60 minutes ago. So let's say 450 times 60 times 60 times 24. Ooh, 23, 24. That's about 38.8 million transactions per day. The Helium blockchain as of now, nowhere near that. So we're going to have plenty of headroom to grow to, 1 million hotspots, 10 million hotspots, 100 million hotspots. And one more thing that Toly was talking about is compressed NFTs. And this is kind of a technical subject, but I think is also something that is very important to understand. A lot of, the reason that layer 2s exist on Ethereum is because you don't want the main Ethereum blockchain to grow too large. If it grows too large, it can't fit on a single node with like a 1 terabyte hard drive or 2 terabytes or whatever is the requirement for Ethereum these days. And they want Ethereum to be runnable on consumer hardware. Well, that means that, you don't want to bloat the state too much by having too many things, too many NFTs and whatnot. So you want to kind of shard that stuff off, not literally shard, but you want to delegate that stuff to like a layer 2 blockchain that can implement all sorts of strategies like data availability sampling and whatnot in order to make sure that as the state grows, right, and the state needs to grow in order for there to be more users. Like these users need accounts, they need tokens, they need NFTs. And by definition, if you want 100 million users using crypto, the state has to grow, right? So they're like, we want to do this on another layer. Well, Solana takes a different approach. First of all, the hardware requirements are much higher. And the state is in the terabytes, multiple terabytes. Although I think you can potentially still run a Solana validator on under 1 terabyte today. Regardless, it's still important that the validators are able to store the state without bloating it extremely by adding 100 million hotspots into there, which is something that wouldn't even be feasible on a chain like Ethereum just because of the fees. So this compressed NFT standard that they have, which is really just a specific implementation of the compressed accounts standard, basically says, look, you can store your data off chain, right? You can make sure that there are people to index it off chain. You can transact with it on chain, but store it off chain. How does that work? It's a lot of magic based on Merkle trees that I will not explain right now. But and thankfully I had Noah from the Helium Foundation to explain it to me because it's a very technical subject. But once you get it, you're like, wow, that's a very cool and clever way to take data off chain. So with this standard, we're able to basically bring 1 million NFTs onto Solana while only taking up, less than 1 kilobyte of space on the actual main state of the chain, while also being able to transact with those NFTs in smart contracts. So it's very cool, very magical, and I think it's an elegant and simple way to scale the state of a blockchain that is, first of all, much simpler, and second of all, much more comprehensible and scalable than any of the other things I'm seeing in the rest of, honestly, the whole blockchain ecosystem today. So yeah, Solana team is insane. They're shipping like crazy. They've had roadblocks. Like the most recent roadblock is they've had issues upgrading to their 1.14 release, which has been many months in the making, and they've had to roll back once or twice now. So they're definitely like implementing more rigor around releases. But I think once we see the next version release, once we see Fire Dancer come online, you're going to see the capacity of Solana to process compute transactions and also increase the size of its state just continue to explode. And it's going to, I think, continue to remain far above where the demand is, right? We're probably not going to hit the limits of Solana's capacity anytime soon, and ideally never, as the engineers can continue to scale it faster than the demand will even come online. And if the demand does come online to exhaust the capacity of the Solana chain, that will be an insane success story for Solana, and it will easily become the #1 blockchain. Like it wouldn't even be a contest at that point. So yeah, so that's all I wanted to say about Solana for now. Love that interview. Love talking to Toly. We got some more guests lined up for you folks. So I'm gonna take a little break here, but I'll be back in 10:15, and we're gonna keep on going. Take care, y'all. Alrighty, how's everyone feeling? It's been a long stream. We're at 4 hours and 40 minutes. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Let me know in the chat if you learned anything today. Let me know what you learned. I'd like to know. In just a few minutes here, we're going to have our next guests, 2 guests at the same time. We'll give them a few minutes to show up into the stream. Until then, I've got a bit of an update here. So, the latest, directly from Mission Control, the snapshots of the Helium L1 blockchain after the last block have been made. The programs have been deployed on Helium mainnet. So the smart contracts for Helium, on Solana mainnet, the smart contracts for Helium have all been deployed. The DAO and the sub DAOs have been created, right? Along with their treasuries. What's happening now is the makers are getting instantiated onto the chain. Remember, each maker is an entity that can sign transactions, right? Can sign block onboard hotspots into the IoT or mobile sub DAOs. So very important high sensitivity stuff. It looks like a lot of the stuff that could have gone wrong is in the past, but we're not there yet. The final step after the makers are created is for the state to be compressed. All that state from the Helium layer 1 has to be compressed into the Solana compressed account format and then uploaded. Now what happens? Why compress it? So we don't want to take up all this space like spamming the Solana chain and inflating the state by a whole lot just to add, however many hundreds of thousands of wallets we have. So that's why it's called lazy instantiation. They're uploading a compressed state that lives off-chain. When you want to go access your wallet, boom, you pull your wallet from off-chain to on-chain. It's a one-time process and you can do it with your existing private key. So that's how that works. Actually, anyone can inflate your wallet for you. I assume at some time there will only be, a few tens of thousands of wallets left that people haven't inflated, and I'm sure someone will go and just inflate all of them. But until then, everyone's going to have to inflate their wallet. That is starting tomorrow. Remember, it's nothing to do yet, nothing to do today. You're going to inflate your wallet starting tomorrow. I feel older. Today, I learned in Discord that a lot of people involved with the Helium network are really out of touch with the Helium network. Unsure what you mean by people involved. That could mean multiple things. So I will not assume. Love the excitement. Love to see the excitement. Love to see people feeling like they've aged during this day. I don't think any of us, except for the actual migration team, have put in significant work. I don't feel like what I did today was work. I feel like I'm just hanging out with y'all, having some fun, talking to interesting people in the community. Just waiting on one of our guests here. You meant hotspot owners are out of touch with the network. Well, yeah, I mean, that's to be expected. I think the hotspot ownership experience has been something that's been accessible enough to enough people that evidently most of them are not going to know the inner workings of the network. Like definitely amongst my network of friends, there are very few who actually keep up with the network, but there are many hotspot owners, So that's just more encouragement, more impetus for the devs to try even harder to make the experience as seamless as possible and as accessible as possible, so that people don't end up shooting themselves in the foot by doing things like transferring hotspots to hotspots instead of wallets, which is, if anyone wasn't around earlier when the Helium blockchain halted, the very last transfer hotspot transaction was somebody transferring a hotspot to its own address. So it is self-owned and can now no longer be used whatsoever. All right. Love to welcome our next 2 guests. Sam Gutentag from the Helium Foundation, and we got everyone knows Gristle King. So welcome, y'all.
What's going on, killers? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Good to have you both here at the same time. It's crazy, there's so many awesome guests lined up today, and I'm feeling like now we got to squeeze them in two at once. I just can't get enough time to talk to everyone. People have been joking about a 24-hour live stream. It's starting to come true.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, I grew up in the Midwest. I can do that like long 20-hour goodbye, thing if we need to. I can keep you here for that amount of time. Don't tempt me.
We'll do what we can. How are y'all both doing today? Sam, you go first, and then Nick. What's this day been for you?
I mean, hey, this is an incredibly exciting day on so many different fronts. What is so exciting really about the Helium network is it has been such an incredible on-ramp for so many people to crypto to begin with. And now we're going to be able to be on the other side of it, where we have so many more crypto native people coming from the Solana side, getting to see just what the Helium network can do, just what we're going to be able to bring to their network. And it's going to be a pretty, incredible way to bring these two communities together and kind of raise this all up. And if I get to be really selfish for a minute, I get to finally fully get rid of my Learn Erlang book. I'm going to go ahead and selfishly say I'm super excited to pitch this guy. But that's definitely on a more personal note.
It might come in handy.
I've never owned that book.
You never know.
Yeah, Nick, how about you?
Well, look, I mean, my advice is something I'm following is that on the day of the transition, go do something else. So, woke up this morning and we had a call with the Gristle crew with the Spexy folks, talking to those guys, walked the dogs, had my coffee. I'm going to go move some cookies around. I think this is one of the greatest things about participating in these networks is that other smart people do super smart things. And as long as you do what you're good at, everybody ends up winning together. So today is not my day to really do anything.
No, I know. I mean, I've basically had to invent a day here, talking to a bunch of awesome people in the community and just getting the general vibes. And, also, I think I've repurposed today as a day to explain to the community what's happening, where we're at, where we're going from here. I think it's clear from the chat that there have been a lot of questions that have been answered, that we've been needed to be answered. When do I start doing anything? What's going to change? When can I stake? When can I earn from staking? When can I get my rewards? Does my hotspot change? Is my IoT hotspot a mobile hotspot now? Just like all the general but also insane questions that we've gotten throughout the day. But I think downtimes like this are the perfect times to educate and to bring everyone onto the same page, so that when we move forward to the next step, that's when we can all move in lockstep and really continue smoothly creating what we've built so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. We're all seeing similar stuff. I saw something today where they're like, "Hey, the stupid app isn't working. This thing sucks." It's like, well, I don't know if you knew this, but there's this thing going on. I don't expect any of this stuff to be crushing until tomorrow.
Yeah, just a few things going on today. Just a few.
But it's super cool to think also as well, kind of what's going to come down the pipe. I saw a little bit of the Anatoly piece and just thinking all right, what does this unlock for us, and what do we look forward to, right? Today is the day that you kind of get to lounge around and do nothing unless you're on the dev side. But it really is what do you think about what's going to happen next? What are you going to do? How are you going to contribute? How are you going to participate? Are you going to? I saw some people I wanted to earn HNT. If I can't earn HNT specifically and directly, I'm not doing it. Okay, sure. So you got to kind of figure out where you want to fit in.
Yeah, and there's so many opportunities, right? It's where we're seeing people, reluctant to not be earning HNT. It's we're going to earn IoT. It's a whole new thing, and it's a big part of a whole continuously growing ecosystem. This whole network of networks effect is really going to raise the floor. I think the analogy someone said in one of our internal conversations was we're lowering the bar to raise the floor, which kind of falls apart in some perspectives, but it is really exciting to see where all these new opportunities are going to come from.
Yeah. Couldn't agree with that more. I think a theme that we've seen over and over today is that a lot of the previous roadblocks are going to be taken away. And a lot of, just like you were joking about the Erlang book, it's a joke, but also it's real because it's the Erlang being the main language of Helium thus far, of the blockchain and all the things that interact with the blockchain, I think has been a huge roadblock to developer adoption. And, we don't want to see only developers who are experienced enough or old enough or in the weeds enough to know something like Erlang participating. We want to see every dev. We want to see 15-year-old devs participating. We want to see people who are in top of their field in Rust, in TypeScript, in whatever other language. We want to see all these people participating. And I think just at a very basic level, the transition that we're undergoing today is going to change our let's say our base of developers that can easily get involved goes from like maybe tens of thousands to millions. And that alone is huge.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say, absolutely. I'll jump on that. From the developer perspective. So I'm the developer relations lead within the Helium Foundation. And a mantra that I love to try to make sure we're all thinking about on the developer side and the developer story is we really don't know where the next big app is going to come from. We really don't know where the next big application, where the next innovation is going to come from. It could be from literally anywhere. And having a much broader ecosystem, working with Rust, which is fun. I will say I've had to learn Rust on this job, and it's been very exciting. I'm an old game developer, C++ dev, so it's like just enough similar, but just enough better. That it's great. You can definitely nerd out on that for a while. I'm also, just a quick sidebar, fascinated by how many people are game devs in our community. So it's very cool to see that continuous growth. But we're going to have access to such a big developer community. So it's a really big focus on my perspective has always been to how do we improve our documentation? How do we work with existing documentation from other sources that are out there to integrate and really kind of bring all these networks together? The Solana developer courses that the foundation over there is running are phenomenal. If anyone has had any opportunity or any curiosity whatsoever, it's an incredibly well-developed system to really get you an on-ramp into Rust, into TypeScript, into Solana specifics. It really is great. And it's kind of setting the bar in many ways for what I'm hoping to develop within the Helium ecosystem to, really bring as many devs into this group as we can.
Yeah. Yeah, that was funny watching Armand, you and Adrian Waveform talk earlier about how you kind of contributed to these docs. And I think the docs have always been not the Achilles heel, but an Achilles heel in these really fast moving projects. It's not like this is, some book that's been around for 2000 years and we're trying to figure out like what they meant 2000 years ago. It's like, this book's been around for sometimes 19 seconds and someone didn't think it all the way through, and you got to kind of figure out where we are all going together. And so that's good to see the focus on that, but also acknowledging like, hey, this thing's a rapidly developing piece. Being part of it's cool.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the sentiments that you both just shared. I think the docs are sort of amorphous, and because there's no like price tag attached to it, people don't really focus on it, or like it's hard to assess its value. But really, I mean, the docs are everything for growing the ecosystem. It's great documentation is how you basically change someone's mind, how you help someone make up their mind about, are they going to participate or not? Are they confused or not? Do they know which directions they can go in or not? And aside from just running all the docs through GPT-4 and saying, improve this documentation, I think it is going to be a community-led effort, because there are just so many moving parts to this whole thing. Even now that we've stripped out the layer one blockchain part, that just means, the complexity that was supposed to bloom this whole time is now going to explode in all the other more basically Helium-specific facets of what we do. And so even people who are non-technical, like there are plenty of documentation. There's plenty of documentation out there that's not necessarily technical, that might explain economics or how to interact with different user experience aspects. And I think if there's any message I want to leave with, throughout this stream today, it's like, let's all work on improving the docs, because it's something that almost anyone can. If you can't contribute to it yourself, you can tell someone that, hey, this needs to be improved. And that's going to just increase the value created in this whole ecosystem.
Yeah. Yeah. And go ahead, Nick. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, actually, speaking to one of the common misconceptions or the common questions that I see, it's pretty important. And I hear this get called the elephant in the room all the time. I'm like, can we swear in here? I'm like, I got to be semi-respectful of that. We don't want to lose your YouTube rating.
No, you're good. I haven't been a sailor today, but you can go for it.
Okay. It's like this elephant in the room of the number of hotspots going down. It's like, look, we never needed 1 million hotspots, right? You don't need 1 million hotspots to cover the world. You can probably do it with 100,000. And so there's this idea that like, how is the system supposed to work? how did it kind of go way off course due to market forces? And then how does it come back to something that is sustainable in the long term, which is what's going to be good for everyone? That's the kind of thing to really think about. And I think the docs and the stories that we tell and how we like let people know how to interact with it are a really important part of that. So to hit that directly, I mean, I think, I don't know where you guys are, but I think we're going to end up somewhere with like 1 to 200,000 hotspots consistently online over the next, 10 years. Maybe I'm totally off on that, at least for the IoT side, because we just don't need much more than that. And really, in order for the incentives to work, or the incentives eventually to work, it's got to get to a point where it's worth it to keep a hotspot online, and you can be, you can rely on it. So I don't know where you guys are on that. Sam, you got an official position for the Helium Foundation?
Oh gosh, no, an official position? No, I've got plenty of own, my own personal preferences.
Yeah.
But this is really exciting though, because some of the development work, when I say developer, I can easily mean someone sitting down writing code like a big monkey, like I am. But on the other side of it, it is people developing within the community. We've got working groups set up now for the mobile proof of concept, or proof of coverage. Geez. Concept, the POC just really trips me up every time, as well as the IoT working group, really trying to very directly address this specific problem. We have some amazing, I will go ahead and say officially, amazing saturation in some cities, but it's definitely oversaturation. So how do we better focus on redistributing the coverage, finding places that have too much coverage, finding places that are in need of coverage, incentivizing those moves? It really is a constant growing amorphous blob of coverage that is, as the network continues to grow and evolve, can be more directly steered and shaped into where we actually need things. We see so frequently the conversation in the United States in particular is along traffic corridors. There are huge swaths in the middle of Arizona with zero coverage, but a ton of tracking can be done there because there's so many trucks potentially going through those routes. So it's how do we better enable people to, one, understand how the network works, understand where it doesn't work, which is, I think, it's just as equally important, but then seeing that the network can be grown to so many different things. And that doesn't even touch mobile. Mobile has a whole other network of growth and a whole other region of growth. Any potential sub DAOs and sub networks that are going to join in the future are going to cover a totally other use cases in other areas as well. So the documentation, really is intended to be a place where everyone can go to get their base level of knowledge and understand things. I know Waveform earlier commented on editing the docs, and everybody's got their story of their one they did. I like to joke that I had a one-line Rust change in the Gateway RS I was pretty proud of. But for the documentation in particular, to truly lower that bar as much as we can, what I would encourage anyone to do is, if you see anything wrong or unclear or in need of any updates, corrections on the documentation pages, on every single page in our docs, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's a little blue edit this page link that takes you to a GitHub forum to directly edit the link. From there, I think you do need a GitHub account to do that, which is pretty easy to set up and get going with. But if you submit those actually come directly to me, and then it's my job to go through and see, did you actually do it right? Because we have a lot of people that love to sneak in too many puns, and as puntrepreneurs I may be, you got to draw the line somewhere. But it really is an exciting way for the community to continue to build itself and get involved and have a little bit of oversight, I guess, for me in that regard. But I hope that diminishes. I love to see that this community is growing, is learning, is self-educating, and bringing in all these new voices.
Yeah, well said. And I think we're touching on a couple of subjects in this most recent discussion, but I want to relate to a comment that was left here, because I think, I guess it kind of gets to me when people say, like, we seem to be avoiding the elephant in the room, which is what this comment is saying. But thinking past the Solana transition, how do you guys see the lower coverage going forward? We seem to be avoiding the elephant in the room, which is hotspots going offline in droves. And I think Nick and Sam just actually answered that pretty well, which is that, look, even if we have, like roughly 40% of the hotspots that are onboarded currently online, that is still way too much in some areas. Like, you look at New York City, you look at San Francisco, we are crazy oversaturated. And the amount that was online at when, let's say, 70 or 80% were online, it was like still even more of too much. And whereas, there are some areas, as we've been discussing, which are still underserved. So definitely, the IoT POC working group is going to need to address this and other things. But I think what we're doing in this transition is we're continuing to lower the barrier of entry, the cost of doing business on this network. And the more we do that, the more we make things seamless, the more we can iterate and focus on growth, on redistribution, on all the things we want to do to get this network to a more ideal state. And that's a continuous process. It's going to take years. I keep saying this over and over, but it is going to take years for the IoT network to become self-sustainable. I'm not talking 2 years. I'm talking about like 5 or 10 years. So anyone who has expectations other than that, I think is going to be disappointed. But what you're not going to be disappointed in is if you expect that the software will continue to improve, the ease of use will continue to improve, the documentation will continue to improve, the cost of hardware will continue to go down as hardware requirements have dropped to basically nothing now. So those are the things that I like to point to. IoT network grew from 0 to 991,000 onboarded hotspots really fast, but we're not going to go from that many hotspots to a fully sustainable network in the same period of time. It's just not going to happen with the realities of how long it takes to develop, deploy, sell, and maintain physical infrastructure.
Yeah. I think the other thing there is the thing that is going to make the Helium network successful in the long term. Like, it hasn't been built yet, right? We don't have a big company yet that's deployed 30 million IoT devices or 30 million cell phones or whatever it is. Like, it's not out there. And it's still, I think this is the amazing thing to me, and based on a recent conversation with a buddy of mine who I got into Helium, is like, why do we need this thing? And I was like, oh, well, you can have whatever it is, a freezer tracker in your meat freezer because he's a big elk hunter. He's like, I've already got that on Wi-Fi. Like, I don't need it. And it made me really think, like, okay, I actually don't think that for a lot of, let's say, like residential or consumers, Helium is going to impact them directly, or going to be super useful to them directly, because Wi-Fi can do a lot of that stuff. Sure, there's some battery life issues. There's some fancy stuff you can do, and God knows I love fiddling around with these Helium devices. Mm-hmm. But where we're going to see the kind of massive adoption that's going to bring up an incredibly successful companies is probably going to be more on the level of governments, institutions, like really big organizations that say, like, hey, we actually want to track every package in FedEx, or every package at UPS or USPS. We want to track every truck that goes to Sam's Point, across where the 8 and the 10 meet. Like, that's the kind of thing that changes this network, and it hasn't been built yet. So there's still like a lot of kind of scrambling around in pretty blind space. And when people have that question, like, oh, what's working? It's like, well, nothing's working yet. Like, it's not here yet. Like, you're early, and there's this giant opportunity for everyone who wants to really hustle to build that thing and to be that person that's like, oh yeah, I saw this like latent network that nobody was using that I had a great idea for, and I built $1 billion idea on it, and nobody competed with me because they thought it didn't work. It's like, fuck, missed that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, something that gets brought up pretty frequently, or maybe not as frequently anymore, is just how dirt cheap it is to transfer data on the Helium network. And I really don't think that point can ever be sold well enough, that the ability for these like $1 billion corporations to turn around and say, well, I could do it on Wi-Fi, I could do it with Bluetooth, I could do it with, GPS tracking specifically, and we can undercut by crazy margins, the tracking and the sensor needs that they've got, and transferring this data is huge. And there's so many opportunities still there for someone to come in with like, what is going to be the killer app? What is going to be the killer usage? And even, from the developer story of being able to experiment and play around with these, I think it's like $10 gets you almost 1 million data credits. Or I don't know the exact math. I always forget how many zeros there are. But, I bought $10 worth of data credits, like 2 years ago, and I'm still burning through. It's, I'm not deploying billions of sensors myself, but it's such a low bar of entry for so many people. And I really think that's going to be an advantage in the long run.
Yeah, and another aspect that we've been talking about continuously in this stream is permissionlessness, which I think, aside from the low cost, is the actual thing that lowers the barrier of entry. You don't need to go sign up with a carrier. You don't need to talk with a sales team. You don't need to get a custom plan. You don't need to bring $10,000 or 10,000 devices up front. You can be one person in a garage with $15 and the cheapest laptop money can buy, and you could build the next, billion user use case on the Helium IoT network. And I tend to agree with Nick. I think that is where the growth could potentially come from in a big way. And I think it's going to be interesting watching the proportion of, what is the growth coming from exponential ideas by young entrepreneurs, and what is the growth that's just coming from like boring utility projects that are legitimately saving a lot of cost with this network. I think it's going to be both. And they're both important, and they're both going to be exciting and interesting to watch. And to top it all off, now that we have the data transfer oracle tracking packets, it's all transparent. You can see every packet flowing through the system, and we're going to have much more accurate accounting of exactly what is happening and how many data credits are being used. And just to share a little bit, I've been running a script that's been pulling from the packet transfer oracles. I think ran it 4 or 5 days ago, but the network usage is much higher than was being previously tracked on the Helium L1, right? It's not like, 30 or 40 bucks a day. It's more like 150, 160 and increasing. And that's just IoT. So that's what we're starting to see. I think there's even more scalability that needs to be unlocked in terms of tracking usage. There's going to be even more usage coming online with mobile as Helium Mobile rolls out and as Helium 5G rolls out. And so these are just things to track. These are things to think about. The growth is going to be sort of slowly and then all at once, I think. And it's easy to underestimate two things. Number one, it's easy to underestimate how hard it is to go from 0 to like the first 1,000 customers. That's an insanely hard thing to do. Mm-hmm. But it's also easy to underestimate how easy it is to go from like 100,000 customers to 1 million customers. Because once you pass certain levels of scalability and ease of onboarding, of like lowering of cost, these things just kind of naturally happen because you're creating so much value for people. Either they're saving money on their phone bill, they're participating in a network that's private, which they couldn't get access to before. They're participating in a network that they built themselves. They're onboarding a important use case with IoT sensors for their local municipality and saving their city a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of resources. This is all permissionless, it's all self-serve, and you're going to see people take advantage of these opportunities as they become more and more cost-saving and compelling.
Yeah. I see the comments in the chats like, it is working. Like, look, I'm not saying it doesn't work because I got sensors that right behind me that are blasting out packets, and you can see them now in Uplink Engine or Neil's TrackBack or whatever. Like the thing works, but it's more like, I think the analogy here is we just built like, I don't know, 30 skyscrapers and none of them are full. And everybody's looking at the bottom floor that says chocolate shop coming soon. And they're like, where's the chocolates? I want the chocolates. Fuck this thing. There's no chocolates. I'm out of here. Like, dude, they haven't filled up yet. There's not like, 3,000 people in each building flowing in and out every day, buying coffee and chocolate and all the rest of it. Like, you're just looking at the framework. That's it. Like, that's all we have. And it's incredible to have built it first, but it's like the whole chicken and egg thing. Like, all right, well, the chicken's here. Now we're just waiting on the eggs or however you want to think about it. But this idea that like that Helium is where it needs to be eventually is just so batshit crazy. I think it's important to keep hammering that point home. It's like, no, you're seeing like a baby and you're wanting an Olympic sprinter. Like, just give it some fucking time.
Yeah, no, it's fun for sure. I'm always going to have a little bit of a soft spot for the whole like baby analogy too. As my first daughter was actually born the day I started working at Nova Labs, which was a very hectic day to begin to say the least. But then since then I moved to the foundations, like she just hit a year old, and it's like, this is so cool to even think back and have that kind of meaningful time scale of what has actually happened within the network itself. So when you look at a year ago, when you start to, there you go, I guess demonetized. When you look at 2-3 months ago, how different and how exciting the network is to begin with. It's growing so fast. So many things are happening. This transition to Solana is going to be a huge step in the right direction, and it really just is going to continue to grow.
Yeah, it all ties in. All the themes we've been talking about tie in together, and I guess being in the business world for a while, it's easier to, like, having had a lot of experiences, like, see how things fit together. But like, the exponential curve is a confluence of so many things coming together. It's the confluence of the network getting more usable, more secure, easier to track, metrics getting better, the documentation getting better. And I think for the hyper growth that, I think a lot of people here want to see, what that ends up being is like the few crazy people who are willing to go out on a limb and use Helium, whether it's IoT or 5G, and say, go all in and say, this is the thing. There is no other thing that is as good for my use case as this, or I see an opportunity to use this technology in a way that no one else sees, and they go all in. Those are the people who set the examples for all the other entrepreneurs who want to come in and see someone already having success with a new technology. They're a little less risk averse. They're still outgoing. They're still, determined, but they're not the first movers. The first movers are like a super small percentage of the total amount of people. And this is true in any industry, in any niche, whatever. Like, it's the first few people that set the example. And I think we're seeing those examples being set right now with companies like TrackPack, and other, more enterprise applications, businesses that are going all in on Helium IoT. And I think we're starting to see it as well in certain cities like Shreveport, Louisiana, and other small communities that are building out basically these test 5G networks where they are providing the cell service for their community, their underserved community. Like once these examples are shown to be successful, there will be many, many who follow in their footsteps, because people are going to be able to look and say, this is how many people they were able to serve. This is the impact they were able to make. This is the cost savings they were able to bring. And that serves as a blueprint for everything else that is to come. And then that just sort of snowballs. Then you have, after some time, now you have 10 examples, and then you have 100 examples. And at some point, you just have like a turnkey solution where it's like, all right, my town doesn't have 5G. My town needs to deploy, 10,000 water meter sensors. All right, here's this solution. Here's this solution. Everything's prepackaged and ready to go. We're not there yet. Like once you see that stuff starting to happen, then you know that we're at like the crazy growth phase.
Then it's too late. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is interesting because the path from here to there is not clear. And that's the easy thing to point out is like, oh, well, how are you going to get there? And like, show me how it works. Like, I don't know how it works. I don't know what that thing is going to be. If there's going to be one killer app or 10 kind of semi-killer apps, or there's going to be one crazy thing that happens. But man, I just don't see how something that did what it has done so far will not be super useful. And we're seeing like the first parts of this. You see in TrackPack. I think we're going to stop hearing from Neil in about 6 months because he's just going to get bought up by some big company. He's like, oh yeah, this is super cool. Get out of here. Go beat it, Roach. Or the same kind of thing with the nanotags folks. You're seeing like the first implementation of this, like, okay, this is a super cool thing. It's a little bit more expensive than I want to use. It's still pretty cool. Check this thing out. Can do a couple things. Like that's like where we are now is not where we're staying. And that idea of like, okay, not only are we living through, totally separately this AI revolution, we're also living through this like LoRaWAN IoT revolution. And one of them is a lot quieter, but may have just as big an impact on our lives as far as how much we can measure and share and understand about our world than the other. That's a pretty cool thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and with the continued growth, we can even look at the fact that this migration to using ChirpStack as well and getting into new LNS systems, we're going to be enabling Class C devices, which Class C devices is a nice big kind of wrapper for. You can send signals to things from hotspots as opposed to having to wait for the hotspot to ping you. Then you get to send a message back. And there are all kinds of latency issues to be aware of. But we're only going to continue to see more developments in this world. As we are able to send and receive on the LoRaWAN network, that's going to be huge. As we are able to send and receive on the mobile network and new communities that need this kind of coverage, it's going to continue to promote growth. I do just want to comment real quick because I've been trying to track these down. Anyone having issues with the Helium wallet right now, take a break. Come back tomorrow. The app right now is not in a great place. The app is fine. The network is fine. Everyone's progressing. It's all happening along well. Right now, the app just kind of gives you a funky, like, I'm not really sure what's going on. So allow us to be the ones to tell you what's going on. We're in the middle of a migration. It's an incredibly exciting day. Please kick back, grab a drink, relax, check your wallet tomorrow. Everything's going to be better on the other side.
Yeah, and just to provide a quick update on that, the state compression is currently happening. So the snapshot is done, as I said earlier, and the state is being compressed. And after that, we're going to be uploading the state to the Solana blockchain for all the accounts to be decompressed, which will happen tomorrow. So again, yes, wait, just hang out for the rest of the day. We are here to distract you so you don't stare at your Helium wallet app. This is why we are here. I did want to ask you, Sam, about Class C, because I think this is something with a huge impact that is not spoken about nearly enough. And I definitely want to spread that message. I mean, as up until recently, the basically Helium Packet Router Oracle and until Open LNS and, just all the things that enable the newer LNS or different LNSs other than Helium console to be used, all Helium devices have been essentially push only. You have to push to pull, right? So if you want to get the latest status of, the weather or something from the remote server, or, if you're a light bulb and you want to get, am I on or should I be on or should I be off? You got to ping that every 5 seconds and get a response back. Class C is different. You can have a device that just sits there, it's on and always listening. Now, I don't know if you can answer these questions, but I mean, the things have been ruminating in my mind about Class C is like, it sounds like Class C would be a more load on the network. Like, is there any limit on amount of Class C devices that can be in a certain range, and like what's the latency on those? Like what I guess what I'm getting at is like what are the use cases that can be built with Class C here?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to be the first to say I don't have the exact kind of technical numbers that you'd be looking for off the top of my head. And this is definitely information we can pull and get all of that. But, maybe just take one small step back and like fully explain to everyone what Class C means. Currently, as Armand just described, all of the sensors, whether you're building your own little AQI sensor, all this guy can do right now is send a signal to the network. Currently, there's a brief window in which most LoRa sensors are waiting to hear back. They Marco and they're waiting for Polo, just very briefly. That window is fairly short. So that's the only time, though, they're listening to receive instructions. It'd be very similar to if you could turn your light switch on and it's just on, and there's no way to turn it off without physically going to it and flipping it off. Class C devices are going to allow for that bidirectional communication. You can send a signal and you can receive a signal. We can use a hotspot in the hotspot network to receive signals from sensors and transmit signals to sensors, which is going to allow for things like smart light bulbs, which is actually a great analogy. I love to try to tie everything to light bulbs. Most hotspots use about 5 watts of power. It's about a light bulb. If we keep things in terms of light bulb, I think somewhere we're going to figure this all out. As far as like what the actual load and range and all that is, I can't speak specifically to that. Only because I don't want to put any information out there that I don't have a confident answer to. There's a lot of testing being done. We've had plenty of bidirectional packets sent on the network already, and it continues to improve. So many of these things, these applications like that, oftentimes in my field, and even when I'm explaining to family members or other things, the comparison immediately is to, well, it's like Wi-Fi, right? It's like, well, kind of. And then there's the whole long-fi marketing pitch. It actually even predates me, but this Class C ability kind of does start to bridge that gap. It allows us to have very small packets send and receive that will then enable a way to really connect and work with these sensors bidirectionally. So much of it, I think, my personal opinion can be, summed up in, I think there is a huge redundancy that can be built in by this network. I think about, where I live, every so often we have power outages. I also live in an old house with terrible brownouts is a word I learned recently. Just when it gets windy, I lose my internet connection. So having the ability to understand, is my garage door open? Back and forth from a hotspot a couple even miles away, like this is good to know. There's a whole other range of applications for this, for tracking and sensing, that is going to enable a set of data collection that is really going to enable some amazing products.
Yeah, you make me think of, like, I've seen home security systems that are, honestly, is essentially a collection of LoRa devices, and they need some sort of base station, and that thing is connected to cellular. I'm like, wow, this is where all the cost is occurring, right? If there's already helium in your location, which is true for like 99% of US cities, you could probably just save like 80% of that cost and just have these little sensors.
Yeah, totally. I even just, so my water company recently sent me one of those like Flume energy water meter devices. And of course it comes with some big random Wi-Fi enabled puck I have to plug in out of my house, which is great. But reading through their little docs, I'm like, this transmits a 915. Like, this is literally like, oh my gosh, when do I get to get rid of this stupid puck just sitting on the corner of my desk? It's really going to continue to allow us to have so much more information out there and a way to send information and receive information. And it's very exciting.
I think that should happen in August, Sam. I just got a grant at Gristle King. We're working on this Helium bridge device. So we'll have this little thing that allows you to take anything that works across probably the frequency that your thing's on, if it's 915, and rebroadcast it up to the Helium network. So,
oh man, that's incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and I think another aspect that's often underappreciated is a lot of the devices that will end up on the Helium network are going to end up replacing something else that's much bigger with much more electronics. There are a lot of aspects of the Helium IoT network that go hand in hand with sustainability. And for me, I've been interested in sustainability since I was a kid. I always thought, sustainable energy is super cool. Electric cars, like, I don't even like cars that much, but I think electric cars are cool. I'm all about it, right? I like things that are efficient. I like things that, will allow humanity to continue on for a long time. And one thing that made me stick with Helium is I realized that, like, this passion I have for sustainability is expressed very cleanly in Helium IoT, because almost all of the use cases, especially the city and industrial use cases, are about reducing waste, right? If it's cold chain tracking, it's about reducing waste, either because you're wasting less food, or you're not wasting someone's health by giving them like meat that's been exposed to too much heat for too long or something like that. Like not sending someone to the hospital saves a lot of resources, or you're doing wildfire sensors. You're saving a whole damn forest from, being completely burnt down because you're able to catch the fire early. Or, you're just detecting a water leak in a building. Or as your example is you're just replacing a piece of hardware that just was completely unnecessary and overkill. And there's like a lot of physical stuff for the amount of functionality that it gives.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on. I think that's the beauty of it. It's like, oh, you get to see this scene unfolding in front of you. Hey, I heard you guys talking, not you two, but Armand talking earlier about validators, I think with Adrian. Do you have any plans for what you're going to do with yours?
Well, I mean, any validators that I have for FairSpot are through a staking service provider. So,
not going to touch them.
The Helium network is high. Now that we're on the other side and those validators are no longer needed, what I do have, I will stake a significant portion of it. I think that's the only way to go, in my opinion, for me personally.
Yeah. No, it's the usual, like, not financial advice, but it's like, what am I going to do? I think I'm going to do nothing and just let the thing just roll over and do this stupid land rush thing, and I'll go find something productive that I can actually contribute to. But I'm always curious.
That's what it is. I mean, I think there's probably a little bit of active management that will be involved. I think that for anyone who missed the interview with Adrian Waveform earlier, one really, really useful thing that he said was like, split up your position, no matter what you're doing, like stake into a bunch of different smaller accounts, because if there are multiple subDAOs in the future, even now we have 2, you can only stake each position to one subDAO. So if you want to split that stake, if you have only one position, you're going to want to split that. You're not going to want to do that. You're not going to be able to split that later and get a land rush bonus, which, trust me, you're going to want to keep. So that's really important. So I'll probably be creating a bunch of different positions, maybe somewhere in the 5 to 15 range. I haven't decided yet, just to make sure that I have the flexibility to stake some long, stake some short, split it between subDAOs. And I think that's the level of active management that will be involved. Like through HIP 51, the DAO utility score, we do have power by delegating to subDAOs to A, earn rewards, and B, determine how much that subDAO gets funded. So that's an important responsibility for anyone who's running validators or anyone who's just bringing any amount of stake, even if you didn't previously run validators.
Dig it.
Yeah. So I think that's a really important thing to call out too. It's like, this is not just for validators anymore. One of the, the amazing parts of this transition is that we're going to be able to allow anyone to stake any amount. I think the smallest amount you could do is like 1 HNT or 1 token for 1 day, which, I mean, go for it. That sounds fun. But, there are so many opportunities to bring in everyone at every level. That barrier of 10,000 HNT is not present anymore. It's going to really allow anyone to, pledge their commitment and their belief in these different networks. As far as, dividing things up into smaller portions, smaller stakes, I think that's very pragmatic. Again, the whole no financial advice, not saying what I'm doing, not saying what I'm not doing. But the community members that we have within our community have done an amazing job of dancing around the price discussion, but answering a lot of these questions. In particular, I'd love to call it Keith R in the Discord. He's got a really well thought out, well put together post. I think it's in the 5G. I think it's in the 5G channel in Discord. Yeah. But yeah, it's really, anyone can do this, and that's the goal at the end of the day. We're trying to continue to make the people's network amongst the people. A big mantra of mine has always been that no HNT is more valuable than the other. One mobile is worth one mobile. I think I've messaged that to 100 different people in Discord already. But it's going to keep us all in this together. It's like being able to stake, being able to pledge your commitment to the network really does apply to all of us. We're all in this together.
Yeah. Absolutely. And hey, if anyone here, if you're watching this stream right now, you're plugged in, right? You're not a slouch. You're getting your brain ready for whatever's coming up. You want to know what to do. I definitely urge everyone, still not financial advice, but definitely personal advice. Think carefully about, if you're going to stake, think carefully about whether you want to do it in the next 10 days, because you're probably not going to want to miss the 3x land rush bonus that does come from staking. Now, obvious caveats: only stake what you can afford to not have liquid, right? Very important. And just manage your risk. But if you're going to stake, it's really to your disadvantage to wait 11 days if you're going to do it on the 11th day. It's really start thinking now about how you're going to stake how you're going to split up your positions, if you're going to split up your positions, give yourself the most flexibility in the future, and claim that 3x bonus. You're really going to want to do that, I think.
Yeah. It's funny, while we're talking about stake and staking, there's this like side convo that's going on in the chat about cattle and bolus and dairy cows and the rest of it. These guys are asking whether or not implants are in cows or battery acids eat through their stomach. It's good to see Martin.
I'm like, I can't keep up with this. What is going on here? I don't think we've had a related comment in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of stake comments going on. Let's see, what if we look forward, what are you guys seeing as the next network that's going to get a sub-DAO? You got any bets on it? I mean, it seems like it's going to be Wi-Fi, and then I'm like, oh, maybe it'll be something else. Any bets, predictions? Yeah. Have I missed something? Was there an announcement that I completely just read past? Probably.
Oh gosh, no, not that I know of. You know, I will say, and this is not like insider info. It's nothing like actual like, you know, privileged information by any means. But I will concur. I do think the Wi-Fi is going to be next. I think there's going to be a whole period where we're going to need to do a good job, and this I know falls back on me with documentation in particular, of explaining the difference between more what I've been calling general purpose Wi-Fi, that is Wi-Fi that your computer, your phone, your any kind of device can jump onto, and the 5G CBRS offloading Wi-Fi, which is a slightly different thing. It's a pretty amazing technology that I think a lot of people use very frequently and have no idea that they actually are. If you've been to a concert or a sports venue or any kind of like big underground facilities, usually, you don't realize how frequently your phone in particular is actually jumping onto a Wi-Fi network, but authenticating using the SIM card, whether it's a physical SIM or an eSIM, to use your existing, whether it be T-Mobile coverage or now Helium mobile coverage, through a Wi-Fi connection totally seamlessly. You have no idea it's even happening. And that whole range of Wi-Fi is it's kind of amazing, honestly, that it works so seamlessly. But there is definitely going to need to be a delineation between the offload Wi-Fi and standard Wi-Fi or general purpose Wi-Fi. It does, though, open the door. It makes it very easy for a Wi-Fi based network to really jump in there. And, you know, I'm sure everyone's been at least somewhat abreast of the votes for HIP 80 and HIP 81 and figuring out these sub-DAOs and seeing how the distribution is going to be amongst the treasuries. It's like this third mythical sub-DAO, which isn't mythical until it's mythical until it's real, is going to set a precedent that is going to be very exciting. It's going to enable us to really figure out a way to bring in a third and then a fourth and then a fifth sub-DAO and really see how, you know, this flywheel effect can continue to grow on so many different fronts. So I guess that's a very long-winded way to say, yeah, I think it's going to be Wi-Fi, but I don't actually know for sure just yet.
Armand, you're hiding something. What's in there? What's going on?
Actually, Ed dropped my thoughts in the chat, but I don't know, mappers. I think mappers could be a really interesting sub-DAO. There's so many interesting opportunities. I mean, I've coded up a mappers game, just to capture the hex type thing that I never shared with anyone or anything like that. Just kind of shared with a few friends, and it's fun. Like, I think there's so many opportunities to create like really unique, interesting mechanics, gamify it a little bit, and get a lot of people into the ecosystem who are not those who may be operating a mobile service carrier or deploying a hotspot, or signing up to change their cell plan. And I think any sub-DAO that increases the pie is good for the whole Helium DAO. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Wi-Fi, because there's clearly lots of developments there. And yes, I think, Sam, the distinction that you're talking about is very important. Those types of Wi-Fi networks are going to have different parameters. They're going to have different costs. They're going to be deployed in different places in different ways, and they're going to interact with different backends. So, very important distinctions to make. But I think we should try everything. I think we should be the network of networks, and if something fails, it should fail for a good reason and not because we didn't try.
Yeah. No, I think the mappers thing it's interesting to think, like, what if the killer app of Helium is just a game with mappers? Mm-hmm. It's like, there's billions of data credits blasting around because people are trying to capture some hex and they're having fun, and then all of that data is getting fed back and making the network better so you can deploy more correctly. And we start to have something that is an update of 15.17, which has now been going on for was probably a good year too long, well past its use by date, but it's what we got, and it's working well enough. But pretty interesting to think, like, the thing that changed the whole thing could be a fun game.
Yeah, big Ingress, I think was the name of the game that
Yeah,
company eventually got bought at Google and then did Pokemon Go and all those. I think there was a Harry Potter one too. Not my bag, but I think that existed too. It's also very exciting to see that we are beginning already to think about the network of networks being beyond just like telecommunications and Wi-Fi and LoRa. The Mappers DAO to begin with isn't necessarily like broadcasting a signal, but it is very deeply going to be its own network potentially, if that DAO gets off the ground, that is really going to continue to expand the footprint of what the Helium network can actually be. It's like we're going to be able to focus not on like network of connectivity, but network of devices, whether that is us. Maybe we can, grab the folks from Demo to join in. So we never quite know exactly where this is all going to come together, but it continues to evolve. I think that's a big thing that is very exciting about the crypto space, very exciting about this project in particular. It's this continuous evolution, and being driven by what the people of the network actually want is a huge advantage.
Yep. Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, I love the idea of Mapper's game being the thing that blows up the network. I've had that exact thought, and I honestly feel like the probability of that happening is over 50%, because so many of the use cases that can be built are just like fun, low stakes use cases that aren't like, life dependent or whatever, as the network becomes more efficient and grows.
Yeah, I'm seeing the chat go off on that. Imagine how invasive people would be to chase hotspots mapping. You'd have 20 people in your, like, dude, if there was a mapping game and you earn by getting hexes, I would be out in the wild. Like, you could let the city people have all their stupid hexes. I'm running down the trail or, biking or flying a paraglide or something and scooping up hexes there. Let's see. Good.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I think there's another common question. Matthew Panicker. What a name, Matthew. Does anyone even use this network? Yeah, I think it's a great question. And there's two good answers to it. One, yes, I'm certainly using it. So you're looking at someone. There's 2 other people on this call who are using it. So you're looking at 3 of us. But in the broader sense, and maybe you missed this conversation or part of the conversation earlier, no, there's not like huge industries using this network yet. And so that's the thing to remember is it's really easy to look at and be like, oh, look, like we said before, there's a giant building. Nobody's in the building. There's a sign on the bottom saying store coming soon. And you're screaming that you can't find bananas. Store is not open yet. The people aren't there yet. Like all that's been built is the building itself. So it kind of happens over and over again that we have to answer this question. But yeah, it works. It's not working at anywhere close to full capacity yet.
Yep, I think that's well said. So I'm going to try to get Abhay on here to wrap up, because let's see, we've been going for 5.5 hours. Personally, I have no idea how I still have any energy, because I usually get worn out.
Bring in the closer, yeah.
For 2 or 3 hours, but here I am, and I'm still somehow awake. I think the boba tea helped, but
yeah.
I guess
You're crushing.
I guess I don't know. I'm on some today. I'm on some level today.
Say it. You're on Helium. Come on.
I'm on Helium.
There you go.
Bro, I know Heroku. Like, just chill.
All right, guys, I got to bail anyway. I got to go do some cookie stuff, some non-Helium stuff. But thanks a ton for inviting me on. Super good to share all that stuff. And I'm excited to see what we get when I wake up tomorrow. So thanks, guys.
All righty. Sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. Echo the sentiment. Thanks all.
Yeah, thanks. Hopping off too, Sam?
Yeah. I mean, I can stick around till Abhay's here if you want someone to talk to. I don't want you to feel like you're alone, but also feel free to show me the door whenever you need to.
The energy is slowly being sapped. No, I'm actually still somehow awake. It's incredible. Abhay said he needs a few minutes. So yeah, I mean, what I was going to ask before Nick left to both of you is just, any final thoughts or, things that it's important to touch on, things that community would find useful to know for today, for the next few days, or just, in general.
Yeah, I think kind of putting a bow on at least what I've tried to communicate here is, everybody just relax. We're all in this together. There is a huge advantage to being part of a big community, that knowing there's a huge Discord in particular, there's Twitter, there's these kind of streams where everyone is doing their best to get the information that is needed out to as many people as we possibly can. If you see people with questions, send them our way. If you can answer those questions, even better. We're all going to grow together. We want to see the network continue to grow. There is, of course, FUD out there. There are people that are looking at the number of hotspots that are offline. That's not always going to be the most necessary thing or the most useful thing. I've got a whole stack of, dead link dots that I've managed to fry in various different ways. So, 5 of those, however many are offline right now, I'll take credit for you. You can pin that to me. But there's so much happening. There's so much to do. this is a great day just to relax and to, take a breather, kind of rethink about things, get out there, touch some grass, which is always a weird expression. I'm not always sure I like, but get out there and just have a moment. It's an incredibly exciting time for this network. We're all going to be here tomorrow, so let's do our best just to get there on a meaningful way.
Yeah, and I think something that may be lost on some people who may be watching this stream is like, if you're itching to do something and you're really trying to go deploy a hotspot tomorrow, or maybe this Solana migration has just like reminded you that Helium exists. Maybe you are a person with a dead hotspot or a stack of dead hotspots. Maybe they're not even dead. Maybe they just were going through something because the SD card was overloaded or whatever happened. Just a reminder that like we're about to gain a lot of efficiency and whatnot, but a lot of the issues that you may have experienced even a year ago are totally fixed. Like anything with like hotspots no longer sync. They no longer take up a lot of power or, use the SD card to maximal capacity. They are now very like the CPU usage is down 99%. The network usage is down 99.9%. Like the amount of efficiency that we've gained in the past year. If you want to fire up that old hotspot, as long as it's able to download the latest software, you're going to have a ridiculously easier time. You basically just need to make sure that it has a Wi-Fi connection that has at least some signal. It doesn't need to be strong. You got to have a little something there, and you'll be able to deploy that hotspot wherever you want without any of the issues that we used to experience.
Oh yeah, totally. Gosh, it's like I can't think of even like. So I know I missed the Slack days of the general community chat, but I think I got in like right as the Discord community was starting, and immediately I think for weeks it was just, what's wrong with my SD card? It was the only thing I could think to ask.
Yeah,
and it's fascinating to see like that's just not a concern anymore. You can still replace the SD cards, and SD cards do still wear out. There is some data being written, but it is nothing like it was. The bandwidth is effectively down to almost nothing. The miner, the gateway RS mining image is so much more lightweight. It really is a whole new experience, and it just continues to get better and better of just plug in the box, and help your community.
Yeah, and these sorts of improvements, like I know a lot of people have been frustrated at a slow pace of certain things, but think about the types of improvements that we've unlocked in the past year, and then think about what we're unlocking today, right? That we are talking about, I was just talking about 99% reduction in CPU usage and a 99.9%. These are the actual numbers, by the way. I'm not just rounding or making things up. Those are actual numbers. Less network traffic, right? This is the same thing is happening today. On certain aspects of Helium, we are getting literally a 99% plus reduction in cost for transaction cost. I think it's something probably like 99.95 or like probably more than that reduction in transaction cost, and a 99.5 at least reduction in the amount of time it takes to process a transaction. Like you don't get improvements like that. Don't get used to it. Like we're not going to get many of those,
Yeah, we're entering into the realm of if it were to actually do that again, I don't even know if humans can perceive the distance. Solana, that kind of time distance. Solana is so fast. I really don't think that's going to really click with people until we're actually using the wallet and working with this experience. If everyone that has a hotspot currently, you've gone through the process of onboarding it or updating its antenna or reasserting its location or even just transferring things, casting a vote. It can take up to like 10 minutes sometimes for that to actually be confirmed on chain and everyone feel confident about it. On Solana, it's like seconds. By the time your hand is off the phone, it could already be done. I'm gonna actually dip out then. Let Hashcode take this away. Thank you all so much. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sam, so much. Thanks for hanging out too.
Yeah, of course.
What's up, Arma?
What's up? So as we
how's the stream going? What did I miss?
I mean, geez, it's been awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Like I had a bunch of things in my head planned this morning that we were gonna do. I thought we were gonna do a bunch of live coding exercises or whatever. But honestly, it's just been so fun sitting here talking.
Where's the code? Where's the code?
Oh no, sir, I don't have the code.
I thought we were gonna start code reviewing right now.
Check the hash of my code.
I'm here to code review. Let's go.
No. Panicking. No, it's been awesome. Like it's been so fun to talk to the community. Sam and Nick were just amazing. Like every single guest we've had on today has been super insightful and has told me something that I didn't know before. And I honestly wasn't expecting that. I thought we were just going to be reviewing concepts. I think people in the stream have been very gracious with our guests and have been very vocal and thankful for the things that our guests have shared. And all in all, just as you wanted. It's aside from what we've got going on here, it seems like it's been a pretty boring day. So that's what we want to see.
I did get a haircut a couple of 2 weeks ago. I don't have crazy hair anymore. Thanks, Badger, whoever you are. I'm watching the chat.
I'm like, what?
Yeah. So it's been relatively boring. There was actually one quick bug that we found, easy to fix in the migration, all taken care of. And so I posted a little while ago that we started compressing. See how it's going. We are done with all the hotspot instructions have been created. We're in the middle of, we're about to finish creating all the account instructions. So that's what everyone's balance is. Once that's done, we're right now compiling a Merkle tree, which is incredibly exciting.
Oh yeah.
It's like watching paint dry, which is exactly what this stuff should be.
Well, I'm the type of person to sit around and watch the progress bar until it's done, and even if there are other responsibilities that need to be taken care of. So I'd be very excited sitting in your seat right now.
I wonder, I can't share this screen, unfortunately. This screen is not great. It's got random stuff scrolling through. It's not ideal. Earlier today, the buffer accounts were in the stream, and I was like, ooh, I hope nobody is we're not casting this, right?
Yeah,
sure.
No, I don't think most people would understand. I guess that you just don't put anything sensitive up there. But so once the state compression is done and the Merkle roots, then the next thing after that's solidified, the Merkle root is solidified on chain, is to essentially wait for the epoch to pass, right?
That's correct. The Merkle roots get we generate them, we push them onto the chain. All of the RPC providers will then be able to sort of recreate that state based on what's available on chain. And when we interact with Solana, we're sort of talking through we're talking through some RPC provider, right? Either the Solana RPC, or in this case, we use Helios for all of our apps. So Helios knows about all of this state that's behind the small piece of data that's stored on chain. That's what's happening right now. The trees are being formed, and it's going to get pushed pretty soon. After that, it's epoch end. Hopefully by that time, the epoch it ends. All the oracles have submitted prices for HNT Mobile and IoT. We already have, I think, 3 or 4 of the oracles already submitting prices. We need to have a total of 5 in order to have a valid price. And then we sort of do something very similar to what we do on the Helium blockchain, where we sort of average out the price and then start using that. And so from there, we end the epoch, or the epoch ends automatically, really. And then hotspot owners can start to claim rewards. So we'll sort of flip a flag on the wallet app. The wallet app right now, the reason why when you open it up, it says we're migrating. There's a flag that essentially prevents folks from being able to do things while we're sort of in this intermediate state. But we'll release it, and then it's off to the races. Anyone can permissionlessly access their wallets, inflate their wallets. So right now what we're doing is kind of deflating it in a way. We're compressing it. And so you basically open up the app and you inflate your own wallet, and now you should have all of your balances. Earlier today, I posted the full ledger state of the Helium blockchain at the time of the halt. So if anyone wants to look at a massive JSON file for whatever reason, you can.
I love it.
And that's the data that's going on the Solana blockchain as well. So it's useful for folks that want to verify. And anyone was able to take that snapshot themselves, using the Erlang code base that we already have.
So a couple questions there. So you said at exactly what time will that flip be switched so that the user experience will be available for inflating wallets?
I don't have an exact timestamp, but as soon as it's there, there'll be tweets, there'll be Discord announcements, there'll be just lots of sort of a flurry of information. There's no advantage in being first here. It's true. There's no land rush. except for, I guess, props or something.
Provide liquidity for the very first trade.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. There's not really a whole lot of advantages to doing anything like to being first, in my opinion. So we haven't set up anything to like make it such that it's like worth it to be first.
And then I saw that there was a post about this in the Discord announcements channel. So if anyone has a ledger, you should go check the announcements channel. But what's the like 30-second high level overview of what ledger folks need to do if you have a ledger?
Yeah, so if you have a ledger, there's a tool so all of these tools that we set up for ledgers, especially, they're all in docs.helium.com. So go there first, look up migration guide for ledger users, use the migration widget that's in the docs. That is the only place you should ever do anything with your ledger, as far as like for the migration. And then after that, you're using a standard Solana wallet. And so that's, you're just using the Solana firmware that's already on your ledger.
Great. So yeah, anyone who wants to operate their Helium wallet, again, just a quick reminder, because it seems to be lost frequently, but tomorrow, not today, check tomorrow. Everything you want to do it tomorrow. And all the things we're talking about, whether it's inflating your wallet, regardless of whether you have a normal wallet in the Helium wallet app or you have a ledger, you can still use the Helium wallet app, even if you have a ledger. If you have a Nano X, you can use the Helium wallet app. You can use the in-app dApp browser to use your wallet as a Solana wallet and connect to any dApps that you might want to connect to, whether that's swaps or I don't know what else you'd want to do other than swaps on day one. But you can connect to any dApp in the Solana ecosystem. Maybe there'll be like
realms, right? So you want to use realms to stake your HNT. You want to use realms to vote on any proposals that come up. All that's sort of the most important thing.
All that stuff. And yes, as Waveform mentioned earlier in the stream, that'll all be available as quick links in the dApp browser. So if you want to go do governance stuff, you'll be able to quickly get there, right?
Yep, exactly. All
right. Well, what can I say? I mean, it's been an exciting day in that it wasn't exciting, but I think we made it exciting. Seriously, thank you, first of all, to the whole Helium Foundation team and Nova Labs who are working super hard behind the scenes today while I distract everyone from bothering them. Although that wasn't the purpose of this stream, I think it unintentionally has had that effect, hopefully. So that's really awesome. You guys are killing it. And thanks to everyone who's tuned in. I want to know, drop in the chat if anyone's been here since the beginning. If you've been here for 5 hours and 47 minutes, I really want to know. You're the most dedicated person. You now have the ability to go educate anyone else who asks about the Solana transition all on your own. So
kick off another stream. Clearly we need more time here, right?
No, it's fun. I'm getting the hang of it. I'm using new software, starting to enjoy it more. Shown myself that I could do 5-hour streams now, which is kind of absurd, but here I am.
That is absurd.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm awake, but it's just been a ton of fun, and I love talking to the people in the community. Everyone's got something interesting to say.
Yeah, this community is really special. I mean, I think when I kind of tweeted this yesterday, it's like I started as a hotspot holder, as most people in this community probably did, and I just got more and more and more interested in what we're building. I mean, I'm just excited about everything that folks are building in the community as well. There's a bunch of tweets that folks wanted us to retweet this week, and I want us to get to it. Wanted to focus the early part of the week on this migration, but there's some actual usage tweets that are coming also later this week that I'm really excited to share. Some talks that people have given in Europe. I'm really sort of appreciative of all the people that are building in this community. Not only are you deploying coverage, you're using, you're actually using the network, you're building applications for other people to use the network. That's what we're all here for. And I mentioned this yesterday, but this is just and for me, I hope this is a very small sort of step, right? This is and we have a lot more to build over time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way I think about it too, is that it's not the end of something, it's the beginning of something. This really is, I think, going to be the beginning of an era where there are way more developers participating in the Helium ecosystem. We're reaching more people than ever, whether they're deploying hotspots, building, contributing to open source, contributing to docs, contributing to content. all that floodgates will be absolutely opened. The cost of doing business on the Helium network is going to go way down. And, these are all just things that help us achieve the goals that we set out to achieve in the first place as a community, which have not changed one bit, I don't think.
Yeah, totally agree.
All right. Well, I think that's it. I couldn't think of a better person to end this stream with. You're there sitting in the command and control seat, just making sure that everything goes smoothly. So appreciate you for that. And yeah, thanks for joining.
Yeah, appreciate you too, Armand. And thanks, everyone.
Yep. Take care. I'll end in just a sec here. All right. All righty, everybody. It's been a marathon. Thank you so much for everyone who's, I see we have at least one person who stayed for the whole stream. So that's insane. Yeah, if you feel like you want to share this content with anybody, you can replay it on YouTube if you missed anything. If you're just tuned in the last 30 minutes to an hour, geez, go back and watch. We've had some awesome guests. We've had tons of awesome content. You've had a few passionate rants by me. If you're into that type of stuff, staring into the camera and just ranting about various topics. So, and if you enjoyed this and you love the stream, please let me know on Twitter. Please share it. And I'd love to do stuff like this in the future, even if it's not such a major event. I find that the live format is very good for me, a person who is not very good at planning things in advance, but is decently well at talking on their feet. So thank you all so much for the kind comments. Let's regroup tomorrow off stream. We're all going to open up our Helium wallet apps. We're going to enjoy the newly Solanified Helium. We're going to enjoy low transaction fees, high throughput, and we're just going to continue on and hopefully get to staking as well. Thanks, everybody. Take